Thank you very much, and I want to welcome everybody to the May 15th, 2025 meeting of the Fish and Game Commission, Wildlife Resource Committee. Joining us today is my co-chair, Erica Zavaleta. Callers and those joining via Zoom have been placed on mute. When it's time for members of the public to engage in conversation about the agenda item, you will receive instructions on how to indicate you would like to speak. Speakers will be able to unmute themselves individually when called upon. Please keep your microphone on mute when not speaking. Melissa is going to provide technical notes, followed by Ari with introductions and a meeting overview. Melissa?
Excellent. Thank you so much, Co-Chair Anderson. I'm Melissa Miller-Henson, Executive Director for the California Fish and Game Commission. So for those here in the room, please make sure that your computers, if you're using a computer or a device of any sort that's connected to Zoom or to the webcast, please mute them so that you don't create feedback for those online. If you're participating in the Zoom webinar and calling in by phone, please make sure that your phone number and your Zoom webinar are linked. If you logged into Zoom first and used the call me option, the linkage happened automatically. If you're joining by phone only and wish to speak to an agenda item, staff will identify you by the last 3 digits of your phone number. If you are having any technical difficulties with the meeting, please contact fgc@fgc.ca.gov. Again, that's fgc@fgc.ca.gov. Or if you need to call in, you can call 916-201-6201. For those on Zoom, video is available if you would like to turn on your video when you're speaking or not. It is optional. For each item, the presiding co-chair will first call on speakers here in Sacramento, and then we'll ask for speakers via Zoom and phone. Today, the presiding co-chair is Commissioner Anderson. Zoom's chat feature is disabled for everyone. So for those participants who are accustomed to that feature and being able to communicate with staff, unfortunately, that is not available today. We are using a slightly different format. So for those of you who are on Zoom, you're probably looking at the screen and wondering what's going on. This does not look normal. It's because we're using a different format, but essentially you're going to be able to do the same thing. You'll be able to show your video. You'll be able to unmute yourself at any time and participate in the conversation. But your screen may look a little bit different. So, and the chat feature is disabled, so you will not be able to communicate with staff directly via Zoom, but you are welcome to use the fgc@fgc.ca.gov email address if you need to contact staff. Thank you. All right.
Okay, so I just want to introduce some of the staff and department folks that are here today.
Over your computer.
Outside voice.
Yes, outside voice. Staff of the Fish and Game Commission participating today, myself, Ari Kornman, the Wildlife Advisor, Executive Director Melissa Miller-Henson, Executive Analyst Kelsey Laird, Program Manager Dixie Van Allen. Joining us by Zoom is Regulatory Analyst David Howe, and taking notes is California Sea Grant State Fellow Caroline Newell.
And so you just, may I ask if we have the sheriff for Placer County here? There's a sheriff. No, they're not here yet. Okay. Darn. Caroline's going to go work as a volunteer for the sheriff over there. Oh, wanted to make sure they connected.
Department staff participating today are Deputy Director for Wildlife and Fisheries, Chad Dibble, Wildlife Branch Chief Scott Gardner, Fisheries Branch Chief Jay Rowan, Nathaniel Arnold, Deputy Director and Chief of the Law Enforcement Division, and there's some other staff that'll be introduced under the individual agenda items where they're participating. An overview of today's meeting. The committee is comprised of 2 commissioners, as you heard. Our goal today is informed discussion to guide future decision making, and we need your cooperation to ensure a lively and comprehensive dialogue. We're operating under the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, but it's important to note that the committee cannot take action independent of the full commission. Instead, the committee makes recommendations to the commission at regularly scheduled meetings. These proceedings are being recorded and they'll be posted to the commission website or the YouTube page for reference and archival purposes. Items may be heard in any order pursuant to the determination of the committee co-chair or the co-chairs. Committee meetings operate informally and provide an opportunity for everyone to contribute to the discussion about agenda items. If you wish to contribute to agenda item, please follow these guidelines. Raise your hand and wait to be recognized by the chair or a co-chair or by staff calling you if you're on Zoom. Please share your name and affiliation if you have any. You're not required to, but we really appreciate if we know who we're talking with. Time is limited, so please be concise and give others time to speak. We anticipate a lot of people wanting to talk today, and so your cooperation in getting to the point and being concise is much appreciated. We want to give everybody a chance. If several speakers have the same concerns or ideas to express, feel free to appoint a group spokesperson. Generally, participants in person are called first, followed by participants joining on Zoom or phone. As a discussion topic evolves, we encourage participants to continue contributing to the dialogue, but we want to give everybody a chance to contribute at least once first before we circle back and give people a second chance to speak and respond. If you're speaking during the general public comment agenda item, that's the last item on the agenda or last substantive item. The subject matter you present should not be related to any item on the current agenda. Public comment on agenda items will be taken at the time the committee discusses that item. The nearest emergency exit for use in the unlikely event of emergency, I believe, is out that door and out the main hallway. And there are also restrooms located just down the hallway as you pass the stairway on the second floor. And that's all I have for introductions.
Thank you, Ari. Before we start our first agenda item, I ask elected officials and tribal members or their representative to raise their hands. For those joining by Zoom, David, please provide the instructions for how to raise your hand.
Absolutely. For those elected officials and tribal representatives joining online, please raise your hands using the Zoom raise hand feature, or if you're calling in by phone, by pressing *9 only one time. If you press *9 again, or if you accidentally lower your hand, you will remove yourself from the list and we won't be able to identify you. So please do that. Raise your hand on Zoom to introduce yourselves now.
And for those here in the room, we ask that elected officials and tribal representatives joining us in person today join us at the table. If you want to and aren't already, introduce yourselves. Please hold any substantive comments for the relevant agenda items. When you introduce yourself, please share your name, title, and the tribe, district, or official you represent, and tell us which agenda item you will like to contribute to today. Again, these early introductions, let's see. Oh, David, will you please call on the elected officials or representatives who raise their hands on Zoom?
We have 2 raised hands on Zoom, although they've been lowered just recently. Melissa, would you still like me to call those 2 individuals, or should we move on?
I think they probably realize they're not elected officials.
Okay.
And David, am I a co-host? Because I am not able to promote folks.
I don't see that you are, but I can remedy that immediately.
Thank you.
And with that, Chair Anderson, we don't have any raised hands on Zoom for elected officials or tribal representatives.
And are there any elected officials in the room that would like to introduce themselves? Come forward, please, for us, and your title, jurisdiction, and you come up to the table.
You like to set the podium?
We have-
No, right here would be fine. We
Our
keep this
our
very,
microphone is actually right here in the middle.
Perfect. Well, good morning. Sheriff Mike Fisher with Sierra County Sheriff's Office. Here for two reasons today. One is item number 4, the coyote agendized item, and for open public comments for items not on the agenda.
John McGarvis, Sheriff of Lassen County. I'm here for agenda item 4 regarding the take of coyotes and for general public comment on items not on the agenda.
Tex Dowdy, Modoc County Sheriff. I'm here for agenda item number 4. Thanks, Sheriff.
Good morning, Sheriff Jeremiah LaRue from Siskiyou County, and here as well for item number 4 on coyotes, as well as public comment later in the day. Thank you for having me.
Good morning, Sheriff Dave Kane from Tehama County. I'm also here for item number 4 and other items not on the agenda. Thank you.
Morning, Board. Justin Gibbs, Glenn County Sheriff. I'm here for item number 4 and for items not on the agenda.
Grant Carmen, Glenn County Board of Supervisor, District 1. I'm here for item 4.
Tony Aaron, Glenn County Supervisor, District 3. I'm here for item 4.
to all the elected officials, we really appreciate you being here. Just to give you some context of timing, because you may need to do other things. We've got a number of items and discussions that we'll be having this morning. We're hoping, to get through the majority of the items and then have lunch. And item 4 will probably come up after lunch. I was thinking we'd go ahead and have a quick half-hour lunch, if that's okay with you. And then we'd go ahead and start, sometime, give or take, around 1 o'clock. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I think it's likely, I think we can play by ear the lunch part and see how long the morning takes. Would it help folks out? It seems like it might help folks out to just commit to no earlier than 1. I don't know how you feel about that. So
Yeah,
that folks know when they need to come back if they want to make sure they don't.
Yeah,
miss
so that way if they have a break, we'll, yeah, that's perfect.
All right, so let's commit
Yeah,
to 1 o'clock
sure.
start or
Great.
later.
Okay.
Okay.
Good. All right, well, today's my first day chairing the subcommittee, and I want to say thank you to staff, Melissa, and all the game wardens here, and Chief. I'm just going to give an opening statement because this is my first, and I'm excited to be here, and we have a lot of activity here today. So I'd just like to say good morning, and I want to thank everybody for being here. We all have a shared commitment to stewardship of California's wildlife resources. As chair today of the Resource Committee, I want to express my sincere appreciation for the robust public participation we've seen leading up to today's meeting. The many letters, comments, and thoughtful input from conservation groups, ranchers, scientists, hunters, county governments, and concerned citizens have helped us frame the issues before us in a meaningful way. Our agenda today includes 2 items that have drawn considerable attention: the conservation and management of the black bear population and the evolving conversation around coyotes. These topics are not only biologically complex, but they also touch matters of public safety, rural livelihoods, cultural traditions, and ecological integrity. I want to acknowledge the people that have come to these conversations with strong feelings and lived experiences, whether it's a rancher trying to protect livestock, a biologist tracking predator-prey relationships, or an advocate seeking humane treatment for wildlife. Each voice has value and contributes to the strength of our process. As we proceed, I ask that we remain grounded in our shared mission to ensure that the Commission's work is transparent, science-informed, and respectful of the diverse communities and ecosystems we serve. We are listening, and I want to thank everybody that's here today to participate. So with that, we'll move to item number 1. To approve the agenda and the order of items. You're okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Item number 2, annual regulations. Ari, we'll start with waterfowl hunting.
Okay. First, just some notes so that people know how this works. If you'd like to contribute to the conversation about waterfowl hunting and you're on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. The raise hand button is located at the bottom of the window, possibly in the reactions button. You may have to hover over your pointer over the Zoom window for the row of options to appear. And on the mobile app, raise hand is located on the bottom of the screen. When your name is called, you may need to unmute your microphone. If you're on the phone only, press *9 on your phone once to raise your hand and alert us that you'd like to contribute to the conversation. If you press *9 on your phone a second time, you'll take yourself out of the queue. You'll need to unmute yourself by pressing *6 on your phone. Kelsey will call speakers in the room and Melissa will call speakers on Zoom. All right, just as an introduction to the topic, annually the Commission promulgates a rulemaking to bring state regulations in conformity with the federal waterfowl framework. This is a chance for the public to discuss potential regulatory changes for next year's waterfowl hunting package. And just as a quick reminder, one component of next year's rulemaking will be hunting in Southampton Bay, for which the Commission accepted a recommendation for several changes in that location. So that's on the up for discussion today for next year's waterfowl package. And with that,
All right, you guys can grab so people in the back can hear you.
yeah, okay.
And before we get started with folks in the room, for folks who are on Zoom, I mentioned earlier at the beginning of the meeting that we're using a slightly different format than we normally do. And so in the past, when you joined a committee meeting, you could automatically mute or unmute yourself, and you could also turn on your video. If you are in the panelist category right now, you cannot do that. And so staff is trying to promote everyone over to the panelist category. So if you want to speak today or participate in the conversation, it would be very helpful if you would accept that invitation to become a panelist. And if you don't want to speak, that's fine too. If you're just here to listen, that's great. But we do want to bring you over to the panel so you can mute and unmute yourself and also turn on your camera if you would like to. Otherwise, you won't be able to do that from the attendee side. Thank you.
Who do we call?
Kelsey, do we have anybody in the room?
For item two, no.
I have a little.
Cards.
Go ahead.
Yeah, maybe I just from department perspective and Scott Gardner, Wildlife Chief, speaking for Melanie Weaver, who you usually see, she's out busy collecting data to ultimately support this item. But just as a reminder, waterfowl regulations are governed by federal frameworks, which are dependent on monitoring data and harvest strategies. Currently, we're conducting those surveys. The frameworks from the feds will be for the 26-27 season will not be known until about August, and it might not be until about mid-September this year. So it'll be bumping right up to the next WRC meeting. So we're conducting that survey work now, and you know, that work may lead to some further recommendations, but that's where it stands right now.
Thank you. All right, now going back to anybody that would like to comment?
I do have one comment.
Yeah, okay. We have two, okay.
There's another seat up here, Bill.
Bill, go ahead. Why don't you come up?
Hi there, Chairman Anderson, Commissioner Zavaleta, Department staff, Commission staff, Mark Henley, California Waterfowl. Obviously, it's early in the process, but we do have a long-standing proposal that has been discussed at our regulations meeting to increase the Canada goose limit in the northeast zone from 2 to 3 birds, incremental increase. As you are aware, in other parts of the state, the bag limit on Canada geese is much higher. In the balance of the state zone here, it's 10. If you go over to neighboring Nevada and Oregon, it's higher than 2. And as you all know, the bag limit has much less of an impact on overall harvest than does the season length. So what we do want to see, though, getting back to Mr. Gardner's point about the waterfowl breeding report, is see what the numbers are. If there's a significant increase and we think it warrants, liberalization, then we would continue to ask for this. If it doesn't, then we'll certainly put it on the shelf for the following year. But just appreciate the consideration, and it's something that our members have been asking for quite a while.
Thank you, Mark. Mark, with regard to the timing, due to the fact that it may be pushed back. Will your board have met and you guys determined a final request?
Yeah, we are scheduled to meet in August if that's
Okay.
enough time for you.
Great, good. All right, Bill?
Chairman Anderson, Commissioners Avila, department staff and commission staff. Bill Gaines, representing a few different smaller waterfowl groups as well. I want to reiterate and support what Mark said about taking a hard look at increasing the Canada goose bag limit up in the northeastern zone. For sure, it just doesn't make sense. You can drive 5 miles to over the border and you can shoot more. It's just, there should be some common sense laid over that. So agree with Mark said, taking a look at the numbers, and if it makes sense, let's take a hard look at that for the 2026-27 season. The other thing is appreciate the commission and the department supporting flipping the Veterans Weekend and the Youth Weekend for the upcoming season this year. Interested to see how that plays out, and if it plays out the way we think it's gonna play out, providing the youth with a much higher quality hunt. And love to see that be permanent. So we look forward to seeing what the results are for the coming season, and then we'll take a hard look at maybe making that permanent if it makes sense.
Well, for the future of the sport, we hope you are successful and that, you know, the youth hunt is a very successful hunt. So
We just want to make sure the kids have the best shooting they can have.
exactly, we feel the same way you do. So thank you. Anybody else in the room that'd like to comment? All right, moving on to item number B, all right? Sorry, David, is there anybody online?
No worries, Chair Anderson. We have no raised hands online.
Thank you.
Yes.
You did. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, item number B.
Item B, okay. This is Central Valley sport fishing. If you want to contribute to the conversation about Central Valley sport fishing and you're on Zoom, please use the raise hand button, which may be hidden in the reactions button. When your name's called, you might unmute your microphone. If you're on the phone only, press *9 on your phone once to raise your hand. You'll need to unmute yourself by pressing *6 on your phone. Again, Kelsey will call speakers in the room and Melissa will call speakers on Zoom. Annually, the commission adopts Central Valley sport fishing regulations to align state regulations with federal recommendations made by Pacific Fishery Management Council. This is a chance for the public to discuss potential regulatory changes for next year's Central Valley sport fishing package.
Thank you. Jay, do you have anything to add?
I do, just real quick. So here we are, less than 24 hours after deciding 25. We're talking about 26. So
on top of it.
Yeah, we're ready to go. So sort of similar to the waterfowl, we're reliant a lot on Pacific Fisheries Management Council process to play its way through, which we'll know more about in April of 26. So I don't have a whole lot to add. I am really excited about the package we did just approve in 25, the added flexibility in the Central Valley to be able to break out timing and rivers to maximize protection and provide opportunity where we can. So I'm super grateful for that. We'll continue to look for those opportunities where we can as we move forward in the 26 package. The one thing that we may be looking at that's likely to add to this 26 package is we are moving forward very rapidly on California salmon strategy for a hotter, drier future actions. One of those actions is reintroduction of adult salmon into the Yuba River above Bullards Bar Dam. That's potentially happening as soon as this spring with adults. So right now, once we move those fish from their anadromous waters upstream of there, they no longer have the protections afforded by CISA or ESA because they become experimental populations. So we'll be looking at potential restrictions in that area in the river above Bullards Bar to protect those adult fish while they're up there. So not much for this year to happen. It's sort of a new development, but next year for sure we'll be looking at adding those protections for those fish.
And Jay, you said possibly, what's the tipping point of that? Whether it occurs or not?
Funding, staffing, ability. I think we've done.
But you haven't gotten word yet, and based on yesterday's announcement,
right?
Obviously, we're going to be watching expenses, et cetera.
There's part of that, and then also whether or not the fish would come from Feather River Hatchery. So what we're doing is sort of watching the number of fish that come into the hatchery to make sure that we can get enough fish in the hatchery brood stock that we can meet our mitigation production goals for downstream and then have some excess fish to be able to put out there. So it's a combination of, do we have the staff and do we have the fish to take this action?
Yeah. Okay, is there anybody in the room that would like to comment on item number B, Central Valley Sport Fishing? Seeing none, David, is there anybody online?
We have one raised hand online. That is James Stone. James, go ahead, please.
Thank you for the time. Appreciate it, commissioners and department staff. On behalf of NorCal Guides and Sportsmen's Association, we would just like to thank the department for the continued work and efforts that are going on throughout the hatchery production, diverse strategy releases, and moving fish into the Sacramento main stem, and all of the efforts that you guys are doing to try to rebuild and get that fishery back open and thriving. Really want to thank the department. I know that on every level, they have been working in overtime and in collaboration with the federal counterparts and their hatcheries at Coleman, trying to rebuild this fishery and get us back to where we need to be. And I just wanted to say that our organization is in full support of the department's mission and realignment of recolonization and rebuilding the Sacramento River, and we're very thankful. Moving forward into that, the only request that we would like to request on behalf of this agenda item for the future of 2020 is possibly looking at the fact of a late fall fishery on the Sacramento River, if possible, for that population that normally is a separate fishery in late November and December. And we know that we can have conversations offline, but we appreciate the department's continued support and rebounding this fishery, and look forward to a more opportunity next year, and appreciate the commission's decision yesterday supporting the department's recommendation. Thank you.
Jay, on the SAC, on what James just said, what are your thoughts on that?
So right now, I mean, the Sacramento River, we recommended be closed. And the reason for that is that part of the fishery is absolutely failing. I think there was less than 6,000 fish the last 2 years, adult fish, right? We should be seeing upwards of 40, 50, 100,000 natural origin fish there. We had to ship 10,000 eggs to Coleman National Fish Hatchery. So, you know, that part of the run is really not in good shape. So we'll just have to see sort of what the projections play out. I will say that, you know, James had mentioned the efforts that we've made to, you know, mention we shipped 10 million eggs to Coleman this year. The year before we did that as well. We also did some releases this year in the mainstem Sacramento River from Feather River and McCollum River hatcheries, which was something we've never done before, to try and reestablish that natural origin population. The catch here is that those fish are later in time in their spawning runs. So they're going to come in on a more similar timing to the late fall. So there may be some interaction there where we're looking at the timing of those fish when they come in and spawning of, are these fall run fish overlapping late fall run fish, and how do we know who's catching what, right? So it's something we'll have to look at. I'm, you know, dead set against it. I'm not for it. So we'll just have to see how that plays out. We'll know a lot more over the next year, 2 years, 3 years, when these fish that we've transferred over there start coming back and reestablishing, and the timing of that is really going to be critical.
Great, thank you very much. All right, no other comments. We will move to item number 3. Ari?
Okay, once again, if you want to contribute to the conversation about so this is Klamath River Basin sport fishing. If you'd like to contribute to the conversation and you're on Zoom, please use the raise hand button. When your name's called, you may need to unmute. If you're on the phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute your phone. Kelsey will call speakers in the room, and Melissa, Kelsey will call speakers in the room, and David has speakers on Zoom. Annually, the Commission adopts Klamath River Basin sport fishing regulations for consistency with federal fishery management goals. This is a chance for the public to discuss potential regulatory changes for next year's Klamath River Basin sport fishing package.
Great. Jay?
Yeah, so similar on the Klamath, we're waiting on the Fisheries Management Council, all the fish to come back this fall until we can sort of know what we're dealing with as far as numbers. This year was one of the lowest years on record for the Klamath, so closed that yesterday, which I definitely think was the right thing to do. Sort of similar to the Central Valley package, or we brought in into the 2025 package, we brought in the spring Chinook, to extend it up into the newly opened habitat into that annual package, so we can evaluate both those things on an annual basis. That was a commitment we made to the stakeholders, that we would get that new available habitat open as soon as possible, and having that in this annual package is the best way to do that, we feel, instead of having it go through a separate process. So trying to keep our commitments there, and we'll just wait and see what happens for 26 and what the numbers look like.
That's great.
That's the question.
Yeah.
Yeah, just on that, that piece about the new stretches of river that are open, so to make sure we understand that, that update on how that's going, what numbers are like further upstream and so on is gonna come as part of the package, like as the details. So that's pretty late in the process, or is it gonna be the case that you're gonna have information for us before
So I think
February? I think it is.
yeah, so usually we'll start getting information in the fall, right, as fish start going up. So this fall we'll start getting information into October and November on where fish are distributing throughout the Klamath. And then they'll go through and start crunching all that data and getting numbers based on the surveys that are being done. So usually January, February, we start getting some real decent hard numbers. We have the salmon informational meetings, usually February, March. And then that first March meeting of the Pacific Fisheries Management Council, usually early to mid-March. So that's when we'll probably have real solid numbers on what we're seeing throughout the entire system, in both systems.
Okay, so we'll line up pretty well.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, we try to, it's a fast pace from about January through April. It's a real fast paced time crunch to get all that data together and get it out to folks. So, yeah.
Thank you. Is there anybody in the room that would like to comment on item C? David, is there anybody online
that
would like to comment on item C?
Yes, we have one raised hand online. That's Julie Christie. Julie, go ahead, please.
Julie, you're breaking up. Maybe you can get closer to the mic.
Can the commission hear me better now?
Yeah, a little bit better. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. It was actually where I was. So I'm calling from Humboldt County in regards to your item of sports fishing. We're having a recent closure of our Mad River hatchery here in Blue Lake, and I just really want to make that aware to the commission and any other individuals in the room. We're going to have a really immature release of the fry that are located in that hatchery, and this is a huge devastating blow to our sportsman fishing. So if there's any way, any resources or individuals could become involved with saving our Mad River hatchery, we sure would appreciate it. Thank you.
Julie, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Anybody else, David?
We have no further raised hands on this item.
All right. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for that. We will now move to item 3. Ari?
Okay, so item 3 are periodic regulation changes. We're doing initial vetting for 2026-27 seasons for a number of different species and topics. First up is upland resident game bird hunting. Resident game bird hunting. Upland game bird species include California quail, pheasant, wild turkey, chukar, and Eurasian collared dove. It also includes greater sage grouse, although hunting's been disallowed since 2023. because it's a candidate species under the California Endangered Species Act. And this is a chance for the public to discuss potential regulatory changes for resident upland game bird. If you'd like to contribute to the conversation about resident upland game bird hunting and you're on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. It's located at the bottom of the window, maybe in the reactions button. You have to hover your pointer over the Zoom window for the row of options to appear. On the mobile app, raise hands located at the bottom of the screen. When your name is called, you may need to unmute your microphone. And if you're on the phone, press *9 once, raise your hand to alert us that you'd like to contribute. 9 again, you'll take yourself out of the queue. And you'll need to unmute yourself by pressing *6 on your phone. And so to get us started on upland resident game bird hunting, we have Mario Clip, Program Manager for Game Conservation and Wildlife Connectivity for the Wildlife Branch.
Thank you, Ari.
And Mario, I don't know if you noticed or not, but we were gonna take public comment on each individual species. Want to be sure you saw that.
Yeah. Thank you. Good morning, commissioners, members of the public. I'll say it a little bit like this, so I'll try to speak up so that you can also hear in the room what I'm talking about. Last year, next slide, please. We talked about pheasants, and we talked about how, as an agency, we had contacted 10,000 hunters that had bought a upland game stamp, trying to understand whether we needed to do something about the turkey season and whether we needed to do something about pheasants. And this is just a quick summary on what we started to talk about last year. So the feedback on turkeys, which really was about the phenology of the turkey breeding season in California, in such a large state, is not the same in Southern California versus, let's say, Siskiyou County. And the idea was that we potentially would have a different season in these different areas. And we asked the hunting public whether they had an opinion about this. And the reality is, the feedback that we received is that there's no change requested by the hunting public at this time on that particular topic. We also asked, and I talked about this last year, that pheasants in California, the harvest, with some exceptions that we just had at YOLO, but generally speaking, harvest of pheasants has gone down in California, and their numbers have also gone down in California. And what we specifically have asked folks is, would we like to pause hunting in certain areas to allow for some of those populations to rebuild? Or what is it that you would like us to consider? So next slide, please. So what you can see here in this pie chart is that some folks responded by saying that we would reduce the number of hunters. And some folks also talked about temporary closure. This pie chart also indicates that there's no full mandate of making a change immediately. One of the things that we realized is that I just mentioned in the introduction is that we sent this out to 10,000 hunters. Not all of these hunters are hunting pheasants. Ari, in his introduction, talked about the various upland game species, and this is just one of them. Some of the work that we still need to look into further is people also indicated that they would be hunting pheasants if they would be more available. So that makes interpreting some of these results a little bit tricky. And our next step is that we would engage with our stakeholders, the nonprofits and various other organizations that are looking after these types of birds, to see whether there is indeed a need for a change in regulation to allow for these populations to rebuild themselves. That's really all I'll say about this right now. So it doesn't mean that there necessarily will be a full proposal in September, but we do want to mention it today to make sure that if there is something that we, of course, have alerted all of our constituents that this is something that the department is considering today. So that's all regarding upland game.
Mario, thank you. I mean, my concern, I do want to make sure that we're reaching out to the NGOs, Forest, Pheasants Forever, that type of thing. I also think because of the impact on local economies, especially in Northern California, I'd like to see us make sure that we reach out to local government and include local government in that dialogue. So many of the game, the local gun shops that sell licenses and so forth, this has an impact on them. And so I'd like to make sure their voice is heard in that debate. So with that, I'll open the floor. Would anybody like to comment in the room on this issue? Go ahead and come to the table. Your name and if you're with an organization.
Paul Truett, an NGO, Mendocino Blacktail, has nothing to do with pheasants. So,
Let's do it up again.
yeah, right, exactly. So we like hunting and we like getting out there. Question for you. I noticed there's 4 categories there that we're trying to get information from. So my question is, how will we get data from those different 4 components there? And, or is it, you know, what I'm looking for is data-driven science. So we can ask these 4 groups on, you know, what they think, but how is that gonna come to a regulatory? That's kind of my.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. So, the way that these surveys are developed is by asking people, what they would like to see in the field. So the constituents in this context are the hunters. And if we think that based on the feedback that we are receiving, that it warrants for us to do an additional analysis, whether there is regulations needed in that space, then that would go through the process, that includes, of course, the WRCs and then the commission process. So I just gave the example about turkeys, where we had, as an agency, we're thinking about, hey, do we need to do something about the chronology that is different in Southern California versus what's happening in Northern California? And we are essentially letting that rest right now because the feedback that we receive is that people do not want to see that change.
Okay.
So that's how this would work as well. And like I said, when you add up the 33% and the 12%, it does not provide a clear mandate that something must happen right now, but it does indicate that we need to look into it a little further, and that's our next step.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Very quick question on that. When you said we sent it out to 10,000 hunters, how many people responded?
Excellent point. Around 500.
That's it.
Yeah, that's how it works.
And can you tell me how the survey actually occurred? Was there an overview? You know, did you educate the folks that were taking the survey so they understood sort of what the question was and why you were asking it?
Yeah, so when people receive an email through SurveyMonkey, generally is what we use, there is an introduction to what that survey is trying to eliminate, and what this information will be used for. And of course, that still doesn't mean that people are taking the time to fill out these questions, but it does indeed educate folks on what the purpose of you receiving this email is.
So when we do that, do we work with the various NGOs? I'll just use California Waterfowl and Mark's organization. Do we talk to them? Because a lot of duck hunters in those clubs, you know, in the Butte and other things have pheasants also. And some of them may hunt pheasants, you know, after season's over or whatever else. Are we asking them to reach out to their membership to get a sense of what their opinions are?
We have not explicitly asked them to reach out to the membership, but of course, when we introduced this survey last year during these discussions, we made it clear that we were intending to do that, and I think that Mark and others are aware that this occurred. I don't know, I don't have any information of whether they would have promoted it within their membership, but as I mentioned earlier, the next step for us is to talk to these organizations to address exactly what you just pointed out, which is to make sure that these opinions and viewpoints are taken into consideration if we are indeed going the route of doing something about hunting pressure in certain areas.
Yeah, that's great. Can I ask, you know, when you look at it, was the survey done with regard to the population and where the hunting was down? Was it regional, like the turkey population? You know, are there certain areas that are robust with pheasant and other places that are struggling?
It was not done. Basically the way that we were approaching folks is that you had bought one of those stamps over the last period, and 10,000 people as a result received that email. So it was not there was no segmentation that was done based on, we're going to ask someone in Southern California versus Northern California to kind of get that better understanding. We were hoping that by having that many people contacted, that would automatically allow for a viewpoint that would represent all the areas.
Natural distribution.
Sure.
David Bass, Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, and Mario, I think you might have just answered my question. The criteria for who went into the survey was based on if you purchased an upland game stamp?
Yes.
Great, thanks.
Scott,
I wanted to add one more point to your question, Chair Anderson, and just for awareness, we have a statutory mandated advisory committee for upland game, and that advisory committee is really specific to how the stamp funds are spent. but there's a lot of communication in that area, and I didn't know if you were aware of that.
No, it wasn't. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mark?
Mark Henley, California Waterfall. Just curious in terms of the options up here, was there anything in terms of seasons or bag limit changes? I mean, that's how we normally kind of handle changing the regulations to reflect the needs of the population.
I would have to look at the exact all the questions because I don't recall this was sent out last year. But what we can do is that when we have our next upland game management account meeting, what we were planning to do is to show you the full survey questions and all the details that came out of it. Because this is of course just this, you know, this is just the summary, and there's obviously a lot more detail behind the scenes that we intend to talk to you all about.
Great, look forward to that.
And Mark, you know, I'd really appreciate it, you know, if you could rally some of the other NGOs to talk about this issue. I worry about if population is declining in certain areas, you know, reducing the bag limit in that particular zone or area to make sure that, you know, the population is going to be hardy long term.
Yeah, and that's a fair point too, because as you know, most of the parts of the state, the pheasants are way down. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
And then you go up to Northeast California around Klamath, and they're doing very well.
Right.
So, you know, this is one of those one size fits all may not work.
Right, and I think we'll need to look at it regionally.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Based on population.
And I'm just getting messages here from staff who, of course, are watching this through Zoom, and folks are asking me to mention that we are currently in the process of putting recording devices. There's hundreds going out on the landscape where we are using crow counts. So when a male pheasant makes noise, we can pick that up, and we can use that essentially to model what's going on in terms of population, abundance, and those types of things. So we're working now also with national forests. As some of you probably can imagine, that's, you know, anything with the federal government is a little bit tricky at the moment in terms of the staff that were previously working with us on these types of topics. But this is these ARUs, these autonomous recording units, are really allowing us to better understand what we're dealing with anything essentially that makes noise, and pheasants is one of them.
Okay, thank you.
Folks who are waiting to join
yeah.
in from Zoom came to the table again, but I just want to put one thing into the conversation. This is a question probably partly for Mario and perhaps for others. That's why I want to put it in the conversation now. And that is just that I would like to understand a little bit better why you think pheasants are declining, because, you know, we've had this kind of conversation before where hunting pressure may or may not be an important piece of that, and how much it has to do with them experiencing stresses that are affecting the whole suite of upland game birds or other grassland habitat birds, or whether it had more to do with species interactions, and just how much you can fill in there for us.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent question. We talked a little bit about that last year, and in preparation for this meeting, I talked with one of our staff, Ian Dwight, who is really well versed in our pheasant space. One of the concerns that we have when it comes to harvesting pheasants is that, generally speaking, people consider harvesting just males not to have an impact on the population, right? However, if you go into a field repeatedly with dogs and you flush hens off their nest, there may be something there that, as a result, they may not necessarily be able to see a clutch through to adulthood, if you will, if they are getting disturbed again and again. And what we are seeing, and this is something that he let me know yesterday, is that when we're doing these surveys that I just described through these ARUs, we're seeing more density in areas that are closed on some of these areas that are open to hunting. Certain areas are kept separate, if you will, from closed off, if you will. We're seeing higher densities there. And I'm not saying, of course, that immediately can be taken to the bank, but it does give you an indication that there may be something there that we need to be aware of and look into further. In terms of addressing your question regarding the habitat, it primarily has to do with how agriculture has changed in California, and how fields are now clean, essentially, if you want to call it that, clean ag, where we have, you know, in years prior where we had, you know, rows of trees and some shrubs in between fields, and there were some corners of these fields that they could set up a nest and whatever. It's just much more clean now, and there's not the same level of insects available as a result of the material, of the products that we use to yield, you know, these crops. to the maximum of our ability, and as a result, there's not as much food for these chicks either. So mostly it's an ag thing. But what I also believe is that, you know, to Mr. Gaines's comment earlier, there are components of our state where pheasants are thriving, and we just had a bumper year at Yola Wildlife at the bypass area, just right down here, where people were very successful. And I think that there is some learning that we can do in terms of what kind of habitat these animals are able to sustain themselves in. And then potentially, and this is something that is very premature, but I guess I'll mention it because I think people would be excited about it. We're trying to think about, is there some way that we can augment from some of those populations up north into areas where that habitat that we are seeing is beneficial for these animals, so that we can potentially have populations in areas where they previously wouldn't necessarily be able to disperse to on their own. So that's kind of it. And then the final thing is Ian is also working on a genetic analysis, because as many of us know, we are using stock birds oftentimes for these types of hunts, right? And there is a potential for some of those stock birds to survive. In most cases, I think generally not, but there is some potential there. And of course, those stock birds could potentially interbreed with wild animals, and as a result, genetic impacts might potentially be present.
No, you can finish your question.
No, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted one more point for you to be aware of, is that there is a program, the Nesting Bird Habitat Incentive Program, which is a $10 fee for anybody that buys a duck or upland game bird stamp, and that is primarily working with agriculture to create set-asides for nesting birds, and we're doing a lot of science in that space too. So incentive to try to, you know, create some habitat.
And can you tell me how many people are actually using that program? I'm not even aware
I
of
wish
it.
I knew that. I wish I'd come with that.
And how do we go ahead and publicize that program? How does the general public know that it's out there and those dollars are available?
I think it's fairly well publicized. We can probably always do more. And that's through our wetlands program, and those folks over there are just really rock stars. And again, we're doing science, you know, along with it to really understand how to best use those, where to juxtaposition those types of projects, that sort of thing.
Thank you. That's great. Bill? Yeah, I'll finish with Bill and then I'll go. Yeah.
Chairman Anderson and Commissioner Zavaleta. No, I was gonna, Bill Gaines, I was gonna mention exactly what Scott just mentioned. That program's only, that was CWA legislation that established that program 3 years ago or so, something like that. It's just now really coming into play. I've been around a while, and I grew up hunting pheasants, and they were everywhere, right? But Mario hit the nail on the head. I mean, it's farming practices. I mean, the growers have really no choices in a lot of places but to moonscape their property when they're not in production because of endangered species or whatever it may be. So that program should provide a bump to pheasants. I mean, and ducks, all ground nesting birds, quail, name them, right?
Sure.
So that's a really good program, give it time to work. The other thing I was gonna mention on the survey is, you know, I have the honor of chairing the Hunting and Conservation Coalition, which the commission is very active in and the department's very active in. Well, we got pretty much every NGO that's in the state that's even remotely active on that coalition. So whatever we can do to help get surveys out, you know, and responses in, we're more than happy to do that. So use us as a resource when it comes to that kind of stuff.
And they are the same folks that are on the advisory committee. Too. The advisory committee, I didn't tell you, specifies that it is the NGOs that largely represent places.
Yeah, I'm in the industry, as you know, and you know I care about pheasant hunts a lot, especially wild pheasant. Love hunting wild pheasant, but I wasn't aware of that program. I must have missed that bill that year. So
thank you.
I'm going to go to David. Could we?
David's not. He's got the.
Oh.
So J.R. Young and then G. Fensler.
Okay. J.R. Young, you're up.
You can unmute yourself.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, just a quick comment, and literally just Bill basically just made my comment for me is you know, if you're following up on surveys to get a better response, some lead time, letting people know that surveys are coming. Certainly the NGOs can reach out to their mailing list, et cetera, and try and get a better response and get some just get a better pool of responses on that. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Chair. G. Fensler?
Yes, this is Gary Finsler. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, go ahead, Gary.
Okay, I just want to make a comment. There was an earlier statement that the pheasants are doing quite well up in the Klamath Basin. Well, I'm born and raised in Tule Lake, and whoever made that comment is 100% incorrect. We had that spring snow this year where we had about anywhere from 18 to 2 feet of snow on the ground for almost 3 weeks, and it literally obliterated the pheasants. There is none hardly left to speak of. If you drive down into the wildlife refuges where you used to see 50 to 100 pheasants, you'll be lucky to see one at the most. So someone needs to reevaluate that area before they go on to think it's doing quite well. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Kimberly?
Hi there. Yes, I just have a quick question. As far as the pheasants go, I am not a game bird hunter, but I do enjoy pheasant. And have we looked at it, or even whenever you put the survey out about the mosquito spray? The spraying, kills the small bugs and stuff that the pheasants eat. Have y'all looked into that? Is that a question y'all could put on the survey, if they've noticed how much spraying has been done in the area? That could actually potential hinder the food source for this pheasants. Is there something that could be done about that? Just to look into it so you can see how much spray, pesticides, whatever, might play a part in the reduction of pheasants.
Yeah, thank you, Kimberly. Mario did mention that. So I think the department is aware of it, and that's a contributing factor. So thank you for bringing that up.
Absolutely wonderful. Thank you.
We did have one other speaker. Suzanne, I see that you made it over to the panelists. Do you still want to say something?
Yeah, thank you for having me. I just wanted to check to see, I know the email survey has kind of been touched on, but what was used to verify that the emails that were used for the survey were all active? And then the other part of my question is, what other means of communication were used to inform hunters that the survey was live and available?
Mario?
I don't know what the answer is, frankly, to that question. Would you mind repeating the question, because I got distracted with something else that came in just now, as you probably already saw.
Sure. I was asking what was used to verify that the emails used in the survey were active for each participant, and what other means of communication were used to inform the panel body that you were trying to get information from, that this survey was out there and live for response?
Yeah, so generally speaking, when folks buy a hunting license for us through a Go ID, there's an email associated with that, right? So that's the information that we use that's associated with that. Of course, there's an opportunity where some of those out of 10,000 that might be bouncers. In other words, that the email address is no longer being used, or sometimes people may use an email address that they don't look at on a regular basis. But the reason why we went with 10,000 is because of the fact that we figured that would provide enough coverage to also allow for some of those email addresses being defunct, or being email addresses that people don't necessarily check on a very regular basis, if you will. So we did not follow up on those bouncers, but again, by sending out this many emails, it should normally address that problem. What I will say though, and then when it comes to hunting surveys in general, because there's a concern about the return rate. Surveys are generally tricky to get answers to, because people are busy and are not necessarily seeing, they intend to do it, but not right now, and then forget about it or whatever.
Those reminders are really handy.
So we did remind people, and we also spent several months making sure that everybody had an opportunity to present this at the time. But like I said, and I think that's probably the most important point, The intent of the survey was to see whether there is any concern that the hunting public shared with these questions that we're trying to ask. I just mentioned already that for turkeys, it doesn't seem to be shared, therefore we're not going to and further down that route. When it comes to pheasants, there may be something there. And what we are going to be doing now is to talk to our constituents and the folks who are just sitting next to me here to make sure that we evaluate what potentially would be supported and how we can make sure that pheasant hunting into the future can actually be better than it is today.
Yeah. And I'll come back to that. I just want to make one comment. You know,
Come on up.
yeah, come up to the table. Yeah. You know, I appreciated the individual talking about weather because you didn't bring that up. I do know, you know, a little bit about breeding of pheasant, and they are pheasant, chucker, et cetera, are very, very sensitive to weather. So that's something I think we got to watch. And I know you didn't bring it up, but I'm going to bring it up because I think it needs to be mentioned, and that's the predator side. And, you know, when you're dealing with pheasants and eggs and so forth, predators are a big problem, especially for wild bred, you know, pheasant. And so that's something I think we need to be aware of. And as we discuss this, it's got to be part of the evaluation. So go ahead.
My name is Seth Watts. I'm with the American Bear Foundation. I didn't come to plan to speak on this, but since I'm here, I figured I might as well. But you kind of took the words right out of my mouth. I grew up hunting pheasants as a kid. Wild pheasants, I've never hunted a club. And I just don't go anymore because we don't see them. And we used to, you know, use our lab and try to flush them out and all that stuff. But one thing that we see a lot of is bobcats, coyotes, and pheasants live on the ground pretty much. So I think the predator to prey, you know, is out of balance in a lot of those areas where those pheasants live. So I don't know if there's ways to do studies on, you know, how often a coyote or a bobcat or a fox is killing pheasants or raiding the nest and taking eggs, but there's just not many pheasants out there anymore, but there are a ton of predators.
Yeah, that's true. I think it, of course, is an interaction, right? I mean, if you can't conceal yourself because of the habitat is now basically denuded of any structure to be able to set up a successful nest, you're going to be detected more often. And even if you have a lower predator population or a higher population, there are going to be more animals going to get taken because they can't hide. So I think it's an interaction in that regard.
Yeah.
We do have one other speaker on Zoom on the attendee side. So Ronnie, actually two now.
Yeah.
Ronnie, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Go ahead, Ronnie. All right. If Ronnie, we'll come back to you if you can't unmute. Christina?
Hello, good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Christina.
Okay, I just wanted to say that as long as we're considering the predators in the mix, I'd just like the commission to consider the wildfire impact and how it has reduced habitat for all wildlife in general.
Great, that's a good point. Thank you for bringing that up. Daisy? Daisy? You can unmute. Okay, we'll come back to you. iPhone?
Hi, sorry. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Daisy.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it was Kimberly who brought it up. And I also agree with Christina that we should be looking at maintaining and restoring habitat and looking at I think she meant DEET and pesticides that are used in the area.
Great, thank you. We appreciate that. iPhone?
Hi, I'm not sure how many iPhones are signed up. My name's Travis. Not the reason I came to speak, but touch on it as well while I'm here. Wanted to applaud and say thank you for the work you're trying to put in and get that data figured out and asking hunters and questions and surveying. I applaud you stepping up and trying to do something on that. I don't know if it's one thing we can look at, but that YOLO wildlife bypass is kind of a unique situation, and there has been an abundance of pheasants that have been taken out of there in the past couple of years, especially this year. I do know that obviously ag does have an effect. Everyone's got to eat, all that good stuff. But I do know that YOLO mosquito vector control is constantly out there at that wildlife area, monitoring, pulling mosquito samples. It wasn't hard to find that information on their website. And I know they also do conduct spraying and things like that out there. And that's kind of the point I was bringing up on. It's its own special little mecca. I don't know how we duplicate that, but trying to increase that habitat, I think, would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else posted online?
We do have, nope. They went away.
Nope. Okay, if there's nobody else in the room, we will move on. Oh, we do? Sorry, I missed you.
Come on
Go
up.
ahead.
Just come on up. If anybody wants to add to the conversation, just feel free. We have a couple of chairs up here specifically for folks who want to participate in
I just
conversation.
want to reiterate what he said about the coyote population. I live in Sutter County and I do a lot of predator hunting out in the farmlands. And I see 10 times as many coyotes as I do pheasants. I probably could count on the last 5 or 6 years, probably 8 wild pheasants. The only ones I do see are planters in the ditches that have been planted.
Yeah.
There is absolutely no pheasants out there. I lived there my entire life and we used to have pheasants galore and we have nothing. Back then, if you saw a coyote, you saw something. Now, I go out coyote hunting. I've seen 8 coyotes in one day going predator hunting. There's entirely too many of them. So I think you really need to look at that part. But there is absolutely no pheasants out there at all.
Thank you.
Me again, Paul Truman. One of the things I see emerging here is, and it's my observation because I'm one of those up, is we have, again, I go back to those pie shapes, and we're asking for data from all these different sections. And so how do we cohesively bring that data to where it's all saying they're all asking the same questions, and maybe not the same questions, but teasing out of these people, you know, you're going to get four different elements of data that's going to come out from, I hate to say anecdotal, but it is kind of anecdotal if we don't have a standardized methodology of asking these people to look at certain things. So I was just going to encourage the department, maybe there's when you do your surveys, maybe there's a way we can include data collection, a standardized protocol of data collection so that can be fed into, if it's collected the same way, you know, that type of thing. So that's kind of what I'm looking at, because I know when I ask hunters and fishers questions, they're giving me stuff that's all over the map, and it could be right, it could be, you know, incorrect, but maybe we could work on the data collection when the survey goes out, have it standardized and somehow monitor it that way and go into some kind of way we could do that.
Yeah, so the surveys that we send out as a department are designed by a scientist who has a strong background in developing surveys. So that means that there's, you know, for those of you who are into this business, there's questions that you ask, and then sometimes that question gets repeated to make sure that you are indeed getting that answered correctly. Like I mentioned, this is just a snapshot. There's obviously other questions that we've asked. It's just that for the purpose of today, the intent was to essentially just give you an idea. It's like, hey, listen, we did a survey. There seems to be that there is potentially an interest by some of the hunting community to do something about about pheasants in terms of allowing some of these populations to regrow. And of course, many people have now brought up several things about pesticides and predators, and of course, all those things are part of it. The reality of this survey is that there's obviously a number of questions, and I didn't want to spend all this time today here because generally we are short on time to go over all the questions that we asked and show you the raw data and whatever. This is again an indication that we want to now engage with our constituents at a NGO level to say, hey, listen, this is what some of our individual hunters are saying. What do you guys think? And that's really it. And because from a process perspective, when we do want to do anything from a regulatory perspective, there's generally 2 WRC meetings and then 3 commission meetings. It is important for us to mention it today at the beginning of this cycle, that this is something that we're thinking about. We're not saying right now that there is something that we will do, but we do need to say it today if we want to do something in September that is more specific.
Thanks.
Great.
Right.
So, yeah, go ahead.
Just real quick, one of the things I take from that comment, though, that I think is also important is possibly the suggestion that maybe there's a way to, use more community science involving the hunting community on this one to understand what's happening in different parts of the distribution of pheasants. And I know in general that that's something that happens quite a bit, but I guess I'm not going to ask a question. I just want to put that in the conversation. Sure. I think that's a really valuable idea to sort of tighten up and structure more the kinds of input that hunters can provide from the field about what they're seeing.
Yeah. Right.
We have one last speaker, Neely.
Hi, this is Debbie Neely. So I was born and raised in Merced, out by UC Merced. Our place is still out there by UC Merced, Lake Yosemite. And we had a huge population of pheasants growing up. Used to see them all the time, and my mom would feed them at the bottom of our pasture. And ours disappeared there because of coyotes. The coyotes would come in there. There was a kind of a tule at the bottom of our pasture that joined all the other the pastures and the surrounding areas, and the coyotes just decimated the nests, the eggs, and the babies, and we'd see coyotes come through there, and then started seeing the pheasants disappear because of encroachment of the just people moving in. And it's not so much changed out there where my mom's place is, but I think just all the birds disappeared. We had quail, we had pheasants, more so pheasants than quail. The quail moved on because there was no bushes or brambles or berry vines or anything. But then my husband noted, I live here in Sanger now, and on our property we have kind of a natural slough with quail, wild turkey, red foxes and stuff on our property. We farm and ranch here in Sanger, and they've also disappeared. The pheasants have also disappeared because of coyotes. So seeing a huge population of coyotes, and the coyotes are not in, we've got a large encroachment of, people moving into the area. Kind of, we're out by Clovis East complex, and the coyotes don't care. They're moving in through town, but my husband noted they've decimated the quail.
Well, thank you for that. We'll be talking a little about that later on in the meeting.
Okay.
So thank you for your insights. We
You got
appreciate it.
Thank you.
So if there's no more commenters on that, Ari, our next item, department lands.
Okay, so this is department lands. If you want to contribute to the conversation about department lands and you're on Zoom, please raise your hand. That may be hidden in the reactions button. When your name's called, you might need to unmute your microphone. If you're on the phone, you can do that by pressing *9 once. You'll need to unmute yourself by pressing *6 on your phone. And by way of introduction, the Commission approves regulations for the use of lands owned, managed, and/or administered by the department, including wildlife areas and ecological reserves. The department doesn't have a presentation on this item for today, but it's a chance for the public to discuss potential regulatory changes for department lands for the future.
Scott, do you want to add anything here?
No, I don't. Honestly, this item kind of snuck up on us, and so we didn't even fully realize it was on the agenda, so we weren't prepared, just to be honest with you.
Good.
But I did speak with our manager, save you some time.
Yeah.
Did speak with our manager, and we may well have some items that we would like to bring forward in September. And of course, there's always a lot in the land space, so we need to have some periodic rulemakings there before we end up with just these general. So we'd like to hear if anybody's got any ideas today, but we would expect to come in September with some ideas.
Perfect. Anybody in the room like to comment? Anybody online like to comment? It sounds like everybody else was surprised with this item, so with nobody commenting, we will move on to C, big game hunting.
Okay, well,
Here.
just as a reminder on lands, it snuck up on everybody because this is new. We haven't usually included this in the general rotation. It was last year, I think, that the commission approved a new policy to add this to the rotation, so.
We appreciate that.
That's why everybody's,
Thank you.
that's why it's new and everybody's not used to it, but
Good.
we'll get used to it.
Yep.
Well, it's
We'll
to-
get in a rhythm.
It's to be proactive and help avoid those once every 10 years and have to
Yeah.
withdraw from
Yeah,
OAL
exactly.
twice before we get it approved because there's so many problems with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a mess. Every time we've had a rule package in last. So
Yeah.
we want to avoid that.
Yes, we're poised for improvement, so.
Good.
All right, so for big game hunting, again, if you want to contribute to the conversation about big game hunting and you're on Zoom, please.
This is specifically for deer.
Yes, for deer.
We're not to bear or elk.
So we're going
Yes.
to speak.
We have a whole
Yes,
bunch
yes.
of
Make sure
people
We want to
understand
contribute
that.
to
Follow the
the
agenda.
conversation about deer, and you're on Zoom, please use the raise hand button, which may be hidden in the reactions button when your name's called. You might need to unmute. If you're on the phone, you can do that through *9. Press *9 to raise your hand, and you could unmute by pressing *6. So this item is to discuss deer hunting, and we will start off with Mario and a presentation.
Okay, so just to clarify, so we're gonna stop at each species for questions and answers.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make the commission staff aware that I just got some things from my staff that they did not get the panelist invitation. So there may be some questions that they would like to answer in a minute. So
So can you tell me who those are?
sure. So for deer, it's Brian Leo. For elk and pronghorn, it's Brent Wolf. For bighorn sheep, it's Paige Prentice.
Page is already in.
Paige is already in, great. And then for bear, it's Arjun Deer.
It's who?
Arjun Deer. Deher.
I don't know.
We got a couple of them.
You did.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Shall we get going on deer?
Yeah.
Great. So before I jump into it, because I might otherwise forget, is that there's been a lot happening in the big game space over the last year or so. And I just want to acknowledge the staff, the names that I just mentioned, but also the supporting staff, that there's just from management plans to large regulations packages, surveys, a lot of novel thinking. So I just want to do a shout out to staff because there's a lot going on right now in our environment that is not super always positive. And acknowledging that, I think, is important at times, and they've done a great job in bringing a lot more products to our hunting constituencies. So with that, let's jump into to deer. Next slide, please. So I think the first thing that is of relevance, so the way that this presentation and all these animals have been, or these game species have been addressed is...
Hold on, we don't have the slide
didn't even see that.
presentation. So can somebody pull up the first slide?
No, I think David just left.
Oh, he did, okay. I just remembered what.
He got kicked out of Zoom.
There's probably too many people waiting, leading up to us. No, that's gonna take the majority, that's gonna take the majority of the time, yeah. Melissa, do you think we're gonna be able to pull that up?
They're working on it.
Okay, great.
There it comes.
There we go.
Brian
There
Leo.
we go, good.
Brian Leo just pinged me that he was promoted to panelist, but was just kicked off by Zoom.
Well, so our staff all got just kicked off. So if something happened, either
Okay.
VPN or.
Back on.
Yeah, they're back on now, but everyone got kicked off.
All right.
Back to in person.
let me know if people are ready for me to.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so I kind of already gave the introduction on this slide, so we can move on to the next one. So I think the key takeaways when it comes to deer hunting is that we just finished our bear plan. We just finished our bighorn sheep plan. Scott is going to talk a little bit more about the bighorn sheep in his updates as well. And these plans are typically intended to be a scaffolding for future regulations. So that's the reason why that's an important component of this slide is because we are currently in the process of developing a deer management plan, something that has been requested and of course has been overdue for some time. What it does mean though, is that we're going to ask the public to have a little bit more patience with us. And I know that that may be a hard question, but we're going to ask that regardless because we need to have a management plan before we start making large changes in some of the regulations that we may need to make for deer. So, of course, at the same time, we will continue to do ongoing population assessments. And if we find that there is a strong need to do something, we will try to. At the same time, what I also wanted to mention is that we are developing obviously a model for estimating the number of deer that we have within our state. And unfortunately, the person who was working on this just accepted a tenured professor track position at a university overseas and has just left our program. And it's a little bit tricky at the moment, as maybe some of you have followed the news in terms of our budgets in California, of how we are going to be able to replace this position. So I hope this is not going to lead to a further delay of this deer management plan, but of course, I'm also trying to be transparent that these are also the realities that we are faced with as an agency.
Mark, can I ask a question on that? Because of we are challenged by budget and finding competent people. You're right. But is there a way that we could work with our universities, the UCs, to go ahead and allocate? One, it may save money. And two, there is a core competency there. I had lunch yesterday with Arthur Middleton from Berkeley. Really enjoyed the conversation about both deer, elk, and wolf. It seems like with that level of talent and resources, when we're a person down, could we work with them on something like this to go ahead and make sure we stay on a timely timeline?
I think that's a fair point. And we are engaging, as maybe Arthur has mentioned to you. We have a contract with UC Berkeley. We have contracts with UC Davis. We have contracts with various other UCs and other universities, even outside of California. From an affordability perspective, that's probably a different discussion, and that's probably not, what we want to talk about here right now. But there's a lot of overhead when you're working with universities. Let's put it that way.
But the difference is you can't take private contributions; they can.
Sure.
And so there is an opportunity. That's what he and I were talking about yesterday, and how, they, as I understand it, on the wolf, they actually made a contribution to us for a spotter plane because we didn't have the dollars because we were restricted by budget. And so they're going out and looking at the philanthropic community to see if they can raise dollars. And I think between all the NGOs, if we knew we could invest in something like that and get a return and have a deer plan sooner, and either use UC Davis, Berkeley, whatever, that may be able to help. So I think it's something we should look at, because I do worry about the timeline.
I think that's a fair point, and we will take that back and see whether we can do something with that. Of course, we want to get it done too. Yeah. And to your point, there's a lot of funding from the department that went to UC Berkeley to specifically look into what's going on with wolves and all the species that they interact with.
Yeah.
Get back to this. I think kind of a little bit off track here. So we just talked about that we're not going to make massive changes today, but we of course are going to continue to look at some of the priorities that we hold dear, which is that we make sure that folks, young hunters or apprentice hunters, that they might potentially have an opportunity. So if you go to the next slide. We've been working with our partners in Region 1 so for those of you who don't know, I think most of you do, but there's 6 terrestrial regions within our California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And the way that we go about the process of trying to understand what kind of regulatory processes we would like to, or sorry, a project we would like to propose, we work with our regions to see whether they have ideas. And this is one of the ideas that our Region 1 came up with. They've identified that on our Ash Creek Wildlife Area, there is, based on the number of deer that are on the property, that we could have a very limited apprentice hunt. So in other words, we are trying to continue to find opportunities where they are sustainably available, while we also are trying to make serious progress on this deer management plan.
Mario slide didn't advance, just so you know.
Yeah, it just, we're
I
having.
do have my back towards this because I'm like trying to talk to you all but
We're listening, but.
all right, thanks for letting me know. You want to wait for this a moment?
It's not just, it's in the building, it's outside the building, we had this yesterday where literally, whether it didn't matter if you were in the building or not, there were internet issues across the state. So we appear to be having.
Keep going.
Yeah, so I guess in summary, and I'll probably repeat myself a little bit. We're working on this management plan. We're trying to continue to find opportunities. However, the emphasis is going to be on this plan, and that's the primary takeaway. But of course, we feel that the R3 community trying to create opportunities for junior hunters as well as apprentice hunters is important. And if we see those opportunities, we're going to try to take advantage of them. So that's basically the summary of regarding deer.
That's great.
And maybe one to add to that, Mario, there's going to be an opportunity for public participation in that plan.
Oh, thank you for that. I mentioned.
You want to go ahead with that?
Yeah, thank you for talking about this. I got kind of sidetracked with this presentation of the slide not showing or whatever. So what I was going to mention regarding the management plan, which is something that is different than what we've done for bear and deer. So for bear and sheep, bighorn sheep, is that folks for these other 2 species were essentially given a draft, and then folks were given feedback to us on the basis of that draft. We have already communicated this to our constituents. We would like to do this differently. And what that means is that there's going to be more of a scoping where we actually talk to our constituents with a framework presentation of what we are thinking that is going to go into this deer management plan, with what the objectives are of the deer management plan, what these chapters are looking like, what will be within these chapters, what we are currently thinking before it's a draft. So it allows folks to say, well, listen, did you think about blah, blah, blah? Did you think about, I'm sure predators is going to come up as an example. Yes, we did think about that, but there may be other things about that you don't see in this outline. That will happen here very shortly. We're just finishing up the presentation right now. And then what we are now also working on is with our regional staff, that once we have the feedback from our constituents in the hunting community that are represented through NGOs, we'll take that feedback and adjust based on that what will be in this plan, and then we'll bring it out to regions as well, where there will be regional input meetings for folks that may be in Siskiyou County or down south or whatever that are not necessarily able to participate in meetings in Sacramento, but we are physically going to seek out feedback and input on this plan from individual hunters to make sure that they have a good understanding what will be in it, and that when they see the draft, it's not going to be a surprise as to how this is being laid out, what these chapters are called, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the plan. Of course, this additional input sessions that I just talked about, or scoping sessions, they take time. So just want to make sure that everybody's aware of that. But we believe that by asking you what you want is better than giving you something that maybe you didn't want or didn't want to see, or you had feedback on it. And based on what we saw with the bear plan, where we got 5,000 comments, I'm sure we'll get a ton of comments here too. But going through these comments almost took us 6 or 8 months to just go over them, meet with people and whatever. We're trying to also make sure that there is complete transparency in terms of what you will get as a final product when the deer management plan comes out on the streets. Thank you for that reminder, Scott. I'm struggling with people behind me who need to actually hear what I'm saying while I'm
Well, no,
with my back towards
No,
them.
you have a voice that projects. I'm sure everybody can hear you in the room. Everybody's nodding their heads, so they can definitely hear you.
Okay.
Any comments on deer in the room? Great.
And I just wanted to express our support for the Nevada County antlerless deer hunt proposal that was discussed last year. It's focused on the lower elevations of the county, on the resident deer populations. This is something that is a top priority for the local Nevada County Fish and Game Advisory Committee because of all the not only depredation issues, but a lot of vehicle collisions with deer in Nevada County. We just would like to see that eventually move forward, and we think it's a modest proposal. All we're looking at is maybe 100 tags as a pilot program, so we just don't really see it as a major change. So hopefully at some point it will be incorporated into the regulations. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Bill?
Yeah, Bill Gaines, I have the pleasure of representing California Deer Association, as Maria knows. And you mentioned that the draft plan, you were going to start before the draft plan, the scoping session. You said it was going to be soon. Do you have a feel for timing on that? Or?
We're getting towards summer, so we'll do that in collaboration with you to make sure that we have full participation, because of course during the summer this is tricky sometimes. But we hope to be able to do the first meeting with you all before the summer really gets going. So that's the intent. And I don't know whether that's too aggressive. And that's something that we'll have to just talk about offline, whether that's a reasonable thing to do. But the way that this would work is either at our offices at 1010, or we would do it jointly on Teams and in person, where our deer coordinator would basically present what this plan looks like based on just the layout of what these chapters are doing, what is in these chapters, to give you feedback. And what we'll try to do is get you that presentation ahead of time, so that you can wrap your head around and give real feedback when we are meeting in person or over Teams.
Well, I promise you, we're anxious to get this plan done because
Sure.
we're aware that a lot of the changes that you want to make sure that plan's done first. We agree with that approach, right? But so the sooner the better. So when you guys can get the right people together, I'm sure we can get the right people together.
Sounds good.
Sit down. So.
And again, I would make sure, tribal outreach, this is very important for the tribes to make sure that they're included, as well as local government, because I think, from the standpoint you talked about vehicular, kills, Caltrans may want to be included also. So this is an important plan to the whole state, and it plays on the predators and everything else. So making sure that we definitely include all these constituencies is important for
a little bit of nexus between bears and deer as well.
There's a nexus there. So just that people are aware, we did talk with the tribes, and there was indeed quite a bit of interest on it. The amount of detail that we provided in the tribal engagement was less than what we were intending to do here with after we've had time to think about what is exactly going to be in these chapters. And frankly, when we scheduled these tribal engagement sessions, we didn't realize that one of our main people was going to be leaving. So our time frame also has changed as a result of that, unfortunately.
Right. I understand that, it's conditional upon people. So anybody else in the room? All right, online, Julie?
Hello, everybody again. I really want to commend the process that you're going to attempt to take that is drafted out a little bit differently than we did the bear management plan. However, I still feel like there is a lack of process with you guys developing your presentation without having a little bit of public comment period prior to that, because that's kind of what we ran into with the bear management plan. I think there's a lot of key issues that could come in sooner, and Caltrans is definitely a great attribute as far as, roadkill, deer count, stuff like that. They're a little bit more aware of where heavy migration and the deer populations are. I'm in Region 1, and so for me, we're on a restricted tag this year in B zone. So that's added a little bit of curiosity amongst our region in B zone, why we're on a restricted hunt, clarification on that this year with one tag. But as far as our regions and population, region one is very hard to compare it in a whole. We are so demographically split up with different ecosystems and populations. And I don't see how you guys can get a proper count when I'm talking like Trinity County and stuff like that. I think it would be wise to maybe incorporate our hunters that at the end of our seasons, we're able to perhaps give back to the department count of doe, fawn, mature bucks, and mature bucks that we witnessed during our times out in areas that I doubt you guys are going to be able to get good projections of numbers. So I definitely support this process, but I think we could save a little bit of time if people could have a little input so that we can focus your presentation and your chapters on items that we already know are of great concern. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julie. Kimberly?
Yes, so I am not a hunter, but I do believe in a hunt to table, and kudos to our awesome Fish and Game and the people who work there for putting together this conservation and management. I live in Napa County, and we used to have an abundance of deers, especially within the outskirts of city limits. But we don't hardly see any deer anymore here on the outskirts of Napa. But I was curious in your conservation plan and how much is the chronic wasting disease playing a part in maybe the declining deer population? Is that going to be part of the management plan too? Maybe a hunter knows more than I do. I was just curious.
Thank you, Kimberly. Yeah, go ahead, Mario.
So I'll address the first question first regarding citizen science and talking to hunters, and I think that there is something there. Of course, we already look at our tag returns and we're using this data already because people have to validate their animals, right? So we have some of that information that we're already having part of this. I think one of the things that I didn't talk about today, and we can certainly do a deeper dive on that if that's of interest, is of course the department already has taken steps in terms of doing some of these surveys. And what we were able to do with some of the funds that we were temporarily having available to us as a department is we've hired limited term staff in region as well as at headquarters that are actively going out doing a project that we refer to as our FDNA project, our fecal DNA project, where we basically establish transects, and they're all over California. And we presented on that last year at our big game meeting that had all the hunting constituents in it to provide an opportunity to kind of better understand what that really entails. And that's the data that we use to better understand what's going on. There is another project that is happening. It's happening in tandem because people are talking about roadkill and those types of things. And I think it may be important to make a comment about this because the other program under my purview is our connectivity program. And of course, there's a connection between game and connectivity because, of course, when you run into a deer, it's generally having a different impact on your car than a California tiger salamander, right? It just does. So, and of course, from a road safety perspective, Caltrans is very interested in reducing the vehicle collisions. So one of the things that the department is about to announce is an assessment that we've done with NGOs on where these barriers in California are most present. It's going to come on our website, and it will show essentially where we believe the barriers are most prevalent. And this is based on roadkill data in collaboration with UC Davis and many others, Paths for Wildlife, Mule Deer Foundation, and many others, where there's 204 different barriers in California that many of you, I'm sure, already are aware of. That will be announced here shortly. So that's going on in that space. So yes, roadkills is definitely part of what we consider as part of this scenario as well. And then as it comes to some of the actual projects in our regions, and when we prepare for this, it's always like how much detail do we want to bring because I could talk for hours otherwise. We have projects in all of our regions regarding connectivity for bears, where we are seeing bears getting hit on highways repeatedly. where we have something going on with Brightline, the railroad that runs from Southern California to LA, that's going through bighorn sheep habitats. Yeah. We're going to be coloring animals there. We're doing something with an alert system on Highway 101, where people that, when they're approaching these very heavily, densely elk areas, that they don't run into elk. There is projects on Highway 97. Maybe we should have a separate presentation about that at some point if there's an interest in this, but there's an enormous amount of energy in that space. So
I would, I mean, I'd really like to hear it. And I think, I think the other commissioners would, it's definitely not only with deer, but then the cat program and what we did in LA. I think that's probably the highest, most profile.
Sure.
So I would like to learn more about that. So if the department could come back and do a presentation, that would be helpful.
Yeah, sure.
Great.
And then the other question was regarding chronic wasting disease. So chronic wasting disease has a separate management plan. And so it's already online. You can look it up on our website. I don't have a link that I can give you immediately, but I'm sure it's easily findable on our website, because of course we've been promoting that. And the intent of our deer management plan is that we will refer to that chronic wasting disease management plan. And the primary reason is that these management plans that we make for these species, they generally stick around for a little while. And of course, this chronic wasting disease scenario is not something that is likely static, that requires potentially different updates and a more intense updating of that document. So that's how we are addressing it. So that document of chronic wasting disease already exists. It's posted. And when it comes to do we think that the populations of deer in California are affected currently by chronic wasting disease? I think that was also a question that was just posed. At this point in time, we don't have any indication that that's the case. But of course, there's a big fear that it might be the case in the future.
Thank you.
We do have two other speakers.
Oh, we do? I didn't
Yes,
see any
so-
hands. Okay.
Yeah, because you can't see.
Yeah,
the handy
okay,
list.
go ahead.
So Joe, I think you made it over to the panelist list. Are you still there? And did you still want to speak, Joe? You have to unmute yourself.
Okay, Joe, we'll come back to you. Daisy, would you like to speak?
Can you hear me now?
There you go, Joe. Yeah, turn up your volume.
Okay. Is that better, hopefully?
There you go, Joe. You're perfect.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for letting me speak. I just completed my 50th year of big game hunting. Well, actually hunting all in California this last fall. And kind of grateful to have an opportunity to say something about how I speak, because I'm a very avid hunter as well. I am a past member of Mule Deer Foundation, California Deer Association, and Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, which, by the way, they are how I knew about this meeting regarding a bear proposition of adding an extra tag. But anyway, since I am now retired, hopefully I can maybe even assist with some things in the future, because I'm really saddened by what has happened with the deer hunting in the last 50 years of myself doing it. I missed an opportunity my first year when I was 12. My second year, I killed an A-zone buck and a D5 buck, so I filled both my tags. And for quite a few years there in the 70s, the deer hunting in California was actually good. You knew you were going to see deer, and you knew you were probably going to have opportunities. That slowed down in the 80s, and it, again, just through the years has gotten worse. I remember seeing a survey of deer populations. Oh, I was probably 15 years old, and California had the second highest deer population at about 2 million, Texas being number one at about 3.5 million. I know Texas is now still leading the way at over 5.5 million, and we're nowhere on the map. And I understand I read something recently saying we're at about 450. So we're going way down, and I think everyone else is going way up based on my stuff that I've just recently read. I hunt out of state every year because of the poor. I don't have any big, wonderful ranches to hunt on private land in California, so most of my hunting has to be on public land, and it has really gotten so bad. And I'm so tired of seeing only mountain lion poop and bear poop on the hill and no deer. Last year, I backpacked up in the high country in D6. up near Sonora Pass and never saw a deer in several days in there. And I stopped at the Kennedy Meadows pack station on the way down the hill, and he said, nope, lions and the bears, and he said, and the coyotes, and even now the wolves have gotten rid of all of them. And anyway, so I guess my biggest concern is just predators in general. I've seen, I think every year we break the previous year's record of number of coyotes in California. And if there's anybody in that room that thinks coyote don't kill deer and don't kill or hell on the fawns, please think again and do a little more watching videos and studying, because bears and coyotes, I believe, based on what I've seen, are the worst on the fawns. Even bobcats will kill fawns. I think the mountain lions, we're the only Western state that protects them, I think they primarily go after adult deer based on what I've seen. By the way, last year I was successful on a very nice deer in Utah, and I spoke to a fish and game biologist before I left for my trip, and he reminded me that they pay $50 per coyote if you shoot them, and said if you see a mountain lion, please shoot it. Just report to us within 2 days where you killed it. And they, you know what? They have a lot of deer there. But you see so much wildlife in all these other states that I hunted. I was also successful in Colorado on my deer hunt, by the way. I elk hunted in Wyoming, let a young bull go, so I wasn't successful there. I hunted the western edge of Wyoming, where the deer population was massacred by the severe storms of the last couple of years. And the gentleman who owns a property where I was hunting near there, he said, yeah, oh, it's horrible on the deer. And I said, you know, everyone back here I've spoken to is saying how bad the deer have been hit. I said, well, I've seen a heck of a lot more deer here than I see in my home state, you know, on public lands. And so anyway, it's just sad. And I'm telling you, based on my 50 years of doing this, predators is the problem. You know, I know there can be some poaching, but I don't, if you're not going to back in to poach, I don't believe. And, you know, there's several game wardens that I've spoken to, a few I've known, and through the years.
Yeah, Joe, thank you. We've got a heavy agenda today, and you know, some of the things you're mentioning, we're going to be dealing with item number 4. So really appreciate your insight and your comments. Daisy, you're up. Unmute.
Hi, thank you. I think it would be beneficial to look into building wildlife crossings to reduce roadkill. I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you.
And Jody's iPhone? Are you still there, Jody?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I agree with the wildlife crossings. In fact, my daughter researched 4 years at UC Davis with Fraser Schilling, who's the guru of that, and Caltrans, and monitoring that, the efficacy of those wildlife crossings, number one. Number two, I'm a backcountry rider. I have adopted Mustangs, and I go to the backcountry and ride. And I do think poaching is a real issue. I'm in Santa Cruz County. We have tons of deer, tons of coyotes. The deer do bring somewhat of a tick problem, and I don't know about the wasting disease. I'm wondering if that's a tick issue. At any rate, okay. But what I have encountered several times in the backcountry are poachers. And if you know, try not to seem like you're too official or anything, or you're going to report them, they'll tell you the truth. And it's a real thing. So I don't know if there's any way to estimate what the poaching toll is, but I think that's something to keep put into the equation. And then I also, and I'm sure you guys know this, but I'm just going to reiterate, citizen scientists, people are going to always report with their biases. So I hope hard science prevails. And one other thing I just have to add to is I have a big concern with all of our wildlife and habitat loss. I mean, our farming practices make it very challenging for any animals, a loss of riparian breeding grounds, mostly, since that's where a lot of animals can get into thickets and raise their young. And those are just, you know, our waterways are denuded of those. So I hope moving forward, we can really keep that need to sort of restore and come to a better balance so that those prey animals, such as the pheasants and quail, do have nesting grounds, and that it's just not that, you know, sort of scorched earth, you know, farming that doesn't allow for that.
Perfect. Well, thank you, Jody. I appreciate your comments. Is there anybody else?
Yeah, so we have Jay. You're on the attendee list. Are you able to unmute yourself?
Yeah, can you hear me?
And Jay, before you comment, you know, we definitely want to have everybody comment. We've got a big, you know, agenda after lunch. And
okay, I'll make this quick.
Good. If you've got something new that hasn't been mentioned before, that would be of value to us.
Yeah, that would be great. I just I've got a lot I'd love to talk about too, but I'll make it fast. I just wanted to touch on some things Jody said. My name is Jesse Holloway. I'm from Modoc County. I'm a commissioner for District 3 in Modoc County Fish, Game, and Recreation Commission. I live in Modoc County, very rural. My family moved here in 1867. They were some of the first European settlers to come to this area. All I'd like to say is I live in an area where human population has gone down since the settling of this area. Being we're so outlying and so rural and lack economy because we're not close to any transportation arteries, we don't live next to a port, we're far inland, we don't have human encroachment. But what we do have is a game population that's hanging on by a thread and a predator population that has exploded. And when I say I live in Modoc County, I want you to know that if you live in Modoc County, it's because you love the outdoors. It's because you love public recreation. It's because you don't want to be in an urban environment. I spend all my free time outdoors, hunting, fishing, gathering. It's just something that is so natural to me, and it's just so sad to watch the decline and watch everything fall to pieces, and everybody wants to blame on all this other stuff. But the bottom line is, I don't care what political view you are, where you're from, how you feel. We are on the brink of losing an ecosystem. We have allowed predators to become paramount to our livelihoods, to our ecosystem, to everything that makes this world turn. And we have to do something to change. There needs to be no political divide. Everyone should be together on this. The only thing we're losing our game population to is a massive predator population, and the pyramid's upside down. It's unsustainable.
Then Jesse, thank you. I'm just going to comment here. You know, we're talking about deer and we're moving into other, you know, items that are off agenda. I want to try to keep us focused on deer specifically. And
Well, I'm focusing on deer in general. The Modoc County emblem is a non-typical mule deer. That's what put our face on the map. That's why people know this place. And it's so terrible anymore. It's disgusting.
Thank you, Jesse. Appreciate your comment.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you. All right. Is there anybody else?
Yeah, Naomi, are you able to unmute yourself? Naomi, we can hear you, I think.
All right, let's move on to the next. Is there anybody else? We'll come back to she's.
I think it's Nicholas and Suzanne, or Christina and Suzanne.
Okay, so Christina.
Yes, just very quickly, thank you again for your time. I just want to say that if the commission indeed does their research you will find that states such as Wyoming, Montana, and Idaho are not a wildlife model for California to aspire to. Thank you.
Nicholas?
Howdy, can you hear me all?
Yeah, go ahead.
Howdy. So I'm Nicholas Cutler. I live up in Humboldt County, California. I know we don't have much time, but I hear a lot of other deer hunters. I am a deer hunter myself up here in Beer Zone, complaining about the ungulate population. I'd really love to also address highway death is a big problem, and winter range, loss of habitat, is a major problem, I believe. I would love to see, I know this is kind of outside the scope of the Game Commission, more encouragement for the suburbs in the Central Valley along the Sierra foothills, planting native plants that are actually, friendly to deers instead of deer-resistant plants. And I'd love to see management for good fawning grounds where there's good cover, where the fawns can hide from predators, because the predator load isn't the major problem here. Habitat is. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Suzanne?
Yes, hi. I just wanted to comment that a lot of the agricultural areas, especially up in Siskiyou County where we are, actually tend to sustain deer. And we have seen a huge decrease in population because of the wolves and now the encroachment of the coyotes that are starting to become a problem as well. And the marijuana cultivation up here is also impacting deer. And I think that's important to note that with the poisons that they put out, it's impacting more than just the deer, but it's definitely impacting deer population as well.
Great. Thank you, Suzanne. Anybody else?
Naomi, are you able to? If not, then Jeannie or Jean. Jean, are you able to unmute yourself? I hear someone out there.
Okay, is there anybody else? No. Okay, we're gonna, go ahead, Erica.
Yeah, thanks so much for everyone's contributions. I guess I just want to touch on a couple of things. One is that, and I think this is going to be a dynamic throughout the day. I just want to acknowledge that there are a lot of different perspectives on what the problem is, and I appreciate both sort of the calls for science and the valuing. I just want to elevate like the value of people's observations in the field too. The answer to what the problem is always more complicated than just one thing. So it's not just like one thing's more important than the other. I think we all understand that it's a lot of different things that are contributing to the changes in wildlife populations that we're seeing across the state, and it's something we all care about. I also just want to remind everyone that what the problem is also depends on what the goal is, and not everyone has the same ideas about what the goal is. That's okay. We're a diverse state, so we just want to keep hearing everyone's perspectives, and you don't need to feel like like there's a right answer. I think it's more complex than that. Along those lines, in addition to a presentation, I'm sorry, we're asking for all these presentations. I think roadkill is a really important issue that cuts across a lot of game species and non-game species. Other thing that I would love to get more of an integrated picture of is how we do the community science. So when I say that, I don't mean just the surveys and the sort of tag data we collect, but whether there are other ways. I don't know what are all the ways that we are obviously through forums like this, we're getting a lot of input and local observations and knowledge from the field. But I just think that the capital S science is sort of one part of this. And then the other part of this that is absolutely valuable are things like that 50-year perspective on what's happening in place in particular locations. And so just wanting to understand like how the department gathers that kind of information, integrates that kind of information. Yes, there are all kinds of challenges with it, but what I see is that a lot of wildlife science now is trying to make use of community data sets more, and I think it's really useful.
Sure. Great, thank you. All right, we're gonna move, if that's okay, to elk.
I'm good. So let's move on to the next slide. Thank you.
Yeah.
So what I'll do is I'll summarize it a little bit more because I realize that at 1 o'clock we would like to get started on coyotes, and we have an hour. And we have I know, and we have to have lunch in between. All right. So what I'll try to do is be a little bit succinct and, the primary thing that I think I want to point out regarding elk hunting is that, of course, we just did a massive package a month ago. In many places, these populations are stable, or in some places, they're also growing. One of the priorities for this upcoming season is to fine tune essentially what we've done over the last 2 years. And that means that we have introduced these conflict zones that we've talked to you about. During our last adoption hearing, we have in some of these conflict zones now a year-round hunting season for elk to address some of that conflict during times when the conflict actually is occurring, which is also this time of year and not just in the fall. We have all our share tags and other tags from different categories allocated for the coming season for all these conflict zones. There was a little bit of a mismatch on the first time going around with having contracts that essentially had not been established yet, even though we had the opportunity to add them because of the way that these timeframes work. All of that is now in place. One of the things that we are also doing is, this is also kind of at the direction of the commission to a certain degree, is that of course we have different ways of harvesting animals through PLM, through share, landowner tags, and general tags, and so forth. And we need to evaluate these programs and make sure that these programs are actually allowing us to, on the one hand, alleviate some of the damage that we are receiving phone calls about, so that folks that are living in these areas with a lot of damage actually feel some relief. That's on the one hand. And on the other hand, that we also have to acknowledge that obtaining an elk tag in California is still quite an ordeal. You have to wait for a long time. And that we offer that opportunity in such a way that you don't have to have a very, very big bank account in order to be able to participate in elk hunting. And that's one of the concerns that we do have, that some of the solutions that are providing some of that relief. I've talked to you previously about what's happening in Tehachapi, where we are not actually able to reduce the cow population because the trespass fees are of such a level that essentially it's cost prohibitive to people to participate in these types of hunts. So we're having discussions internally about this. So any suggestions that you might see in September are going to be focused on that fine tuning. However, I also know that we would like to have additional hunting opportunity. And if you go to the next slide, please. So one of the things that we didn't address last year is Owens Valley, and we just completed our surveys. For those of you who are familiar with our 2018 elk management plan, you have seen that there's 25 elk per 100 cows. And in this area, we are well over that, in some cases triple that. So we believe that there is opportunity in Owens Valley to add additional elk tags. What that exactly looks like in terms of numbers, that's something that we'll talk about, as we go through this process. So that's everything that I wanted to mention regarding elk. So again, the takeaway message is it's not going to be this big of a package as last year. We need to make sure that we understand the regulations that we've just implemented and what the effects are, and that we are fine-tuning them to make sure that opportunity on the one hand is managed with relief of conflict on the other hand. That essentially is our strategy for the next year or so.
Great. All right, comment in the room. Good work. Okay, and seeing none in the room, how about online? JR, you're up first.
Yeah, J.R. Young, North American board member of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. Just real quick, again, when you talk about alleviating damages for landowners or such, making sure that there's equitable access to tags for all members of California, regardless of financial means. I've talked about that before. I'll reiterate that again. I do think that's a critical component that we make sure that there's equitable access for all.
Right. Thanks, JR. Julie?
Yes, hello, Commission again. I really hate to be a sour apple on the elk management. I am a 5th generational farmer up in Humboldt County along the Mad River. We never had elk in our region. in that time until almost about 10 years ago. We've had to completely stop any farming. We used to have amazing pumpkin patch and corn maze for our community. I am surrounded by roads. There is no compensation for me as a landowner and livestock owner that when the elk come in the middle of the night, tear out my fences, my livestock gets out and somebody gets killed over it. The elk and that is a public asset doesn't get sued. I do. I've been working with our advisory commissions for our public advisory commissions for Del Norte and Humboldt County. We are in desperate need of population management. These elk are, doubling every year, and it's really devastating that we as farmers have no assistance at all. In fact, if they die out in my pastures, which everybody can see, it's my responsibility to deal with that dead elk. And it's getting out of control, and I don't know what you guys can do. We're trying to get some representatives up here. Our biologist, Carrington, she tries so hard, but she can't do anything unless she has help down there from you guys with your management program. So it's going to get to the point where it's going to be loss of life, and I just don't think that's appropriate. We have enough elk that we should be doing year hunts and make it affordable, and we need to figure something out sooner than later because every year it's doubling. The problem is doubling every year. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Joe? Joe?
Joe Orth, can you unmute
There you go.
yourself? There you go.
Hello again, and I just first of all, I do want to say it's wonderful knowing that the elk population has grown. Sorry about what they're doing to your place, and hopefully there's some sort of system to take care of that. But I've been maxed out on elk points for many years, and hopefully can draw this year finally. But I just have kind of two quick, easy ones this time. One of them is I've talked to other hunters, and one of the issues they have mentioned is that the season lines up where a lot of the bulls are busted up and beat up from the rut, and they have quite a few have asked or just mentioned they wish they would move the season where they would not catch them in that time of the year. The second question is, I'm just curious if the elk along the eastern, primarily I would think northeastern area of California, are doing okay with now the introduction of the wolves, because I do know what happened to the wolf population in Yellowstone, and of course wolves multiply too. Just curious about predation, primarily on the east side, and of course if there's ever been a discussion about maybe altering the season dates a little bit so the bulls.
Great. Thank you, Joe. Morgan, do you want to address those issues?
I just wrote down Julie Christie's name. I'm not familiar with your specific concern, but of course we have spent quite a bit of time talking to ranchers and in Del Norte, but also in Humboldt, and the name Carrington, of course, we are working closely with Carrington. I think one of the things that is sometimes lost in some of these meetings is that what has been done so far, and I'm not saying that that's enough, which is also why I talked about fine tuning, but just to kind of reiterate what we've done over the last years, we've created conflict zones, including Humboldt and Del Norte County, to allow for a significant increase in the number of tags. We're talking about, from the top of my head, between Humboldt and Del Norte, and maybe I shouldn't do it, but I guess I am. It's more than 250 elk in a season that we've now added, or that we are now at to. So that's a significant number. We have reduced the landowner tag requirements so that you can more easily obtain a landowner tag. And that's one of the things that is happening for next season, is that elk can now not just be harvested in the fall, they can be harvested in those conflict zones, including Humboldt and Del Norte, year round. So I'm not saying that that's enough, but there has definitely been progress made in terms of trying to alleviate some of that conflict. And it's going to continue to be a focus for us, because we hear you on them busting fences and livestock getting onto roads, et cetera, et cetera. Regarding the question regarding northeastern California, with respect to how wolves are affecting elk herds in that area, it is something that, of course, we are interested in as well. We're doing a DNA study right now with UC Berkeley, in fact, looking at wolf poop and seeing what they ate. And those results will come out when that study is finished. I don't know what the timeline on that is, but it's in progress right now. Did I miss any questions?
No, you covered them all.
Okay.
You covered all three. All right, Naomi?
Hi, are you able to hear me?
Yeah, you go ahead, Naomi.
Oh, okay, I'm glad. On the topic of elk population getting out of hand and ways to deal with it, that's what predators are for. That's the role they play in the ecosystem. They keep herbivore populations from ballooning and destroying the ecosystem by grazing and other things like that. Wolves and coyotes they're native to this country. They have been in the United States longer than the United States has been called the United States. And throughout those hundreds of years, they did not decimate the deer population. This is getting into the stuff before, but deer population decreasing is because of human activity, and I believe the human activity portion should be addressed instead of taking out predators in an attempt to kind of circumvent the issue.
Yeah, we want to stay on elk though.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I will restate that elks are contained by predators. Their population is controlled by that. And that's all. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Julian? Julian, you need to unmute. Okay, we've got one. Oh, you almost had it, Julian. Well, we've got one comment in the room, and then we'll come back to Julian if you have it, or we'll move on to, we got two more. Okay, one comment in the room, and then we'll finish up with the two online.
Good morning, Chris Bowles, California Bowman Hunter State Archery Association. Thank you, Commissioner President Zavaleta. Good morning. Quick question, Mario, is there strong reason to suggest that the cow and bull populations are completely out of balance, or they're somewhat out of balance at this point in time?
No, it depends on the herd.
Okay.
So
I mean, you mentioned that in the Tehachapi, that you were
no,
struggling
in the Owens Valley.
In the Owens Valley. Okay.
So in Tehachapi, it's a different problem, where I've mentioned this before, but I realized that it's a non-native herd of elk that is in the Tehachapi area. And as a department, we would like to reduce that population of elk. And of course, by just removing bulls, it doesn't do that.
Doesn't help, yeah.
So we would like to be able to reduce some of the cows as well. And last year we had 10 tags for cows.
Right.
We were able to fill 7 of them.
Right.
And we worked through a list of alternates, and we had to call 11 alternates. And in the end, none of them wanted to take that tag because the trespass fee was still on it.
The reason I'm bringing this up is, you know, and again, I get it that as a hunter, there's a lot of guys out there that are going to look at it and go, I'm not giving up all my points and spending, you know, tons of money to shoot a cow. Right. And this may be more of a license and revenue question, but is there any opportunity at all to perhaps, you know, modify that fee structure a little bit and, you know, make that cow tag a little more acceptable, or something that maybe a little more interest to some of the hunting community, rather than giving up the, you know, because I mean, obviously you're paying the same amount of money. It doesn't, you know, some guys may just look at it and say, hey, look, you know, this just isn't worth my time. It isn't worth my money. But if you were to reduce the tag, or temporarily anyway, to bring that cow population more in balance with what you're looking at there. It's just a suggestion, just a thought.
Yeah, I wrote it down as a suggestion. I think that the cost of the tag and the trespass fee are so $7,000-8,000 for a trespass fee versus a few $100 for a tag.
Right.
Even if you were to cut it in half or whatever, the difference is not great enough, I think, to stimulate it. I think, but like I said, I just wrote it down because I think that there is something to it. I believe that Mr. Howell mentioned this last time, of having Mr. Howell, Mr. Costello, from how I mentioned this last time that, why don't we have some kind of an opportunity tag for elk in that area? How do we do that? And we have other people thinking about this and how do we make that work? How do we communicate that to our constituents? Because success rate is going to be super, super, super low. So yes, we are thinking about these things, and that's why I'm saying we're fine tuning right now in terms of how can we address those things. Yeah.
Great. Thanks, Chris. Melissa.
Yeah, so Jay, are you able to unmute yourself?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Jesse.
Hi. Yeah, I'd like to comment again. Jesse Holloway, District 3 Commissioner of Modoc County Fish Game and Recreation Commission. I just wanted to touch on the elk subject. Since the expansion of the northeastern zone where they basically moved the line out of Shasta County and put it over into Modoc, I've had a cousin, Paul Bailey, who did a study with the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, and we have had a great population uptick on Rocky Mountain elk as it has worked through in the last 20 to 30 years. However, I'd like to state with the lack of bear hunting here and the fact that we didn't have black bear here historically within the county, I'm noticing every year within the next month to 3 months in my hikes in the mountains, I will find black bear feces that contain not only mule deer fawn hooves in them, but also elk fawns. And we're seeing a pretty high predation rate on our fawns, on all our cloven hoof animals, whether it be the cattle on range here, whether it be the mule deer species that we have here, whether it be the Rocky Mountain elk. And I know this isn't the topic of black bear just yet, but I really hope that the black bear population is a forethought for the department in Modoc County, because we are housing a lot of bears.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, we'll get to that, and we hope you stick around for that. Anybody else, Melissa, on?
Yes. Julian, are you able to unmute yourself?
Okay. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead, Julian.
Okay. Yeah. So I just wanted to reiterate what Julie was saying about the elk population increasing along the Mad River in Humboldt, and I saw that firsthand. I lived in Neeland, so I saw the increase in Corbell and in Neeland, and you can see them right off the road now before you rarely saw them at all. But I feel like one of the issues, and I don't know if there's some way to incentivize some of the bigger private landowners to allow share access, like Redwood, what is it called? The logging companies. So I think it's called Green Diamond and Redwood. They're one of the main property holders in that area. So, I mean, even if you allow some of the smaller private landowners to, you make tags more accessible to them, I feel like either way, the populations are going to be, continuing to grow exponentially because they have so many places to go, or specifically places that other people can't access.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else on the list? All right, great. So we're done with elk, and now we will be moving to bighorn sheep. Ari?
Okay, so we'll be discussing bighorn sheep hunting. If you'd like to contribute to the conversation and you're on Zoom, use the raise hand button.
You're fading, Ari.
No, sorry.
Fading.
I think most people by now hopefully understand how to raise their hand. And if you're on the phone, by the way, though, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute.
Great.
Right, so now we'll go into bighorn sheep hunting, and Mario, you can take us away.
Thank you. So like I mentioned earlier, the conservation and management plan for bighorn sheep is out, and Scott will talk about that a little bit more during the department update as well. I think one of the things that I've mentioned already several times today is that these plans are intended to be the scaffolding for future regulatory work, right? And that's also what I'll be talking about.
Can you speak a little louder? They're having a hard time hearing you. Back.
I will say it like this again. Yeah. Then if it's not advancing, let me know, okay?
Yeah. I hope you don't have a bald spot.
But, oh, I don't care about
Just kidding.
You just own it.
that. All right, so we'll start over. The conservation management plan is out. The purpose of that management plan is to make sure that we have a scaffolding for future regulatory stuff. And that's where we are today. So we announced this plan last month. Scott will talk about it a little bit more in terms of some of the components in that plan. Long time coming, and I know that that was an enormous amount of work for staff. And I think I already mentioned that in my introduction. There's a lot of weaving that we have to do, bobbing and weaving with different constituents and different opinions and whatever else whenever we touch anything in this space. So it takes time as a result. So I think that as we are thinking about concepts for next year, if you go to the next slide, please, is that we, over the last number of years, we have been anticipating this plan to be ready. So we already completed a number of surveys in these areas. All three zones are in our Mojave National Preserve. And these areas, we believe, can sustain a very conservative hunt, as we always do with bighorn sheep. There's very strong balances in terms of our harvest there. One of the things that I also want to point out here is that there's 30 animals or so that are being harvested on an annual basis. I'm sure that someone will speak up that it's taking forever to get an opportunity. What we're trying to do is create additional opportunity as it is available by utilizing the best available science that we have and by being as conservative as we can be, while at the same time also recognizing that the way for us to manage these animals is through hunting revenue. There is no other revenue that is going towards these animals to be able to understand for us what their populations are like, what we need to do for the guzzler work to keep them in areas. There's a lot of stuff going on, of course, with climate change, where aquifers are being depleted and potentially springs that they're relying on are as a result in problematic state, and where we're using volunteers and resources. Even Marines have helped with getting equipment back into backcountry areas to make sure that these animals can continue to sustain themselves in areas where they have traditionally been able to thrive. So that's it. So we are looking at a modest hunt in these three new zones, and of course, Paige, we've seen last time, is working really hard to get the various documentation ready to be able to make that a reality. So that's the first thing. Next slide, please. And then this is really that's really the primary piece. Of course, we will be through our assessments. I've already said that several times. We are doing annual reviews of what is going on with these populations. Very, very strict guidelines in terms of when we harvest and when we don't. And of course, as a result, there may be changes in quotas that you might see probably sometime next year when we finish all of our surveys. Same thing for our fundraising tag. We may shift that from one zone to another zone, depending on what our surveys are showing us. That's all I have to say regarding bighorn sheep.
Great, thank you. Scott, do you have anything?
No.
Okay, good. You were nodding your head.
I was.
Yeah, you were excited. All right, anybody in the room? Bill?
And for those who are online, if you want to contribute to the conversation, please do raise your hand now.
Good, Bill.
Chairman Anderson, Commissioner Zavaleta, Bill Gaines, working with the California chapter of the Wild Sheep Foundation, and they're super pleased to see that they're taking a look at new hunt zones for the 2026 season. That's something that we've been working with the department on for quite some time, and really glad to see that's part of your thought process anyway at this stage of the game. And also wanted to thank you for finally wrapping up that sheep plan so we can start doing some of these things. So I know that was a lot of work with minimal staff, so appreciate that as well. Look forward to working with you guys over the course of the next several months leading up to next year's proposal.
Thank you. Thanks, Bill. Anybody else in the room? Okay. Online, Don?
Yeah, this is Donald C. Martin, California Wild Sheep Foundation. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Don.
Yeah, I want to just not only reiterate what Bill just said, but on behalf of the entire membership of California Wild Sheep, I want to thank the department for all the work that's gone into this process that our organization has been the part of for nearly 20 years. And I specifically want to thank Mario, Kip, and Paige Prentice for their hard work, getting it across the finish line. And, you know, that this is one of those positives that the department can really put out there and show the community that you're standing up for North American conservation model across the landscape with science-based management. And just wanted to congratulate you guys on getting the comprehensive management plan done. And we look forward to collaborating with you on the Bighorn Conservation Unit plans going forward. I think the future is very bright for California's wild sheep. We're getting those water projects accomplished across the landscape. We're all doing a lot of good for bighorn sheep, and we're really finally making some progress here. And I think as far as some of the other programs are concerned, the future is bright for the department. And I just ask people to be patient, continue to work with the department, continue to work with NGOs and agencies, and let's just continue to move the ball forward for the benefit of wildlife across the landscape for all parties, whether they be consumer groups or non-consumers, wildlife advocates. Thank you very much for your time.
And then our last one is, I don't know if it's Jan or Jan, but Demers. Jan Demers, maybe?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Actually, that's my wife is Jan. I'm Dan Demers, and I've been a member of the California Wild Sheep Foundation. And I guess this answers for Mario. A friend of mine had a White Mountain tag in 2022. And there were domestic sheep up at the White Mountain Research Center. You know, they've known for 50 years that domestic sheep and bighorn sheep don't mix. And then I had a friend last year that had the tag, and they said they had a hard time finding rams. And I spent 2 weeks there in 2022, and I've hunted X9C since the late 80s. So that's why do they have domestic sheep up on White Mountain? That's all I got.
Thanks, Dan. You want to address that?
Yeah, Paige actually is pinging me that she's able to take that question. So here she is.
Go ahead, Paige.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Great question. So we've been working with the White Mountain Research Station on their domestic sheep research that they've been doing for many decades, and have been working with them to get their domestic sheep tested for a MOVI before they come up to the high elevation site. And they've been very collaborative with us on that. We've also done site checks up there and made sure that they have double fences and keep their area clean. They do not have any domestic sheep up there this year. And I think depending on how funding plays out, we'll see how that goes moving forward. But that's something we're certainly paying a close attention to. In terms of the population status in the White Mountains, there had been a population dip. Our best data shows that it was a result of disease. It was largely pneumonia, Mycoplasma pneumoniae, and the strain type, which we're able to get traced back to strains that we've seen elsewhere in the state. So it wasn't a new strain introduced by those domestic sheep. But our latest helicopter surveys and ground surveys have shown that the population is doing well. And so we're looking forward to the hunt season coming up.
Great, thanks, Paige.
Yeah, maybe Paige, you obviously know more about this than I do, but I think that you've mentioned to me before that the White Mountains is one of the most challenging hunts in North America. And as a result, that success in that area is sometimes not easy to come by.
Yeah, most of those hunts, and it sounds like the gentleman who called in has spent some time up there. So most of the bighorn, especially during the summer hunt, are located above 13,000 feet. And in 2022, it was a particularly challenging year because of the rainfall that year. A lot of the rams were located off the western side of the range, which has no road accessibility and is in some steep, nasty terrain. So unfortunately, a lot of the hunters had a hard time that season.
Yeah. Thanks, Paige. All right, I think we are finished with that. There are no other speakers, right? Okay, great. We're going to go ahead and move on to pronghorn.
Happy to do that. With that, do you go to staff and bring us ready?
Staff.
12:45.
Okay,
We'll
they're
take a break.
already
We'll be
there.
there. Okay. All right, go ahead. All right,
All right, Pronghorn is going to be brief.
good, go ahead. Good. Yeah. Yeah.
Arm's ready for food too.
Well, let me just say, so, when it comes to Pronghorn, we had, over the last two cycles, we had to reduce tags. You will remember that. And basically, this is a placeholder because we are continuing to monitor, we're continuing to evaluate all the different type of tag types, and we may need to take additional action. What I will do, in this context, and it's come up, in several comments already from the public as well as here in the room, is that there is habitat concerns when it comes to these very majestic critters. It of course also ties into our connectivity space in an ability for these animals don't jump fences. If some of you know, they have to go underneath. So that means that it's very tricky for some of them to get from one habitat to another. We are embarking on significant habitat improvement projects that we're working on with NGOs. And if there's folks that are hearing this, that have an interest in participating and collaborating with us on that, then please reach out to me or one of my staff, because we believe that to keep pronghorn on the landscape there is, not to mention that there's no predators, of course there's predators, but habitat we believe is the main driver in this context.
Great, thank you. Anybody in the room that would like to comment? Anybody online? All right, I'm just going to give a quick update for everybody in the room and that may be listening. We're going to what? On Pronghorn? On Pronghorn, yeah, I'll give my update. So we're going to go to 12:45 and then we're going to break for a quick lunch of 20 minutes. We will come back, and if we haven't finished bear, then we will go ahead and finish bear, and then go ahead and move on to item number 4. So is there somebody on Pronghorn?
Yes, we have two.
Okay, go ahead.
So John, well, not Jan. It's Jan's husband.
Dan. Go ahead, Dan.
Let's see. Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're between lunch, Dan, so you better move quickly.
Yeah, you know, as far as I live up in northeastern California, and I've seen a huge decline in the pronghorn population. And our sister states, Oregon and Arizona, both did studies on the Anderson Mesa in Arizona and then out in eastern Oregon. They found that coyotes were killing 80% of their fawns in the first couple of weeks of hitting the ground. So that's a definite problem with pronghorns. And yeah, look at likely tables. What, a couple of years ago we had 150 tags there. We're down to 5. That's all I've got. Thanks,
Dan. Next.
Yeah, Commissioner Holloway, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, hello, Jesse Holloway, Commissioner, Modoc County Fish, Game, and Recreation Commission, District 3 Commissioner. I just wanted to touch on the pronghorn population, like Dan said in the likely tables. You know, when the American Institute of Wildlife Studies came here to do a pronghorn survey, I believe they collared 15 antelope to start, and immediately switched gears after, I think it was a 4-month period where 11 antelope were killed by mountain lions. Then they started studying our mountain lion population to find how giant and vast it is here in the county. And like Dan says, the tag quota has gone down, but it hasn't made a change. See, that's a big problem. I grew up here. I live in Likely, California, in this valley would traditionally winter thousands of antelope. And it's not like more people have moved in. All the people have moved away. Unfortunately, it's the predators. We've took away tags in all the zones across all the wildlife, and it doesn't seem to help. Our habitat's still here. The population, the human population, is far down historically here. And what we suffer from is the predators in these places like American Institute of Wildlife Studies, why their biologists will tell you there are far too many bear and mountain lion in this area, and they're just ravaging our game population.
Okay, Commissioner, thank you very much. We really appreciate that. We've got predators coming up. So
thank you, sir.
Thank you. If there's no other speakers, then we will move on to the long-awaited bear. Ari?
Okay, so Now we'll be discussing bear hunting. I think people know how to raise their hand, hopefully by now. So, but a reminder, just because it's different on the phone, if you're on the phone, press *9 to raise your hand and press 6 to unmute yourself. You can begin raising your hand now to discuss bear hunting, and Mario will give us a short presentation to get us started.
I'll try to be as short as I can be. So when it comes to bear hunting, there's some of the program updates here. Is that, of course, the bear management, conservation and management plan is now on the street. It's finished. And again, I've already said this several times today, which is why we're here to talk about potential new regulations that we are proposing for our next 26 season. So most of you know that we have a threshold of 1,700 bears in California, and that the way it essentially works is that if that gets to 1,700, the hunt is stopped. That has not happened for a very long time, and I'll go into a little bit more detail on the next slide with respect to that. So I think the key takeaway before we go into some of these details in terms of what the department is specifically proposing is that we are not making any suggestions of increasing this threshold of 1,700 to a different number. We're not intending to increase it. We also want to signal, and we've already talked about this with at the ACC the other week as well, our Hunting Conservation Coalition, that we are in the process of developing a survey, and that survey will go out to hunters as well to make sure that we have a good finger on the pulse in terms of what our community wants. However, I will point out, and I've said this already multiple times in these formats, is that we received thousands and thousands of comments on the bear plan, and many of these comments were not necessarily regarding the plan. It was about what people wanted to see in regulations in the future. So we already have an idea, of course, in terms of what people are thinking. And the two items that we are specifically going to talk about today, they were also mentioned in some of the feedback that we received on that plan, right? So the first thing that I wanted to just mention, next slide, please. This is a slide that is, I don't think it's online. I was asked to add this slide a couple days ago, just to kind of set the stage in terms of where we're at. So if let me just orient you on this bar graph. So this bar graph essentially is our bear harvest from 2004 to 2024, so 20 years of harvest. The reason why you see multicolors up to 2012 is because until that date, hunting with dogs was allowed. After 2012, that was no longer allowed, which is why you just see blue bars from there on. One of the things that you also see is that there is this line from 1,500 across. You can see that since 2012, we've never breached that line of 1,500. Let alone that, of course, we have reached that threshold of 1,700 that I just mentioned a minute ago. So what you can also see is that last year our harvest was the lowest in that 20-year record that we've kept. But that's kind of where we are in terms of kind of setting the stage. So the proposals that you will be hearing about today, or the concepts, I shouldn't call it proposals at this point, but concepts and ideas that we're thinking about are elements that potentially bring those blue bars a little bit higher, but would not exceed 1,700. In fact, we believe that both proposals likely will still be significantly below 1,700, even with those additions to it. Nevertheless, there is the same application. So what I mean when I say the same application is that people still would have to check how many bears have been harvested. And of course, if it gets to 1,700, it stops. So it would not go over 1,700. We've been asked about this particular number when we met with constituents on both sides, and we've also been asked this question explicitly: are you increasing the 1,700? And we've also responded to it by saying that we are not doing that. So we just want to be transparent on this, that we've communicated that to all groups, that we're not planning to do that. We also don't believe that there's a point in doing that today, because as you can see clearly, of the 1,700 from last year, not even 1,000. So if we were to increase it by a number of hundred,
increase it. Nicholas, could you mute? Thank you very much.
So this is kind of like just the framework in terms of where we're at and what the basis is for us to make these concepts that I'm going to go into right now.
Mario, before we leave this, can you just, based on our surveys of population, when we look at this, based on the new numbers in the study, what do we believe the population is today, and what would the population have been in 2004?
Yeah, I don't know what the population was in 2004.
And when's the last survey before the one we have today? When was the last survey done, population-wise?
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of modeling that we have to go backwards to try to figure out what that was, because the way that we gather data and the way that we modeled back then was different.
Okay.
Right? Because at that time we used teeth and really an outdated model, if you will.
Okay.
That as a result of what happened 3 years ago, we really improved that. And one of the things that you just when you ask a question, it's almost impossible for me not to give more detail, but the IPM that underlays this whole thing of how many bears there are now in California per our management plan.
Yep.
Was just accepted to be published in a peer-reviewed paper as well. So it of course was based on peer-reviewed literature already.
Okay.
But of course we made changes to it to fit California, and it was just accepted. So in other words,
what's that number? What was the number that was accepted? Is that the 60,000?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
Yeah.
Okay.
So maybe it's relevant for people to realize this. California is a state where we have a very conservative harvest. We have also very conservative methods of take, and many states, for example, allow bait or hounds or spring seasons, and none of that is currently on the table for California, and it's not happening today.
And can I ask, and if you or Chad, the correlation between complaints that the department gets about bears since 2013, do we track those numbers?
We have
conflict,
Yes, we have data going back to 2017, I think is actually when our WEIR system started.
Okay.
So not quite as far back. We do have data, but the WEIR system where the public can actually call in and it gets tracked in the system and they can go online. That's back to 2017. Bears are in your top 5 with just calls for concerns and incidents. If that's what you mean.
I at some point, not today, but I would really love to see what that, over since 17, what it's actually done as we've gotten closer to today.
Yeah, I mean, like Chad said, there's been a significant increase in that. One of the things that I do want to make, it's relevant, I think, to stay factual based on the science. Like I mentioned, we're trying to do the best available science. There is conflicting information in whether increasing would decrease the amount of conflict that people are experiencing in areas around, I don't know, you feel it in Monrovia, Tahoe, or whatever, because generally speaking, the animals are not harvested in the areas where they cause conflict. It doesn't mean that there couldn't be some carry-on effects, but I just want to make sure that people realize that direct connection is not necessarily there. Are we ready to move to the next slide? Okay.
Yeah, just because I want to stay to what we've said. So 2 more minutes, maybe we'll finish this slide and then you can come back and finish the presentation.
I think I can't 2 minutes, but I'll try.
Perfect.
For the next slide. So this map is the map of California. For those of you who've seen the bear management plan, you recognize this map. And the areas in color, in solid color, are the BCRs that currently allow for bear hunting. The representative who was on the online who mentioned that on the northeast with that oval around it, that is an area where bears typically were not present, and as a result, it also was not part of the area where bear hunting was previously allowed. We've worked with our MODOC counterparts, Fish and Game Commission, as well as the county. There was even very strong support by MODOC to complete this study in this county. And what we're seeing is that there's approximately around 2,000 bears in this area right now. So the first candidate that we are considering is that area where clearly there's a lot of bears, clearly where we also have received feedback on the plan to add this area to the allowable area for bear hunting, that area that is currently identified by this oval would be an area where bear hunting going forward would be allowed. From a harvest perspective, it is completely defensible. And of course, black bears are game species, and the department's mandate in this context is to make sure that harvest happens at appropriate levels, and there's no doubt that could happen in Motor County. You want to stop right here?
Yep, that's good. All right, so just so everybody online knows, we're gonna take a 20-minute break for lunch, and we will be back at 5 after 1 to go ahead and finish up the bear and then move to item number 4. All right, so we're gonna restart. We've got everybody online. Thank you for your patience and the quick lunch. Mario, can we bring up Mario's slide, please?
For folks who are joining us new, we are still on item 3, part 5. We haven't quite gotten that for you.
Go ahead. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Go. Go.
All right. So just to summarize what we talked about before lunch, the takeaway from this slide is that we would add that section that has this oval around it. It's something that has been requested by several stakeholders, and we believe that we have science to be able to report that. Next slide, please. The other candidate that we are currently talking about is that the current regulations allow for 1 tag per hunter per season. We've requested 2 petitions on this topic. One was actually very recent that we received to request to consider consideration for 2 tags, and then we also received one from Mr. Ryan in 2021 requesting that same regulation as well. As I pointed out, and I'll just repeat it because I suspect that there's some new folks that may not have heard me say this, both of those candidate proposals are not going to exceed the threshold of 1,700. So that's the key takeaway. And that when we start looking at some numbers on the back of an envelope, we do not believe that this is going to be a substantial increase in harvest at this point, based on these 2 things. Final slide. As I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, regarding bear, we are in the process of finalizing a survey that will be sent out to 10,000 folks that have bought a bear hunting tag over the last number of years. And we will consider those responses as we are creating a package for September. So there may be some additional things that we are evaluating in the sense of whether there may be shifts of season or those types of things. But that's really the summary of what we are proposing or what we are considering for in the bear space.
Great, thank you, Mario. Before we go to public comment, would you like to make a comment?
Yeah, just briefly, for just about all of the 4 years that I've been on this committee, we've been talking about black bear. And so I just want to appreciate for a moment all the work that's gotten us this far. So thanks to the department, folks of the department, and I want to single out Chad and Scott, Mario, and the folks on his team, and folks who worked on the bear management plan before that as well. One of the things we know, because this has been a topic of conversation for so many years, is that people have some strong views on this piece, and we've been hearing about those views. And so I just want to appreciate also how constructive and respectful conversations have been today so far, and how it's often been for many of the people participating also that way on this topic. And I just want to ask people to keep it that way, to keep comments constructive and respectful, because it doesn't add to your position. It's not a good look, and it doesn't make other people more likely to listen to you, to make personal attacks. So please refrain from personal allegations, from amplifying misinformation. If you're planning to live stream this and monetize your comments, I can tell you right now, I'm not really interested in that. And let's keep this constructive and get to a solution.
Great. All right, so we're going to open the floor to public comment here in the room. Come on up, whoever would like to comment. We have 2 chairs available, so come up 2 at a time, and please announce who you are in the organization, if you are with an organization, please.
I'm Mr. Howell.
Mr. Howell.
Yeah.
I'm with Mike Costello.
Yeah. Go ahead,
Yeah, Mike from Howl for Wildlife. First of all, great work on the bear plan. Thank you so much for that. Bears are abundant in California, both in depth and breadth. Numbers of bears, density of bears, geography that they're covering, it's fantastic, it's exciting. And, you know, to a certain degree, you could say it's a conservation success. I think it also presents some challenges. There's probably other predators on the landscape that are having a hard time to find food because bears are so effective with their predation of deer and elk calves. And there's other predators that would benefit, as well as the ungulate populations, if we could harvest more bear. I think the ability to harvest more bear, which these three proposals do without threatening anything as far as a quota, are really good proposals. And I know that the Powerful Wildlife community supports these 100%. You know, bear hunting from a justice and equity and inclusivity perspective, there's people in California that can't hunt deer in their own zone where they live because the tags are so in demand and the deer numbers are so down. But they could go out in their backyard, like Modoc and Lassen County, where they can't hunt bear right now. So if you live in those edges of Modoc and Lassen, there aren't really any big game species that you can hunt. So in terms of, you know, equity and opportunity to put food in the freezer and access to the landscape and big game critters, you know, bear harvest is it. So I think these three proposals really support all Californians having an opportunity to hunt big game, to put high quality meat in the freezer. You know, yeah, they take a trophy home. I saw a picture the other day of 5 indigenous Native American elders, and they all had bear claws, you know, necklaces. So trophy hunting per se, you know, we all take memories from events like a bear hunt that's successful, but really before that relic sits there to be a storytelling device, you know, we're putting meat in the freezer, we're putting rendered fat in the pantry, and so we support these. It's science-based wildlife management. It drives inclusivity and opportunity, and it's both, you know, ecologically and economically sustainable because we're going to bring more money into the big game management account, which helps you guys do more of your work. So we support these. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Mike.
Unfortunately, I don't have a cool name like Mr. Howell, but David Bess with Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. Congrats to the department. Excellent work on getting the plan out. Long time coming, and the staff came through on this. We are the organization that submitted a petition recently for a second bear tag to be issued, submitted a petition. And we're really happy to see the recommendations that the department has put forth this morning, and BHA completely supports those.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks, David. If there's other people that want to testify or comment, come to the table.
Chairman Anderson, Commissioner Zavala, Bill Gaines, and here we're actually representing the Hunting and Conservation Coalition, which I have the honor of chairing. We do have a bear management subcommittee, which has met on this topic several times, most recently after the bear plan was finalized in mid-April. Nick Bill is the chairman of that subcommittee. He's online, so I'm not going to take too much of his thunder. I will stop and say that we certainly support, when we met, we support the second bear tag, and we strongly support the opening of Northeastern California as well. So I'll leave the rest up to Nick, but we thank the department for their hard work on that bear plan. These are proposals that are based on best available science, and we're pleased to strongly support.
Hi again, Mark Henley, California Waterfowl. Yeah, we support what we believe are pretty modest proposals up here, given that the tag quota is not going to be increased. And also, you know, we recognize that bears are a major predator of fawns. We've talked about that before, so hopefully that'll help out somewhat with that depredation issue. And that, you know, given that the bear population is increasing, there's what, 60,000 now? That's way more than there were 20 years ago. I cannot believe this proposal would do any harm to the population. It looks like it's very sustainable, so thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Chris?
Morning, Chris Bowles, California Bowman Hunter State Archery Association. I'm sorry, I didn't want to sit.
Sorry.
Spent too much time outside the principal's office as this kid. So yeah, I just did a quick thank you to Mario and the entire team at DFW for the work that went into the bear plan. Fantastic plan. We've said that before. The 2 bear tag thing, I think, is obviously going to be a real help to the guys that are hardcore bear hunters that really want to go after that. So again, great proposals, certainly supported by the bow hunting community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room?
How we doing? Seth Watts with the American Bear Foundation. Just like the past people, I just want to thank the department for the hard work they've done with the new bear management conservation plan, and we support the second bear tag and whatever else is maybe on the table as far as more hunting opportunity. You know, we'd like to possibly maybe see an earlier season as far as hunting bears, whether that's bow and rifle. You know, with the continued closures of Sierra Pacific in the northern part of the state where 90% of your bears are, that's 2 million acres that's unhuntable during hunting season. So that makes an impact on opportunity. Also, we believe that, you know, the predator-prey relationship is way out of whack as far as bears. Probably your number one killer of fawns during the spring, along with the coyotes. They put a dent on the deer population. So we, you know, spring season, that would help out with the ungulates. Also, we just want to see the department continue to follow the science and leave emotion side out of it. We all know this is a super emotional topic. I get it. We all love bears. We just want to see a healthy balance between all wildlife, not just bears, everything. And that includes predator control. I mean, bottom line, whether you like it or not, you can't have more predators than deer. And if you look at coyotes and bear, those two populations right there combined outpace the deer population. So there's no balance there. So anyways, we just want you guys to continue to follow the science and everything should work out, right?
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Okay, we'll go to, oh, sorry.
If there's any other speakers, feel free to fill this other seat next to the.
Hey, thanks again. Today, I'm Trent with Mendocino Blacktail, and I want to thank the department for getting this air plan out. So thank you. I think that the gentleman before said pretty much in a nutshell. I think that the science is the most critical part of that, and the threshold of bear removal right now. I don't know if we have decided what the threshold should be at the moment right now. Do we have that information?
The threshold of the number of bears.
Yeah, like the over surplus. Yeah. Do we know where it should be at now at all? I haven't been following that.
So the threshold that we've been talking about today is that
1,700.
1,700. Yes.
Okay. So I think that again, the science is the most important thing out there. The fawn ungulate fawn mortality, when we did our Mendocino study back in 2008 through 14, we determined that the highest mortality with fawns and the neonates was predation by bear. Mm-hmm. And that doesn't mean it's happening in every area, because other areas are different. But we're working on figuring out the bear densities right now in abundances in some of the areas that we're doing our camera trap projects right now. So we'd be happy to share that information, like I talked to Scott about, earlier. And I think that the science is the most critical thing, that we should continue to try to follow that. So if we don't know what our bear population is or what the threshold needs to be, then it's hard to get that, figured out if we're not getting that science. So
thank you very much for your comment. All right, seeing none in the room, we will go online. I think Wendy, it looks like you're on the top of the list.
Good afternoon, commissioners and wildlife managers. Wendy Kiefover, Senior Strategist, Carnivore Protection, Humane World for Animals, formerly the Humane Society of the United States. Thanks to the California Department of Fish and Wildlife for the updated bear conservation and management plan. We're appreciative and grateful for this document. And on behalf of our California members and supporters, we oppose the proposals to increase California bear hunting both in landmass or doubling the bag limits. We remain concerned about CDFW's bear population number because it's based on old and small studies and a new untested model. Based on the precautionary principle, it's too soon to increase the bear hunt. The new bear plan also explicitly states that the new model, quote, provides strong preliminary evidence that the black bear populations have been stable in California over the past decade. However, given the recent extreme climatic events in California, a 20-year mega drought, thousands of acres consumed by severe wildfire, followed by atmospheric rivers, habitat and corridor loss, bears' habitats have changed. We do not know how many bears live in California. There's no need to double bear tags or consider additional controversial and unpopular bear hunting methods. We believe using bows and arrows to kill bears must cease because many hunters fail to achieve quick, clean kills because of bears' thick coats and dense bones. Arrows leave bears to die of slow blood loss from their wounds. And for the record, we vigorously oppose hounding, baiting, and spring bear hunting. And I just want to reiterate, the bear population size does not determine the number of conflicts. Even a small bear population can create a large number of conflicts. And the best available science provides that hunting or hounding does not increase public safety. The use of proactive deterrents to prevent attracting bears to homes, hobby farms, and ranches do prevent conflicts. Thank you for this opportunity to comment.
Thank you very much, Wendy. Just a quick note, because I think we've got 27 people online. If somebody's already made comments, try to shorten up your comments. And if everybody can try to keep it between 2 to 3 minutes at max, everybody in the room tried to do that. So Donald, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Donald C. Martin, President, California Wild Sheep Foundation. We wholeheartedly support the increased harvest of bears. Our greatest management tool was taken away from us in 2012. As a result, we are leaving enough bears on the mountain to replace those bears harvested, not accounting for the additional 59 to 65,000 bears that are already out there making more little bears. There is no threat to the bear population in the state of California. We know for a fact that if we wish to positively impact the deer management of this state, we need to recognize that kleptoparasitism is a real thing, and wolves and lions have special protected status. And for every deer they kill, a bear will steal it, and they have to go kill another deer. We have to recognize that we are overloaded with predators. And if we recognize the peak and trough cycle of predator and prey relationships, there will be no deer left in California if we don't move aggressively to take more bears off the landscape. California Wild Sheep Foundation fully supports the additional harvest of bears in the state of California. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicholas?
Howdy, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
I'd like to apologize for unmuting earlier. I was just trying to talk to my coworker, not to y'all. Sorry about that. But I would like to voice support for a second bear tag. As a bear hunter up here in Humboldt County, California, I would love the opportunity to harvest a second bear every year. I'm consistently successful using spot and stalk and still hunting methods up here. Our bear densities are incredibly high here in Humboldt County, and it would be awesome to have more meat and more fat in the freezer. I ate through all of the meat from my bear last year already, and I used up all the fat, making soap, making confections like cookies and pies and whatnot, and I use it to cut my deer sausage. It's an incredible resource to have an opportunity to get. I also would love to see the season dates extended until the quota is filled, if that is possible, because I don't quite understand why we close the season when we do in December. It could continue. Up here, the bears do not hibernate necessarily in the long-term way. You will see them awake all times of the year throughout the coastal areas of Northern California. So I'm also in support of the idea of a more hunter harvest survey, as you mentioned. I'd love to see some of the burdens removed on hunters, like the requirement to bring in the skull within 1 day of harvest. And I would love to see it that we could extract the teeth ourselves as hunters and send them into CDFW, similar to with how elk and pronghorn are working, to make it easier on everybody who wants to hunt. I'd also love to see a lack of the pelt retention requirement. I believe it supports the myth that bear hunters are doing it for the trophy of a pelt, whereas us bear hunters are doing it for meat, for the fat, and for this wonderful harvest. Although the pelt is wonderful too. I love cuddling up on mine. Goodbye.
JR?
Commissioners, J.R. Young, thanks again for the opportunity. Just want to reiterate that to thank the department and the commission for the work and the distance that we've come since the petition a couple years ago. I don't think it gets said enough, and I hope that those messages get deployed out to all the members and staff, because I know that there's challenges, there's turnover, there's everything. And so, but just reiterate the petition submitted by Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, echo Mike Costello's comments. This is also a tremendous opportunity to continue to raise funds for the big game management plan. If there was a second tag opportunity, potentially upwards of $100,000, which could be more collaring operations that could be run, and certainly with the population, 1,700 bears with the current estimate of 1,700 take with an estimate of 59,000 bears is 2 to 3%. That is well within the sustained yield marks, and it creates an incredible opportunity for food security for people throughout the state. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, JR. Joe? Joe? Go ahead. You got to unmute, Joe.
My name's Jake.
Okay, go ahead.
Anyway, thank you for hearing me again. First of all, I've actually, as mentioned earlier, I've been big game hunting in California for 50 years, but I've never actually killed a bear. I really didn't have any desire to many years ago. I do recall when the hounds were eliminated and being a member of CDA for a few years, and then them making all their members aware that what the damage was now being done to the deer population. So I did start purchasing a bear tag, but I've never still killed one. I've seen a lot of their sign, but have never personally got one. There's even an area where I hunted an apple orchard here recently up in the Mariposa area where I set up trail cameras just to see what was happening. And the guy said there used to be a lot of deer, the owner, there used to be a lot of deer here, but not anymore. All I saw on the trail camera was coyotes, lions, and several bears, including one giant. I did actually set up and try to take them, but you know what I've also concluded? I don't know how effective a second tag's going to be. Not for me if I can't even fill the first one. These predators are very nocturnal, as are a lot of the ungulates too. But reclusive and nocturnal, and of course the bears' noses are so darn good too that if they're downwind from you, it's over. So anyway, that's just my thought on it. Is this? I do believe it, of course, like all the predator coyotes and lions, both I believe, are a huge problem in California. But I just don't know that I personally like the thought of a second tag on an animal that is so difficult to find. I mean, the population's booming, and why aren't more being taken out? Or there are not enough deer hunters that with a deer tag in their pocket? I don't really know the answer to that. So anyway, I think that's
okay. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate that. And remember, if people have mentioned it before, we've got a big agenda item coming next, and we have a number of sheriffs that need to get back to their office. So go ahead, Christina.
Yes, thank you again, commissioners. I'm just here today to voice my strong opposition to expanding bear hunting in California. I feel like our black bear populations are already under pressure from habitat loss, climate change, and human encroachment. And expanding these hunting zones without strong science-based justification risks destabilizing these bear populations. Second, I'd like to oppose the proposal to issue a second bear tag. There's really no clear evidence that increasing the take is necessary or sustainable. This change appears to be more driven by recreational demand than by ecological need, and I don't feel like that's responsible management. And lastly, I continue to stand firmly against the use of hounds to hunt bears. This practice is cruel, inhumane, and was rightly banned in 2012. Pursuing bears with dogs until they're exhausted and cornered is not really fair chase, it's just harassment. And I believe Californians have made it clear we don't really support that kind of hunting. So I'd like to urge the commission to please prioritize ethics, science, and the long-term health of our wildlife over short-term interests. Thank you very much for your time and your service.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jason.
Thanks, guys. My name's Jason. I live in the Truckee Tahoe area. I would like to see hound hunting come back. I enjoyed when I was younger. I'm 47 now. When I was younger, first starting to get into bear hunting, I got quite a few hound hunts. Would like to see that come back also with the spring hunt, doubling or tripling the bear quota, and just proper management. I think my biggest question is there any drive to open a spring hunt? Just getting back from Idaho on their spring hunts. I'd like to see that in California. Any discussion on that?
No. Thank you, Jason. We'll go to Julie.
Hello again, Commission. I'd like to thank, as prior speakers did, for your guys' process and due diligence on the management plan. I have to do a really big shout out to Mike with Howl for Wildlife. He's been a major asset for me to stay involved with the process, and I really appreciate that as somebody that really does care about this. I'm up in Humboldt County, but I've primarily hunted in Trinity County. I'm 40 since I was 13, and only public lands. And my father was a logger for many years. So not only the destruction that I've seen on our timberlands due to bears, and in our wildlands as well, the fires actually have helped increase the bear vitality, in my opinion. It's enabled them to have more feed, more forage room, but it's absolutely devastating to see the amount of loss of wildlife on our blacktail population in these regions. Like mentioned prior, they're going to go find any kill or any stash. I mean, they just, you cannot hide anything from them. And it's really unfortunate. I was really hoping in your guys' draft that we would have in the management plan better statistics on the fawn kill, better statistics on what predation is actually on our black bears. And also, I just don't really condone the purchase of any license or tags that was bought with the intent not to then harvest these animals. That's really makes our statistics for our take so you can't even use them at that point when people are doing that. So I fully support it. Anybody wants to get some bears, come to B Zone. You guys are coming out our ears. Thank you.
Thanks, Julie. Floor.
Hi, Commissioners. Thank you so much for your work to consider this very important issue. I'm from In Defense of Animals. We represent 250,000 members of the public. Most of them are based in California, and we strongly oppose any increase in hunting at all and support protections for bears instead. I'll keep it at that.
Thank you. Tom?
Hi, guys. Tom Burbank with American Bear Foundation. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. First and foremost, I want to commend the department and the biologists for the development of the updated bear plan. We recognize the effort that went into it and the collaboration that it took to bring it forward. So, I want to say that we must also recognize that the effectiveness of any management plan
Tom, you're frozen.
From the department. Courage to take actions based on data rather than public sentiment, and the integrity to acknowledge that California's current bear hunting regulations, while well-intended, have not kept pace with biological realities or management needs. The truth is that black bear populations in California have grown significantly. We're seeing a lot more reports of home break-ins, garages, classrooms even. And they're not just nuisance events. They're a direct evidence of bear population that's exceeded its social and ecological carrying capacity in many regions of the state. So while coexistence efforts and non-lethal deterrence remain vital tools, they're not substitutes for regulated population control. And I want to be clear to everybody here, we don't want unregulated bear hunting. We want to advocate for the department to use every available proven management tool tools that are backed by science, guided by data, and tailored to the needs of the California bear population. We have many neighboring states that have implemented successful bear management strategies that we can reference. They use adaptive frameworks, zone-specific harvest goals, flexible tag allocations, seasonal adjustments, and real-time population metrics. These states continue to support robust bear populations and have a reduced human-bear conflict and promoted public safety with that. So California has the scientific expertise and conservation leadership to do the same. And at American Bear Foundation, we just want to empower the with that regulatory flexibility to act on the data.
Great. Thanks, Tom. Thank you. Rose?
Hi, yes. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Rose Wynn from California Four-Wheel Drive Association. I represent 4,000 members of the Cal4 Association, many of whom are avid hunters in addition to being avid off-road recreation enthusiasts. And so I speak not only for myself, but for all 4,000 of our membership. Off-road access is essential to create equitable access to hunt in our public lands. And so the membership of Cal4Wheel are a very large group of vested stakeholders in all of your decisions regarding bear population management and hunting regulations. I want to echo support for the previous speakers that have shared support for implementing a second bear tag. And I especially want to echo those that were shared by Howl for Wildlife. They've done incredible work in forwarding the best available science to help shape and inform these decisions. So we partner with them in that. I am also personally a bear hunter, and I've been dismayed to see the decline in health of this species since the use of dogs to hunt bear was banned in 2013. I live in the mountains of rural Fresno County, and I spend time in the wildlands of California throughout the state in all seasons of the year. And I've been very dismayed to see the decline in health of the bear population over the last 13 years. There have been concerns raised about human population encroachment among those who oppose bear hunting. And I think it's important to remind the Commission that the state of California contains over 50 million acres of public lands where bears live and roam freely. That's over half the acreage of our entire state. Human encroachment on bear habitat is not a contributing factor to the negative impacts that we've seen on the quantity and health of the bear population. And I urge you to evaluate facts on this issue rather than feelings of those who are emotionally charged but misinformed. We urge you to consider additional future actions that will restore the use of dogs to hunt bear, as well as other methods that will allow hunters to participate in effective bear population management and conservation through humane hunting practices. Thank you.
Thank you, Rose. Kimberly?
Yes, I just want to say that I too am against the increased bear hunt and the spring hunt. Really quite sad that everybody wants to blame predators when in fact we need to take a look at us humans as well. And in all honesty, I think we should hold off on a second hunting permit for bears given the latest fires in Southern California and here in Northern California. I think it would be best to hold off and relook at this in a couple of years when the people and the environment has a chance to actually recover from the devastations and the habitats that has been lost over the last 6-7 years. Not only bears, but other carnivores and ungulates as well. So that would be my only thing, is against second permit, spring hunt, and let's relook at this again after things are a little better restored after the devastating fires. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jesse.
Can I just insert real quick that spring hunt is not something we're considering at this time. I just want to make sure everyone is
And we're also not looking at dogs. So if you could refrain from dogs and spring hunt, that would be wonderful.
And while we're making announcements, for those that are on Zoom with your hand raised, if you see an invitation to get promoted to a panelist, please accept that invitation. It's the only way that you can control your own mute and use your camera if you'd like. So please accept that invitation, be promoted if you receive one.
Okay, go ahead, Jesse.
Thank you, Jesse Holloway, Modoc County Fish, Game, and Recreation Commission, Commissioner for District 3. I just want to give a huge thank you to these proposals through the department, all the scientific-based work that's been done. I want to give another huge thank to Seth Watts and Mike Costello. These guys are very, very passionate, very fair. These guys are true beyond fair chase hunters and conservationists to the core. And I'm really happy to see these two in the room. I'd like to touch on expanding the bear hunt into the northeastern zones. When we changed our northeastern zone and expanded it for elk, we essentially pulled the line all the way over Modoc County, added it, and upped the quota. I'd like to take into consideration that we should up the quota, being we're reaching over. I know it's been a long time since the quota's been met. I know that the use of the hounds was very effective and it's not in consideration at this time, but the forward momentum gaining on this is going to breed a new culture of people to pursue bears on the landscape. When the hound hunting was taken away, you got to understand the fact that in one way or another, you've kind of jerked the carpet under, out from under a culture.
Jesse,
Yes,
we're
sir.
not talking about, I have to go ahead and stop you there. We're not talking about dogs today. So I need you to stay to the proposal.
I totally agree. What I'm saying is we're going to see momentum gained. We're going to see an introduction of a new culture, a new upbringing of bear hunters with these new opportunities. Another thing I want to touch on for these X zones, I believe as it stands in the X zones that you can hunt bear in, I don't think that the bear hunting is allowed until the second week of the season. I would like to see at the minimum the bear season open concurrently with the deer season in these X zones, if not earlier. In today's economy, people don't have all the time that they would like to go out and hunt and harvest, and it would certainly raise the odds of getting closer to harvesting our quota.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Rick?
Rick Travis, Legislative Director, California Rifle Pistol Association. A huge thank you to Chad, Scott, and Mario and their staff for their hard work with the California Hunting Conservation Coalition, looking at the white paper that we worked really hard on for over a year. They've also been really good to see both sides of the community, and I want to thank them for that. We stand in full support of all the things put on here, and would like to remind no one's asking to raise the number. We're just asking for a little bit more opportunity to hit that number. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Nick?
Thank you, Commissioners. Nick Stone, outdoorsman and livestock producer, El Dorado County resident. I just echo what Hal from Wildlife brought up earlier. I know that in the past 10 years on both my private property and the game cameras that I have in the wilderness, I've seen a substantial increase in bear activity. And I would just say that I support any science-based opportunity increases that you might have available. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. John? John S.
Yes. Oh, thank you so much. John Scotts. I'm actually in San Diego. Landlord up in Humboldt, but living in San Diego, out of Nebraska originally. And I'm kind of a lawyer economist. I just had a few questions. Everyone here is advocating and noting, we want to support the science. We want to go along with what the science says. I noticed a study that looks at the non-market valuation of bears through the National Park Service and U.S. Geological Survey. And they found that just in Yellowstone Park alone, which, Montana, they value a black bear at $15,000 and a brown bear at $46,000 in non-economic value. That is the value that people derive from going up and seeing it. And that makes a lot of sense to me because I'm more of an ocean person lately, but I spend thousands of dollars a year going free diving, going scuba diving. I swim most days out here if I have the opportunity, with sharks, sea lions, dolphins, and I get a lot of love from that, okay? I'm willing to pay thousands of dollars per year to see that and interact with wildlife. And And I'm just wondering if we're considering non-economic valuation and if that's incorporated into the cost of hunting licenses. Again, I just received notice of this an hour ago. It's a middle of the day on a weekday. Normally wouldn't take the time to do this, but it seemed like a reasonable thing to hop onto a Zoom call and do so. Also, I just want to emphasize the importance of humility here and just knowing what you don't know and acknowledging what you don't know. I don't know how recent how recent your data is, given recent wildfires, climate change issues, parasites on pine trees, all of the other variables in this equation that could impact the environment and the population of black bears here. But I think, as we've seen with fisheries, if I think back to Nebraska, my grandfather told me stories about how they put a bounty on coyote ears. They came in, killed all the coyotes, and sure enough, the rabbits wiped out all his crops on his acreage way back in the day. I think it's important to acknowledge you may not know all these things. You want to look at how current is your data. How certain are you of the chain of causation that you purport your data supports? And second, I guess final point, we keep saying, and I've heard a number of people say, focus on the science, focus on the science. Well, the science is only as good as the data. And another point, if we're going to focus on the science, we keep hearing, I've heard from hunter, shooter, this, that. I'm an ex-Marine. I think 200-yard shots are for wussies, 1,000-yard shots are for men. But the bottom line is, as an ex-Marine, I gotta say this, it's nice to hear from a concentrated group, a small concentrated group of people who have a strong interest in hunting or killing something. But the rest of us in California, other than 99% of us, get a lot of pleasure out of seeing wildlife in its natural habitat. Most of us aren't here because we have day jobs. So maybe think about that as well, and think about what you don't know, because you don't know what you don't know. And if you make decisions as though you're omniscient, you're going to come up with a bad outcome.
Thank you, John. I appreciate that. Dan, Ryan?
Yeah, thank you. And I'll just echo the support for expanding the zone and increase to a second tag. And then, just want to thank the commission staff as well as CDFW for all the work on this. I know this has been basically, I don't want to say a thorn in your side, because I know you guys want some change, but since 2021, we've been talking about this. So yeah, great job. And look forward to the future. I do want one thing that the commission staff can think about is, we're not trying to meet the quota with a lot of this, at least what I saw in the presentation, but we are going to increase harvest. And so ask yourself the what if, like, how do we respond to this if by expanding the zone and increasing the to a second tag, if we start hitting 1,700, I think then, we have data there that now is going to allow us to increase the quota. So anyway, thank you very much and appreciate you guys' work on this.
Thank you, Dan. Naomi? Naomi? There you go.
My name is Naomi. Yes. I agree with the comments and recommendations made by Kimberly Richard about returning to the topic of a second bear tag later down the line, once the impact of the wildfires and climate crisis have had a chance to be further studied. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill?
Hi, Commissioners.
Woodbridge?
Hi, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, I'm way opposed to increasing the tags for bears, as well as 80% of Californians. Hunters amount to 4% of the population in the country. That leaves 96% who are not hunters or not interested in seeing animals killed. Natural predators keep the ecosystem properly adjusted. They're here for a reason. Nature takes care of that. When we step in and kill bears, it upsets it. Hunters should know that the reason that there's less deer is because there is a plague going on amongst deer called chronic wasting disease. It's a brain disease that eventually kills them. Wolves, I don't know about bears, but wolves are not susceptible to that disease, and they seek out the weaker deer or fawn that have this disease and kill them. That keeps the disease from spreading. So they're doing a service to hunters. I assume the same is probably true with bears. But 80% of the population does not want to see these animals killed, especially in heinous methods such as using dogs to chase them. That's not a fair chase. It's cruel. It's unfathomable. Spring hunts kill mama bear.
Thanks, Bill. We're not talking about
Okay, all right.
hunt.
I
Yes,
am
we're
very
not
opposed.
talking about dogs. Thank you.
All right, I'm very opposed
Thank
to.
you, Bill.
Are you going to let me finish?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm very opposed to increasing the number of tags, and I'm very opposed to killing any bears whatsoever. They're beautiful. The ecology needs them. Nature will solve the problem. We don't need to give trophies to people for shooting bears. That's just incredulously inhumane.
Okay, thank you. DJ?
DJ Sambachetti, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. We support the increase in tags and also the expansion of the zones. Thank you.
Thank you, DJ. Marcia?
Yes, thank you so much for having the public comment. I just have two things. One is when you use the word harvesting, you are actually killing sentient beings. Harvesting is for wheat and beets. And as for sentient beings, I have a lot of respect for bear mothers. They are probably a better mother than I was. Thank you.
Thank you. Debbie?
Hello, thank you, commissioners. Debbie Thompson, Plumas County, which is northeastern California. We have plenty of bear up here, even considering the Dixie Fire almost burned, 1 million acres. I am very much in favor of you passing this to approve the expanding of the zone and the second tag. Thank you very much for your hard work.
Thank you, Debbie. iPhone?
Hello? Can you hear me?
No, that's iPad. Sorry, we're confused with the eyes. The eyes have it.
iPhone.
Sorry, there you go, iPhone. You're up.
Yeah, hi. I just want to say thank you, Commission, for working hard on this and all the people that spent all the time on it. And I'd like to echo the things that Mike Costello said. And that's pretty much all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Phil. Phil Cox.
Yeah.
You're muted, Phil. There you go.
Somebody knew it. My phone went off. I just want to thank the commission for all the hard work. I'm just an individual, California taxpayer, voter, and a hunter. I think you guys have done a great job. I know this gets really political and stuff. Again, appreciate the hard work and all your considerations. I support the second tag. I support the expanded zones, and somebody mentioned it earlier, like if some of the timing, like the season expansion, I don't remember whether that was part of the thing or not, but those considerations. Just thank you for doing this and looking at it and the science. I've been on these calls for last couple of years and like with the management plan, and I've seen some stuff, and I'm encouraged. I'm encouraged by the commission and what you do. And again, thank you for your hard work, and I support the stuff the department's doing. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Jake P.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to speak and the management plan. It's been a couple of years of work and it's much appreciated. The only thing I wanted to mention that's new to take up the least amount of time is if the department in the future would considering the boundary that runs through A Zone North. We know that there are bears in the Mayacamas, and we now see them, a large 400 road hit bear in Forestville. So looking at that boundary line as bears are approaching Sonoma and Mendocino, areas that are more populated and will have conflict, but are still rural enough to have hunting opportunities in Napa, Mendocino, and Sonoma. Thank you.
Jake Shnena.
Hi, my name is Sneha Venkatraman, and I live in Los Angeles. I strongly oppose expanding bear hunting. I'm a physician and trained in analyzing articles, and there has been a lot of invoking science so that a small group of people can continue to profit off the suffering of animals. And hunters may think the suffering is limited, but biologically there is a lot of continuous pain involved. And if we are to continue hunting bears, there must be much greater regulations and not expansions. As others have mentioned, we have a climate crisis. and science supports that it's not the presence of bears, but other factors, including human activity and policies and natural occurring animal illnesses. And those of us opposing today represent the vast majority of the California population. I've spoken with fellow neighbors, and on behalf of us from Los Angeles, we did not support expanding bear hunting. And thank you so much to the commission for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Suzanne?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm representing the International Wildlife Coexistence Network, and we have our president of our board based in California, as many of our members. We are opposing the increased harvest or hunting of bears, and certainly during the time that they're denning. Our Earth is experiencing an exponential loss of wildlife and wild places at a rate that is unprecedented in the last 3 million years. We have species going into the pathway of being threatened with extinction. Bears are one of the most iconic wildlife species in the state of California. They provide enormous amount of ecosystem services that are of great value to protecting biodiversity. And we especially believe that finding other ways, non-lethal coexistence methods for any types of conflicts with bears is extremely important for the commission to support and to continue to support, because once we've gone down this alley of trying to kill more and more bears, it's never ending. We really want to see that the bears be protected, that their habitat be protected, and that we continue to search for and implement non-lethal solutions. Thank you.
Christopher, thank you. Christopher?
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Christopher Hall with California Deer Association. Appreciate y'all let me talk here for a second. We're very happy in you all passing and approving the management plan. That's a big step forward for for our California deer, which we do put a lot of work into every single year. We are in big support of the increase of harvest opportunity, and we are in support of the expansion of the hunting zones. We echo a lot of the other positive support in that as well that are in the room. And again, we look forward to continue to work with the department, and hopefully this is a great step in the right direction so we can work together and working on the deer management plan in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick Villa, just to announce, I mean, at this point, we won't allow any more speakers because we do have to move on to item number 4. So we've got right now 5 participants. We'll do those 5 and then, we'll move on. Nick, go ahead. Villa.
Yeah, thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. I'm Nick Villa with the California Rifle and Pistol Association. Also, I'm the chair of the Hunting and Conservation Coalition Bear Management Subcommittee. Really want to stress a thank you to Chad and Scott for all their hard work working with the coalition and all the countless meetings that you've been with us and working closely the last several years trying to get the management plan done. You've done a stellar job, and we really appreciate it. We really are supportive of this this first step in getting to where we really need to be. So we want to continue working closely with you through the coalition and its process, and look forward to just supporting you in every step along the way. So thank you again for this opportunity to be with you and to support you in this great cause.
Thank you, Nick. Krista?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Krista Maloney. I strongly oppose bear hunting in California and any efforts to expand it. As others have mentioned, there have recently been significant changes in the environment in California, from climate change to wildfires, and expanding bear hunting without first knowing the true impact of these events is irresponsible. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Dan? You're on mute, Dan.
Oop, there you go. Hi, Dan Epperson, District 2 Supervisor, Amador County. Strongly support the science-based approach. I would have one request, is that if you would possibly look into the ability to purchase a lifetime deer-bear combo or some sort of metric like that. That's where I'm at. At the Butte fire, we've seen an increase of bears 5, 6, 7 years after the fire. The habitat's coming back, and the bears are too. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Is that it?
Okay, so we have 3 folks on the attendee list who have had their hands raised for quite some time. So thank you very much for your patience. We really appreciate it. Dave Parsons, Randy, and Debbie Neely. So Dave, are you able to unmute yourself?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much. My name is David Parsons. I've been a practicing wildlife biologist for about 50 years. I generally oppose hunting of large apex predators and carnivores. I'm certainly opposed to the recommendations to increase the bear hunting. And I'll just be brief. I want to add my support to the comments already made by Wendy Keepover, Bill Woodridge, and Suzanne Ashestone. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you, Dave. Chad?
Yeah, thank you very much to the department for this Herculean lift of creating this new management plan. I'd like to just echo some of the previous comments in support of expanding hunting opportunities made by Dave Best, J.R. Young, other folks from the BHA community, and remind the commission that successful wildlife management is adaptive in nature and always considers newly published data and reassesses positions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chad. And what were the last 2?
Okay, so we're going to go back to the attendee list. No one else on the panelist list. Debbie Neely and Randy. Randy, are you able to unmute yourself?
Yes. Good afternoon. This is Randy Feilish in Los Angeles, California Wildlife Protection Alliance. I will make this brief. I support Wendy Keefover's statements along with Dave Parsons. We are against bear hunting and any expansion of hunting opportunities. Bear habitats should be protected, not expanded. They should be protected and not expanded for their own demise. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. The last participant is
Debbie Neely.
Debbie
are you
Neely.
still there?
Hi, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so
there you go, Debbie.
okay, so I would be brief. So I work in the science. And so I've worked in the science 32 years with California Animal Health and Food Safety Lab as a staff research associate. And we've worked with in the 70s and 80s with the chronic wasting disease, blue tongue, and brucellosis in the desert bighorn sheep, and many species. We work closely with CDFA, USDA, and the Department of Fish and Game. And I am very much for you expanding the zones and expanding the tags. I really appreciate what you guys have done. Personally, we have cattle up in the foothills and have had to bottle feed calves that have been killed. The mothers have been killed by bears. So we have that on game cam. So anyway, I appreciate, I'm really getting much enjoyment of listening to this, but I have worked in the science for 32 years.
Thank you, Debbie.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, we appreciate everybody's comments. We know this is, lots of people have a vested interest. This was our first hearing of this. This will come back in September, correct? And so we will go ahead and deal. But before we move on to item 4, my co-chair would like to say a few words.
Yeah, and if anyone else on staff has anything they want to respond to, by all means too. But I think just a couple of things that came up. First of all, thanks everyone so much for all of that thoughtful input. Regarding science, which came up a lot, science-based management of wildlife, like California does that well, and we should all be really proud of it because it's hard. We have really good science now about black bear, good field data, great population modeling. It incorporates and propagates uncertainty to a couple of the comments there, like that's in there too. And we waited for it before we got this proposal because it was important we had it in hand. I just want to reiterate that because Dr. Clip spoke to that. And based on that science, as Mario already said, this proposal is, relatively modest and conservative. To a number of other comments about, what this signifies. So bears are part of ecosystems. They're part of webs of interacting wildlife. But I just want to say, I don't see this proposal as about predator control or public safety or trade-offs between values that people place on seeing bears and values that people place on hunting them, because the proposed changes aren't expected to have meaningful impacts on bear harvests, no big impacts on harvests or abundances. And I think that's important to keep in mind because all of those points are valid. And also, we're still not going to hit that cap. We're not necessarily going to see a real change. It's more a question of access to hunting opportunity in the context of a highly regulated, highly science supported context with limited methods of take. The last thing, because we are going to come back to this in September, ongoing monitoring is really critical because of some of the changes people talked about, climate change, wildfire, disease, all these other stresses. So I would love at our next discussion of this, just to have the department provide some sense of how bear populations are going to be monitored going forward so that everyone's aware of how we'll be keeping tabs on how it's going and catch anything that isn't working out.
Sure. All right.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you to everybody that participated. All right, so now we're gonna move to item number 4. Because I know you would like to say something, do we want to say it before Ari opens, or how would you like to do
You
it?
introduced the topic, but I think before, obviously a lot of people are here to talk about it, so maybe I'd like to say a couple things.
And I just want to say, I want to thank everybody for coming out. This moved out of the committee, went to the commission, and I asked for it to be brought back to the commission. I really felt at the time that we hadn't been able to go ahead and hear the amount of input and from the turnout and all the people that have an interest. I think we accomplished what we set out to do. Number one, to go ahead and hear from the various people and the various communities that are affected. So thank you for being here. Secondly, I want to just explain that, we will hear what happens today. Don't know what the outcome's going to be, but the fact is that we can, choose to move something forward to go to the full commission. We can choose not to move something forward. And, my co-chair and I will go ahead and discuss that after we have a full discussion here today. We're both carved out time to be able to go to 7 o'clock tonight. And so I want to say thank you all for being here. Go ahead.
Thanks.
I don't think they're planning to be
Yeah.
here till 7. There's a lot of chuckling out there.
I'll go ahead and say what I'm going to say. I kind of want to let Ari introduce the topic too, because maybe we'll repeat, but just a little bit on where we are. First of all, yeah, I think all of that's right. Those of you who were here at the February full commission meeting know that we agreed that we should pull this back to committee. So I just want to say that I supported that. And that came from listening to a lot of you come with your concerns because you weren't able to participate in the January Wildlife Resources Committee meeting. So I just want to be clear that we pulled back that rec and there's no longer a recommendation. We don't have one that we're recommending that we put forward. That's not the object of this conversation. This is really, to listen and to understand the regs, the statutes, all of the parts of the context that govern coyote take, but also to just listen and hear what it is you all want to make sure that we keep in mind, understanding what it is we're tackling to address, what the issues are we need to be mindful of. Maybe the only other thing I just reiterate briefly is that, we are here to hear people's lived experiences, and people have a vast range of them in relation to this issue. It's urban and it's rural. It's, in a whole bunch of different ways that people interact with coyotes. And so I know not everyone's going to hold the same values around this, and also not the same practical concerns. So I just want to encourage everyone to listen to each other and be in constructive dialogue, because I think the goal here is to figure out how to do something that's scientifically supported, that's effective, and that really reflects the full range of everyone's values and concerns. So there's not something in particular, we're trying to do a step back and learn together about how we can move forward in a way that works well for everyone. I don't advocate an agenda, and I just want to say that because I think we had been talking about this in this committee, in particular for a couple of years. It's been on the table for quite some time before that. I did want to move us in a direction, and I understand that we need to do a lot more conversation and listening before we figure out exactly what that direction is.
Ari?
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to skip my beginning since Chair Anderson explained about how this came about and went to the commission and came back. So I just want to do a little bit of frame setting, as it were, and then We're gonna go into an introductory presentation that hopefully will help set the stage for further discussion. So today's goals are twofold. First is to ensure greater understanding of the existing laws, regulations, and policies governing coyote management and the needs of the various communities, from cities to rural communities, individual homeowners to ranchers. Then, from what is hopefully a common understanding of the law and policy context, the second goal is to engage in joint information sharing to affirm the problems to be addressed. Those are the real goals for today. After the first two goals are achieved, we hope to have a constructive and pragmatic dialogue that can begin to identify and discuss options that best meet a range of needs and objectives that is anticipated for the future. Today, we really want to focus on problem identification. Ultimately, WRC is seeking to engage stakeholders and the public in creative problem solving to improve coyote management and address a current inconsistency between commission regulation and policy. So with that, we'll go into our presentation, and I think Melissa is going to get us started on.
Yes. Yeah. So this presentation is going to be posted to the commission's website very shortly, so our apologies for not having that ready in advance. We also have someone upstairs who is making copies, and they will be downstairs in just a few minutes. So for the moment, we'll watch the screen. You'll be able to see the presentation, but we'll have print copies for those who would like some. I'm sure she'll drop them off at the back table there. And again, sometime in the next half hour or so, the presentation will also be posted to our website with the rest of our meeting materials for this meeting. So as both co-chairs indicated and Marine Advisor Norman indicated, today's kind of an opportunity to step back for just a moment and take a look at the big picture, right? Because we got to a place where there was a recommendation to the commission, wasn't really ready, wasn't right, and there were more voices that needed to be heard. And so today, that's what we want to do, is take a step back, make sure that we all are understanding the context within which the commission is functioning, because we've received a lot of comments over the last month or so, making requests of the commission that the commission actually doesn't have the authority to do. And so it's really helpful in order for us to be able to speak the same language and understand the context within which the commission has the ability to operate, and what it is are the needs of the various groups and organizations, whether it's individuals, it's businesses, it's cities and counties, etc. Have a better understanding collectively what all of those needs are. Those are our needs collectively. And with that information, then we are going to be better prepared to have a conversation about what are the problems and what are the solutions to those problems. All right, let's see which one we So I just covered briefly, these questions are essentially what I just covered. We're going to talk a little bit just quickly about statutes, regulations, policies. What's the difference? Who has the authority to create those? Which of them are related to the take of coyotes? That's kind of important in this conversation. And then what are the problems with the current statutes, regulations, policies? And what are some of the needs based on the group here today, which is probably not the full suite of needs and desires out there, but it's a very good start. And so we'll have a little conversation about that as well. So statute versus regulation versus policy. So what is a statute? A statute is a bill that the legislature must pass. It gets chaptered by the Secretary of State. It passes through both houses of the legislature. It has to go through both the Senate and the Assembly in California. It can be signed by the governor, or the governor may say, yeah, it's fine, I'm not gonna sign. And 12 days or 30 days, depending on where you are in the year, it automatically becomes law. No statute. Those statutes, depending on the subject matter, are all combined into things called codes. So here's some examples. We've got a vehicle code, most of us are pretty familiar with that one. That's where your parking tickets and your speeding tickets and those sorts of things come from, right? Vehicle code gives different agencies the authority to write rules for that. Probate code, those of us who have family members who passed, are familiar with that. And Fish and Game Code. California Fish and Game Commission, a lot of its authorities are found in the Fish and Game Code, along with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Why is this important? Because these codes are what give the department and the commission the authority to do things. If it's not in that code or another code, like we do have authorities under government code, civil code, etc., but most of them are here in Fish and Game Code. If there's not a code section, a statute, a law that the legislature has passed that says, commission, you have the authority to do that, the commission can't do it. Okay, that's really important to understand. Next slide. So here's some examples from Fish and Game Code. We're gonna use the section 205. So this is a section of Fish and Game Code. It's about fish, amphibia, and reptiles. And in that statute, it says that the commission, you have the authority to create open and closed seasons. You have the authority to create back possession and size limits. And you can also identify the manner and the means of taking for fishing. There's other things as well, but I'm just giving you the simple one. Okay? That's the authority. Now, the legislature hasn't said you only get one line in the water at a time. You can only go 3 months out of the year. You can use these kinds of hooks, etc. All right, legislature just said people can fish and commission. Here's what you are going to do to help them identify where and when and how. Next slide. So what's a regulation? So this is the next step in the process. We have an authority. Commission can set fishing regulations. That's a rule or a standard that's adopted by an agency. It's got an authority that the legislature has given it. It's now going to create some guidelines, some rules to make that more specific. So it implements, it interprets, or makes more specific that statute. That statute says people can fish, and commission, you have the authority to say how, when, and where. The agency, again, has to have authority in statute in order to do it. The commission can't make regulations for when and where you can fly, because that authority hasn't been granted to it. But it can make rules for fishing. And the process that the commission goes through when it makes those regulations is called a rulemaking process. So many of you have followed the commission for a very long time. You've seen a whole lot of these rulemakings, whether it's bear rules or deer rules, or it's fishing, or it's marine protected areas, right? That's a rulemaking process. So some examples, Department of Education, the code section is 5, natural resources, the code is 14, waters, we've got a water code in California, it's 23. So again, just like statute is put in these books, similar subject, we do the same thing with regulations, right? And so this one up here, this is water conservation. This is the State Water Board. It's under the waters, Title 43. And you can see some examples of the kinds of rulemakings that they're going through. But specific to the commission, you're going the wrong way. Go forward one. Thank you. So back to our fishing example. Statute has given the commission authority under Fish and Game Code. And so now the commission promulgates regulations in Title 14. And so when it comes to fishing, the commission says in section 7.544A, at Eagle Lake, you can have 2 trout per day. You can have a total of 4 in possession. You can start on Saturday preceding Memorial Day and it ends on the last day in February. That's a regulation. That's what the commission has authority to do with that authority that was granted to it by statute. So the third piece, because the commission, not only does it set regulations, but it also sets policies. So what is a policy? A policy is not a law. Statute and regulations, those are laws. Those are enforceable. These gentlemen in the back here, Those ones with guns, they enforce laws. They enforce regulations and statutes. Department of Fish and Wildlife, ordinance, same thing. Sorry, wildlife. Same thing. Policy is not enforceable. A policy is a formal declaration of an agency's stance or an agency's position. It's a guiding framework. It provides principles for how a body goes about making decisions. It can help ensure consistent application of statutes and regulations, but it does not, again, they are not enforceable. And typically for most agencies, when they set a policy, it only applies to that agency, right? It doesn't apply outside of that. We're a little bit different. Again, because the legislature in Fish and Game Code said, not only can you set policy for yourself, but you can also set policy for the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. So at the bottom there, you see some examples of policies. Some of these may sound familiar. We had a national policy at one point in time called No Child Left Behind. Again, not enforceable. However, at the federal level, they enacted laws and regulations that help them achieve that policy goal. But the policy goal itself, not a law, not regulations, not enforceable. Same thing with natural resources. 20 years ago or so, state had a policy of no net loss of weapons. Again, not enforceable. It's the goal that the agency had set not to achieve this. And they might establish some rules and regulations in order to help accomplish that. And then today, as I think most of us are very much aware, we have a focus on water conservation for the state policy. It has been for almost 10 years. All right, so now relative to the California Fish and Game Commission, back to our fish example. That says, commission, you can set rules for how to bring fish. You can also set policy that's going to apply to how you make decisions and how the California Department of Fish and Wildlife makes decisions. So there are 4 policies that the commission has established related to trout. We have a golden trout policy, we have a trout policy, we have a commission designated wild trout waters, and an introduction of non-native species. 4 different policies that direct decision making and choices that are made. And so when the commission is about to adopt regulations, one of the things both we, commission staff, as well as our colleagues at the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, we will look to those policies to make sure that what we're proposing is consistent with what the commission has said. This is our policy. This is the direction we want to head, or this is how we want to guide the decision making. So again, the commission can't establish statute, but it can establish regulation and it can establish policy. All right, so I'm going to hand it over to Ari to do the second half of the presentation because he's going to talk about the statutes, the regulations, and the policies relevant to this subject, coyotes. Now that we have a basic understanding of what those 3 things are, now we can talk about what is it the commission does or doesn't do in that context.
Okay, I'm gonna pull Mario and do it from here. Hopefully everybody can hear me.
Well, yeah, you're gonna have to speak up much louder. We got a
I will,
full room and
'cause I
people
need
moving
to,
around.
I need to,
It might help.
have my computer. Yeah, so, okay, next slide. So now we're gonna talk about the framework that Melissa just laid out, statute, regulation, and policy in relation to coyotes. When they're talking about coyote, there are really 2 main statutes that we're talking about. Section 4150 and section 4152. Section 4152, section 4150 defines what a non-game mammal is and talks about a couple other things like trapping and the default no-take provisions. Section 4152 really gets into the depredation part of coyotes. So next slide, I'll explain how that works. Let's start off with section 4150. Section 4150 defines what a non-game mammal is, and it starts by listing off a whole bunch of categories that are defined by the legislature. Things like a big game mammal. We just had a whole bunch of things talking about big game mammals. Those are all defined in statute by the legislature. What is a big game mammal? It defines things like fur-bearing mammal and that kind of thing. And then it takes all of those and says anything that's not in these categories, anything else is a non-game mammal. Coyote is not defined in any of those categories. Therefore, it's like a leftover species and it's a non-game mammal. So that's why coyote is a non-game mammal. This is very important. It's important to understand that the reason coyote is a non-game mammal is because it is defined that way in statute. We got a lot of people, both in comments and over the years that we've been discussing this, saying, please make coyote a game species, or please don't make coyote a game species and leave it in non-game. And I just want to stress that the commission, because it's defined in statute, the commission does not have authority to change the category of coyotes. It is a non-game species and will remain a non-game species until the legislature decides words. Now that doesn't talk about how we manage coyotes, right? All it does is put it in a box and put it in a category. So there's flexibility to regulate and to do different things with coyotes, but the commission does not have the ability to make coyote a game species. I think that's really important for people to understand. The next thing that 4150 does is it shuts off all take for non-game mammals, including coyotes, except for regulations that the commission may promulgate, or other exceptions that the legislature may create in the future. So that's kind of the default. No take except if the commission promulgates regulations and regulates otherwise. And then there's another section in that which is not really relevant about trapping and raw fur in 4150, but the first two are the most important for our purposes. Next slide. Section 4152 is the depredation. So remember in 4150, they shut off all take and said no take except for regulation. And then they opened this little piece of it again and said, except in this specific case. And the words that they use are, when non-game mammals are found to be injuring growing crops or other property, coyotes may be taken. And that's an exception that they created to the no take. And again, this is in statute, so the commission is bound by this. So just remember that. That's really important, because that is something which is in code under section 4152 for depredation. It also has some other provisions that have to do with who actually can take under this this section, which are not really that relevant, so I'm going to kind of skip it for now. Talks about other officials that can take them. But another thing that's really important is it exempts anyone taking under this section, so for depredation purposes, under section 3007. And 3007 is the section that requires you, when you're taking a bird or a mammal, to get a license or some other entitlement, such as a permit. Okay, so there have been a lot of discussions about depredation permits and please require depredation permits and that kind of thing. But this exemption under 3007 says you don't have to get that when you're taking under this section for depredation purposes. So that's important to remember. And again, that's in statute. The commission cannot override that. Okay, next slide. All right, so now I'm going to talk about, so we talked about the statute. Those things are like hard-coded. Again, the commission can't override those. Those are defined by the legislature. Now we're going to talk about regulations. This is what the commission can promulgate, has promulgated in the past, and can change in the future if they so desire. Next slide. The main section that we're talking about, and there might be some other sections to come into play later when we're talking about solutions. But when we're talking about the problem, section 472 is the main important section to keep in mind, and it does a bunch of things. It sort of echoes that statute. It starts off with non-game birds and mammals may not be taken, right? And it sort of parrots the statute. And then it creates some exceptions. There's a whole list of species that there's an exception to the no-take rule. And coyote is one of those species that is in that list. That is an exception. And as such, that list can be taken at any time of the year and in any number. That's what 472. It's basically unlimited. Okay, that's what 472 does. So now we're going to talk about policies. Next slide. That have to do with, and there are two main policies that are important for coyotes. Next slide. The depredation control policy and the terrestrial predator policy. Next slide. We'll start off with the Commission Depredation Control Policy. That's what it's called. And it says a bunch of things, but these are the main important things. That wildlife species should be maintained in harmony with available habitat wherever possible. It also says if injury or damage to private property, if predators are causing, or animals, it's not just predators, but obviously for our purposes, we're talking about coyotes, predators, are causing damage to private property, depredation control methods should be directed towards the offending animal. And that's important to remember. That's commission policy. Depredation, it also says depredation upon intensively managed wildlife species. It talks about those. That's if wildlife are causing problems for other wildlife, which is not as relevant for what we're talking about, but might come into play. So that's the depredation control policy. Next is the Commission Terrestrial Predator Policy. Thank you. And it does a bunch of things, but I'm really going to try and hone in on what's probably most important for our discussion today. It promotes the value of native terrestrial predators in the context of ecosystem-based management. That's language directly from the policy. While minimizing adverse impacts on wildlife, reducing adverse impacts to humans, right? And those are things like health and safety, private property, agriculture. There's a tension between those two, right? Those are not always easy to reconcile, those two things. But the policy says that the commission will attempt to reconcile those things and do its best to try and accomplish both of those goals. It also talks about, it has a framework of coexistence and says that is a goal of commission regulation and of department action as well, that we should be aiming for sustainable conservation and management strategies necessary to encourage coexistence. That's the framework that we're all working with. It also says that the commission and the department should do things like minimize habituation. Human safety is a priority. That we should consider any and all lethal and non-lethal controls that are efficacious, humane, and feasible. And that's easy to say, but I think that particularly those last three words, efficacious, humane, and feasible, is where a lot of the conflict comes in, because there's a lot of disagreement about what is efficacious, what is humane, and what is feasible. And so that's part of the discussion that we want to have today and talk about what that means to all of us and how the commission should direct regulation in order to meet those goals. Okay, next slide. So let's get into some of the problems that we have that have been discussed and that we as staff have tried to identify based on the conversations, based on the points that commissioners have made in the past. Next slide. We use this word indiscriminate. We talk about unlimited indiscriminate take. I wish we had a better word for that. I really do. but we haven't been able to come up with one that really fits what this is. And so remember, 4152, the depredation statute, talks about taking a coyote which has been found to be injuring growing crops or other property. And so we refer to taking a coyote, which is totally legal because of section 472, which remember has no strictures on it. Anybody can take anything for any reason or for no reason. They can take coyotes. But we have been referring to indiscriminate take as a taking coyote, which is outside the bounds of 4152. A coyote which has not been found to be injuring growing crops or other property. Again, remember, that's legal according to commission regulation. Section 472 currently allows that. Found to be injuring is a little bit of a that's something which we might actually want to think about regulation to actually enable depredation, because found to be injuring is actually can be seen as potentially an ambiguous phrase. It's present tense, right? But we often think of found to be injuring as it's about to injure, right? Found to be injuring could be interpreted as the coyote literally has its jaws on the cow, right? But if it's about to do that, it also could be seen as found to be injuring, right? Or if it's just done it, right? And it's just happened, it could be found to be injuring. But that's not necessarily how the statute is necessarily read. And so something that we might want to think about is regulating, making more specific, which is something regulation does, or interpreting found to be injuring to actually be explicit that those are permitted times when take is actually falls under section 4152. Something to think about. All right, I'm almost done. Okay. There's just a couple more slides. We want to there's often a talk about the North American model of conservation. We've heard that come up today. The North American model of conservation, in my own opinion, is not perfect. It has a lot of flaws, but there are a lot of good things that it does. And one of the good things that it does is put out a tenet that wildlife should only be killed for a legitimate purpose. And I think most fair-minded people would probably agree with that. We've heard a lot of that kind of thing said both from hunters and non-hunters. And one of the ways, it's phrased in many different ways depending on where you look, but one of the things is that wildlife shall be taken by legal and ethical means in the spirit of fair chase and permitted only for food, for self-defense, and the protection of property. In other words, not for frivolous or wasteful reasons. But that, again, like those three words in policy, what is legitimate purpose? And there are reasonable disagreements about what is legitimate and what is not. And that is one of the things that we need to try and figure out in this dialogue through this process, this item. Right now, Title 14, Section 472 permits all coyote killing, whether it's for a legitimate purpose or not for a legitimate purpose. And some people might say there's no such thing as an illegitimate purpose. You can kill a coyote, you should be able to kill a coyote for any reason or for no reason. But not everybody agrees with that. And we've identified that next slide, that conflicts with the policies of the commission. Potentially. And so we wanted to end with next slide, some of the problems and some of the difficulties in teasing out those questions. And we want you to know that we heard you when we got like 500 letters from the public. And thank you. We appreciate that. We really do want your feedback. We want to hear from everybody. We want to hear from everybody today. So some of the stated needs, some of the difficulties, and things that we want to make sure that we take into account when discussing this. the need to protect livestock. We hear you. We hear how important that is. And I don't think that anybody wants to go forward without protecting the ability for ranchers and farmers to protect their livestock. We might disagree about what that means or about how to do it, but we all agree that that is legitimate and important. To minimize unnecessary lethality, we've heard that, and that is really important to people. We heard that over and over again. What's unnecessary, again, we'll have that discussion, and there may be people that disagree about that, but that is an important goal that aligns with the policies of the commission. Protecting human safety and pets. We heard over and over how important that is, particularly in urban environments. That this is really important to people, and they have a need to do that, and we hear you. Preserving recreational hunting opportunity. We talked about that all for the rest of the, we've been talking about that all day long. Recreational opportunity, and we know that that's important. And maintaining the ecological role in both urban and rural areas, because they do play important ecological roles that are critical for both urban and rural areas, and we want to make sure that those are maintained. So those are some of the needs that we've heard from people. We want to know that we've heard you. You'll get an opportunity to speak about that some more, and the commissioners will engage on that topic. So that's all I have. Hopefully that helps set the dialogue for the discussion to come. We're really focused on defining the problem today. That really is the goal. And in the future, we'll talk about solutions and how we might solve things, but we can't really do that unless we all agree on what the problem is.
So now that everybody's have a civic lesson, you will be tested at the end of the meeting. I want to just, what I'm going to do here as the chair, because we've got elected officials both in the room and online, and everybody's time is important, but because the electives have come so far and they got to get back and do the good people's work, I'm going to have the sheriffs, any of the elected officials that are here, I'm going to start with them. I'll then go to the electeds online, then I'll come back to the floor, and then I'll end with all the folks online. So if you're an elected official, sheriff, supervisor, any other capacity, please come forward. State your name, your position, and we're looking forward to hearing what you have to say. Yeah, and because of the fact that, guys, come on up. So just fill up the seats, and as the seats get empty, pop down. And again, we're going to have a lot of duplication, so I know you may have something written, but try to be, if somebody said the thing 27 times before, try to go ahead and edit what you can, but we do appreciate you being here. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ned Coe, Modoc County Board of Supervisors, Chair of the Board and a rancher in Modoc County. Appreciate you bringing this back to the committee, and I really wish that the clarity that was provided with the presentation just now had been published out with agenda information. We presented a letter to the commission on this, and I'm frantically scratching things off of it as we were going through the civics lesson. So thank you for that, but it would have been really helpful if that had occurred in a timely fashion. So I'm going to hit on a couple things from our unanimously approved letter from the Board of Supervisors, and then touch on a couple personal observations from 6 decades as a livestock producer. Modoc County and many other northern counties are different from the more urban areas of California and should not be treated the same in a one-size-fits-all policy for the wildlife issue. In the staff report from February 12th, 13th, 2025, Wildlife Resources Committee meeting, it stated, participants asserted that indiscriminate take disguised as depredation has occurred in cities like Torrance and Anaheim. We're 15 hours north of Torrance and Anaheim, very different. This statement focuses is the focus of the item being placed before the committee and the commission. And this is further evidence that this issue appears to be emotional rather than scientific motivated discussion. There's no empirical evidence that coyote population is threatened in any sense. Coyote predation of livestock in Modoc County appears to be increasing according to our livestock producers and that of the APHIS Wildlife Services officer. And I think with that, I'm going to go off of my planned comments and just go straight to personal observations. As I indicated before, 6 decades as a livestock producer, starting with 4-H projects in Siskiyou County, living on a cattle ranch there, ranching in Eastern Shasta County, and now in Modoc for the last 30 years. I always was pleased to see coyotes in my field doing rodent control. Voles, squirrels, gophers, all are a problem in hay and pasture fields. That said, I was also really upset when I'd go out and I'd see buzzards circling, which meant there was a dead calf, and you'd go up to it and there was a day-old calf that had been curled up with a belly full of milk a couple hours before, and that coyote had stumbled onto that calf and killed it and eaten the belly full of milk out of it and left the rest of it. That is my livelihood, and to do anything that hampers my ability to be able to deal with that individual coyote or group of coyotes at that time, which can occur both in the springtime and in the fall, greatly reduces my ability to raise wholesome beef to feed the nation. For those reasons, and due to the time here, I will conclude urging you to not remove tools for timely management of coyote populations, which are not in any threatened status. Thank you.
Thanks, Supervisor.
Hello, thanks for having us. My name is Tony Arndt, Glenn County Supervisor, District 3. I'll be speaking on behalf of the Glenn County Fish and Game and Recreation Commission today. A lot of what Supervisor Coe just said, we don't want to keep repeating things. I have the same type of information. One thing for us in Glenn County that we need to know is we are heavily reliant on our agriculture and economic operations. Most of the operations take place on expansive, wide open areas, rangeland, remote areas. Calving, lambing occurs throughout the year. Many operations and seasonal approach to coyote management would leave producers vulnerable, devastating losses throughout the year. We can't like put a season on it when we're lambing or calving or doing whatever throughout the whole year. Another issue that we see goes a little bit further is California is really big in fuels management projects throughout the state. What do we use for a lot of these fuels management projects? Sheep, goats, cattle. This is going to cause a huge issue if we have these regulations or seasons or what have you to protect even these herds of animals that we're using for fuel reduction projects throughout our state. So I just want you to guys take this into consideration and look at all of this, that I would like to oppose any new changes and leaving things the way they are. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Grant Carmen, also from Glenn County, District 1 Supervisor. I just wanted to quickly read into the record a letter that was approved by all of our board unanimously at our last board meeting. Glenn County Board of Supervisor appreciates the opportunity to submit this letter in strong opposition to the proposed recommendation, which would designate coyote as a game animal under Title 14, Section 472 of the California Code of Regulations. Like many rural Northern California counties, Glenn County has a unique land use characteristics and agricultural priorities that differ substantially from urban areas. A blanket statewide policy regarding wildlife management, particularly for a widely distributed predator like the coyote, fails to consider the specific and pressing needs of rural economies and public safety. Glenn County livestock producers are seeing increased levels of coyote predation. This predation threatens not only livestock herds, but also working dogs and other domestic animals. Any restrictions on the take of coyotes, whether seasonal, limited, or otherwise, would severely hinder our community's ability to protect both economic interests and public safety. Glenn County's agricultural economy is heavily reliant on livestock operations, many of which take place on expansive and often remote rangelands. Calving and lambing occur throughout the year, and many operations and a seasonal approach to coyote management will leave producers vulnerable to devastating losses during critical periods. Furthermore, as the state and federal agencies increasingly promote grazing as a tool for wildfire risk reduction, especially through the use of goats and sheep and managed vegetation, predator control becomes even more vital. Coyote predation remains a primary barrier to expanding targeted grazing programs and fire mitigation. California Fish and Game Code Section 1801(g) requires that wildlife policy be implemented in a way that alleviates economic loss and protects public health and safety. Designating coyotes as a game species directly contradicts this statutory goal by introducing unnecessary regulatory obstacles for landowners and producers. We urge the commission to maintain coyotes as a non-game species and reject any proposal that would limit our local control over predator management. And that was signed by our chair, and I want to thank the commission for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Sheriff?
Well, hello. We meet again. Thank you. Sheriff Mike Fisher, Sierra County Sheriff's Office. Appreciate the opportunity. I'd like to begin by saying that sheriffs often speak up and rarely ask others to speak on their behalf. However, today I've been asked to just do that. I'm here not only representing Sierra County, but also Plumas, Shasta, and El Dorado and Tulare County sheriffs that have all wished to have been here today, but were not able to make it and asked that I speak on their behalf. Number one, I'd like to ask, what is the problem we're trying to fix with the new regulation? That's literally a question to the committee. I saw the recommendation that was being made, but what are we truly trying to, what problem are we trying to solve here? Supervisor Cole brought up a really good point. I wish this presentation would have gone out prior to today. I too scratched a lot of things off my list. What I'd like to say is the current regulations, at least for Sierra County and the sheriffs that I'm spoken with regarding this, are currently working. Coyotes are not threatened in our counties. In fact, every one of our counties, coyotes are as prevalent as ever. The purpose of the changes is not rooted in biological necessity, but ideology and pressure. They ignore the lived reality of rural California and predator control. The consequences of these regulatory shifts will fall squarely on the ranchers if the ability to take these animals only during certain seasons other than depredation on the ranching community. We strongly urge the commission to reject the proposal for coyote regulation changes and instead prioritize policies that work with, not against, the people who live on and care for our rural communities. I will leave it at that since some of the other stuff that I had written has already been stated by previous, and so I do appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thanks, Sheriff. Go ahead.
Hi, Dave Kane, Tama County Sheriff. First, I'd like to thank the commission for bringing this back to an appropriate forum and allowing the public to voice their opinions. I think what you've seen with the discussion of the letters you've received, which is probably just scratching the surface with the people that I've talked to in my community about how they feel about this, that there's going to be a lot more. And I hope that you see that from some of the public comment. I'd like to start by cutting down some stuff like was already discussed, but our community in our county, it's a very ag and recreation based community. And these things, these predators are negative for that environment, as was stated earlier in the calving seasons and for our ranch farmers and even just our ag community as a whole. But on the side of recreation, as we've heard throughout the day, that the taking by these predator animals of deer and other wildlife. In fact, we had a presentation earlier specifically about pheasant and the lowering of the population of pheasant. And one predator that devours pheasant is coyotes. So I think those are all things that need to come into focus here. Obviously, our Board of Supervisors sent a letter. I'm speaking on behalf of our Farm Bureau, our ag, our citizens in our community, where we are requesting that no action be taken on any regulation change.
Thank you very much.
I just wanted to comment, a couple comments ago, we really do wish we could have gotten this presentation out earlier, but this was a really, as you can imagine, a really difficult meeting to prepare for. But I do want to let people know that that presentation is now up on the commission's website under this meeting. So if you want to get a copy of it, you can get it there.
And just so everybody knows that the commissioners hadn't seen the presentation either. So that was the first time for us to see it. We hadn't vetted it before. So, we just wanted you to be aware of that. Go ahead, Chair.
John McGarvey, Lassen County Sheriff. I'm here today representing concerns raised by my community regarding the changing coyote regulations and the take. I would gladly invite anyone to come up to Lassen County. I can show you as many coyotes as you want to see anywhere you would like to see them in my county. They are not a threatened species by any stretch of the imagination where I'm from. And honestly, most of the people that in my county, they welcome in the fields, as Supervisor Coe said, until they become a problem. And the concerns that are stretched are probably exacerbated by other decisions that have been made regarding apex predators that have worked down to this, which has now resulted in additional concerns that these coyotes might now become, almost equal to a mountain lion or black bear based on how the regulations could change as far as it can be conceived. We really feel like that this is not justified by the numbers. As I said, I can show you as many coyotes as you'd like. We do object to this being, categorized as indiscriminate, and I appreciate the fact that there was a lack to find a better term, because we really are thoughtful in our conservation of wildlife. Our agricultural community is extremely thoughtful in the protection of their ranches and introducing the wildlife. And there isn't one I don't hear talk about the things they see, the herds, the animals. But once they start to threaten their way of life, they see it as, here comes a predator, and there goes their livelihood. And I'm just here to represent their concerns, and we in Lassen County definitely would oppose or reject any changes to this law. Thank you, and I appreciate your time.
Thanks, Sheriff. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sheriff Jeremiah LaRue from Siskiyou County. It's always difficult since everyone said all the great stuff, but I'll do my best to contribute the best I can to this. So it's an interesting role as sheriff in that, we're asked to do a lot more than law enforcement. We're kind of the watchdog for the public, whether that's for public safety or property. It can be livelihoods such as livestock producers. So we're asked to do a lot. And in rural communities like Siskiyou, sheriffs are a full service department. And so we listen to our constituents, we find out what their concerns are, and we try to bring them forward to the appropriate people. And that's why I'm here today, representing those people that have these concerns. So when we consider what any change may come, and we had some good discussion a bit ago about where things may be headed, I just want to kind of throw it out there in a big picture of if it's not broke, why fix it? And most people, including me, see a system that is currently working appropriately. And the people that are livestock producers in my community do an excellent job of being responsible and doing what is right and necessary to protect their livelihood. And so I don't see that there needs to be any type of change. So as Sheriff Fisher had mentioned earlier, what's the big picture with this? Why the need for a change? I ask that rhetorically. Hopefully that can be answered in the future. And I would also like to add that oftentimes things that come, whether they're policy and how they're introduced to the public, it can create a chilling effect. I don't use that loosely, but honestly, people are afraid and uncertain of their livelihood, the future, and they're fearful, in a sense, to act at all in certain cases. And so with that all setting out there, you can understand why people might be concerned about what the next steps look like in the future. These are excellent people. They're law-abiding citizens, and we do not want to put them in a position where they may be breaking a law or even getting close to that. We need to put them first. And I would also add to, I understand that we have a duty to protect wildlife. I don't think anyone would disagree with that. But as I see it and continue to see, when we start putting predators above human beings and their livelihood, I think we create an imbalance that needs to be looked at thoroughly and in an honest way. And furthermore, until we can demonstrate, no matter what the predator may be, in this instance, coyotes, until we can understand that they cannot survive without livestock. They're running out of food, and they're looking to our producers for their next meal. And that's troubling. And we don't want anything that could detract from that and have terrible consequences for them. And so I would just encourage you in your discussions and wherever those may lead to you, to just consider, if it's not broke, I encourage you not to fix it. And I ask that you do keep in contact with us and maybe in a little more engaging manner. I know there's last minute things, but transparency will be very helpful to us, as we often are fearful that laws and regulations and policies from Sacramento, in a very broad sense, can have a very chilling effect and can be dangerous to the livelihood of many people.
Sheriff, and you'll understand this, with the budget cuts that are currently occurring, we have an amazing staff, both at the department and the commission. Sometimes from a timeliness standpoint, we get a little overwhelmed trying to go ahead and keep up. We talk about it at every commission meeting, every committee meeting. And so, to all of you, I wish we had got out a proposal to you in advance so you could have seen it. But remember, today, there is no regulation being considered. We're listening. We want to hear what you have to say. And so there is currently nothing on the plate that we are considering. So thank you.
Thank you.
Sheriff?
Yes. Justin Gibbs, Glenn County Sheriff. And well done, Jeremiah, well done. All these sheriffs that came up here had really good comments.
Yeah.
And it is horrible that I have to be last. Thank you guys, because I think my parking permit was done by 6. No, I'm glad I showed up today because it was very educational. Coming into here, we really didn't know what to expect. Prior to this meeting, all of us sheriffs got to sit down with Nate and his staff, and the communication was phenomenal, and I hope it's going to continue on both our sides. To keep it short, because I know that my supervisors did a really good job presenting us for Glenn County. I'm here in support of my rangeland and my cattle farmers. So I would like to see, as the Glenn County Sheriff, we too would go into opposition of any new changes in with the coyotes.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other electeds in the room? All right, I'm going to move to electeds online. I know we got a lot of hands up, but is there any electeds? I don't know how to tell if there's electeds.
They can unmute themselves.
They can unmute themselves. If you're a panelist, you can unmute yourself and then say your name, your elected office. Is there anybody? Nope.
No, I'm not saying okay in person.
Yeah. Okay. Well, and again, for those that are leaving, I just want to say thank you again for being here. Your voice was heard, and we really do appreciate you driving the long distances that all the sheriffs did and the supervisors. We really do appreciate it.
Yeah, I just want to echo that and to encourage folks to reach out, because we're always happy to talk one-on-one with y'all too. Thank you. Thanks for making the trip.
All right, now we'll start in the room. So we have 4 chairs. Feel free to go ahead and jump up and fill them. And we'd like to hear where everybody stands on all the various issues that are out there. Chris, go ahead. You're going to lead off.
First guy through the wall always gets bloody. Chris Bowles, California Bowman Hunter State Archery Association. I know I want to be brief here because I know there's a lot of people to speak and most of this has probably already been said, but on behalf of the bow hunters, honestly, when it comes down to the hunting piece of it, I think that really the hunting of coyotes is really kind of an incidental take for the most part and really isn't necessarily germane to this topic, but I really want to stand in support of our local municipalities. Being an urban dweller down in Southern California, our local municipalities are starting to see significant encroachment from coyotes, and there is a public safety issue. And I think that we certainly would not support any regulation change, any statute, regulation, or code change. Hopefully, your test is going to be multiple choice. That would in any way, fashion, or form impede our municipalities from maintaining public safety. I mean, that is their job, and I wouldn't want to see anything that would impede that. And also standing in support of our partners and our colleagues in the livestock community. Again, we don't live in a rural area down south where I'm at, but I certainly understand the significant investment, financial investment, and work and effort that goes into livestock ownership and livestock work. And we certainly wouldn't want to see anything that would cause them to lose some sort of financial investment in the livestock. So again, we're really opposed to any type of changes in current regulations.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead, next.
All right, I'm Lee White. For the past 10 years, I've been studying coyotes in the effort to help over 200 livestock and agricultural producers with their conflicts with coyotes. I'm going to make my comments brief, especially since so many people have said what I was going to say before me. But what I am going to say is documented in the paperwork that I've just given the committee with citations and references to studies. During my research, I found that coyotes have continually increased in population and territory due to the decrease of population of apex predators like wolves, bears, mountain lions that used to control the population of coyotes. So it's been left to people to manage the coyote population. There's the notion that there is indiscriminate killing of coyotes by hunters. However, most coyote hunting takes place on or near ranches and farms, which are conflict areas, and is done by predator culling, which generally brings in only the most aggressive coyotes. It has been proven effective in resolving conflict by removing some of the aggressive coyotes, and by studies, it shows it's pushing coyotes away from those conflict areas. And I've had that happen many times because I do this for ranchers and farmers, and I'll go out and then they'll come back a week or two later and they'll say, yes, that conflict is done. Unfortunately, it's repeated in a month or 2 months or weeks or whatever. There are some comments on how the non-game category conflicts with the California predation policy, citing the Commission's directive to protect and conserve carnivores without addressing the last part of that paragraph 2 that states the Commission shall promote ecological and recreational value predators while minimizing adverse impacts on wildlife, reducing conflicts that result in adverse impacts to humans, including their health and safety, private property, agriculture, and other public and private interests, which was plainly stated there. But it is true that California already has a number of very restrictive regulations that manage what hunters can do to take coyotes that are not in place in many other states. There is no reason to make more restrictive regulations when the coyote population is growing.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Next.
Good afternoon. I'm Stacy Heaton with the Rural County Representatives of California. We represent 40 rural counties statewide, and many of our counties are dependent on the economics of agriculture and ranching. And many of our counties have been represented by folks you've already heard speak today, and they have told you the things that they've been telling me for the last 3 months when they've called me and emailed me. So I won't be saying a whole lot here today. I will say that I am very pleased to hear that you've sort of tabled the policy on this for a bit to hear concerns. It's very refreshing to hear this discussion today. We feel that any kind of policy that would cause a proliferation of the species would be detrimental to not only farming and ranching, but also to, someone mentioned grazing animals, which are very important to our communities for wildfire prevention. We have most of the very high wildfire areas in our counties, and they depend on grazing animals to help manage that, as well as public safety. We've been seeing in the population increases in some other predatory species lately, them getting uncomfortably close to communities. And while those are threatened and listed species, a proliferation of this species, we feel, would be very detrimental to the safety and welfare of our communities. If there truly is a problem here that needs a solution, we would strongly encourage you to work with the folks in this room collaboratively to come up with some sort of solution. There's very smart people that work in these industries to help come up with some sort of solution. Until that can be done, we encourage you. We're very encouraged by the tabling of this policy and the conversation today. So we appreciate this. Thank you.
Stacy, thank you. And, thank you. I had a conversation with you and I really appreciated your time and the work that you're doing with all the rural counties. And I hope that, the direction that we are right now is helpful to you and your people.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Next.
Hi, I'm Walt Hardesty. I represent myself. I'm a rancher farmer, and I also Sacramento County Farm Bureau president. And so I represent a loud voice. I'm not going to reinvent the wheel here because all these opposing ideas are correct. On the other side of it, I am a cattle producer. I have chickens and I've lost animals to the coyotes. But on another side that hasn't been mentioned yet, I have a lot of rollout irrigation lines and such, and the massive amount of damage that coyotes do to the irrigation lines is horrendous.
Well, why don't you explain that? Because that is a new item that we haven't heard yet. So explain that.
I'm surrounded by, the gentleman next to me has vineyards and orchards, but in mine, and he'll explain his, but in mine, I have temporary leases where there's no irrigation pipeline, and I have to buy the rollout type.
Yep.
And you roll it out, you put in the gate so you can irrigate your field for the cattle grazing. Well, during the night, the coyotes, I don't think it's to get water because there's water around. I think they chew on it. They like chewing on the plastic, and they chew holes in it all the way down the whole system. So a $5,000 system might last a week if you have a bunch of coyotes around. So not only is it on the grazing and animal side, but it's also on the farming side that it's horrific. The drip lines for the gentleman next to me will probably go into that. My other neighbors have drip lines and they're chewed up nightly. So I agree with everybody in opposition on this, and thank you for taking a look at it.
Appreciate you coming. Go ahead, we'll work our way back. Sorry, Mark. Mark was been sitting there, but I'm gonna work my way back.
Okay,
Go ahead.
thank you. Ken O'Neill, a grower, a cherry and walnut and grape grower in Sacramento County, right next to the wall. And I had a tub to bring today, chewed up drip line and chewed up sprinklers.
Mm-hmm.
We are constantly replacing sprinklers and drip line. Like Walt said, one neighbor, the other side of him is actually burying now line in his walnuts because they're just constantly fixing. And so in your comment here, what needs to happen, you have to protect livestock. You also got to let us protect our irrigation system.
Infrastructure.
And we put water tanks out, like Walt says, they're not doing it for the water. They're just doing it for the fun of it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to do one little quick thing I'd like to have. Anybody who's a producer, raise your hand. Okay. Back in the back. Come on, Wayne, raise your hand. Producers, raise your hand. We're here on our own time. Okay. I'm picking cherries today. I should be home watching that.
Yeah.
But this is so important that we're here on our own time watching this.
Yeah.
Okay. And speaking of that, on my own time while I was waiting in the back listening about the bear stuff, game animals, by your definition, the meat should be In California, well, you're not required to eat harvested game animals. You're required to use the meat in a way that doesn't lead to unnecessary waste. I don't want to go home and eat coyote at night if this becomes a game animal. And that'll pass it to Amber. Thank you.
Coyote booger. Go
If
ahead.
it's a game animal, you can't waste the meat.
Thank you.
Amber McDowell, I am with the Sacramento County Farm Bureau, but I'm actually representing myself. I live on Grand Island in the Delta. We also, my late husband and I used to have a upland game bird hunting preserve with pheasants, chukars, and quail. We never had any issues with coyotes attacking our birds in our pens. We had other deterrents, the lights, the barriers, things like that. We don't mind the coyotes on our property out in the alfalfa. They ate the rats and stuff. Where it became an issue is, and we're on island contained in how far those coyotes can roam. And so when they start coming closer to our house with our small children and our pets, then those are the coyotes that we have issues with. And so having those tools available as needed, we don't mind the coyotes. But when the problem ones do come too close and a safety issue, it does give us those tools for that, especially within the Delta where we're limited on those coyotes being able to move around. And those packs are growing very fast and quickly on those small islands.
Thank you. Mark?
Hi again, Mark Henley, California Waterfowl. And real quickly, California Waterfowl, we're opposed to any kind of season or bag limit on coyotes or any other new regulations. As you probably know, they are a predator of waterfowl and other ground nesting birds, so we have a lot of issues with that. Of course, as was mentioned earlier, they're also a problem for landowners. In my neighborhood up in the foothills, they get into chicken coops all the time and people lose their chickens on a regular basis. So that's definitely an issue. Yeah, I did some just quick research on the internet to see where coyotes are found. They're in every county in California. And then if you look across North America, pretty much all of North America, including all 49 continental states, they're classified as a species of least concern. So getting back to, the point earlier, there really is no problem here from a scientific standpoint. The population is doing fine. I don't think we need to do anything.
Great. Thank you, Mark. I'm going to start here because I'm going to start going in order. So go ahead.
I thank you guys for having us today. My name is Casey Diatley. I'm a cattle rancher in Lassen and Shasta counties, and I'm a professor at Chico State in animal and range science. And I appreciate the opportunity, you guys letting us share our interactions with coyotes with you. From a cattle production standpoint, we have kind of battled coyotes. We have a love-hate relationship with them, and we've changed production practices to try to accommodate them. They're really great for helping us manage squirrel populations in hay fields. So about 6 years ago, we actually changed our rotational grazing management so that the coyotes could come into pastures that were closer to the hay fields so that they could have more squirrels. Where we get into problems with them is during the calving season in the winter when snow is on the ground and it's really hard for them to find a food source. And that's where we see baby calves being killed, tails being chewed off of calves, and ears being chewed off of calves. And so because one of our management practices is to have presence, we're there at least once a day, so we catch those really quickly. And right now, with the way the policy is, we have the ability to even have more presence and take care of the coyotes that are repeatedly coming back to the herd and herding baby calves. And so that would just be something that we would be concerned of losing if there were a regulatory change. So with that, I just thank you for your work, and our door is always open for a ranch tour or a deeper conversation. So thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Hi, my name is Michael Newhart. I'm a board member of the Sacramento County Farm Bureau Board. I represent the farmers in the Delta in our kind of unique situation, like Ember pointed out earlier about how we all live on islands and we're completely surrounded by water. And that makes for our coyote populations that we have get bigger, and there's nowhere for them to go. They just keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And where it runs into an issue for me is they've killed our chickens, they've killed our sheep that we've had grazing in our pear orchards and our certified organic pear orchards to mitigate weed control management. And another huge issue, like Walt said earlier, his irrigation rollout system is above ground. Mine that I use in my certified organic vegetable production fields is is underground, about 4 to 6 inches. I use a plastic mulch and drip tape, that's what it's called. And the plastic mulch is there to mitigate weed infestations because you're certified organic. You can't use herbicides to combat weed control. So I use plastic mulch. The drip tape lays underneath that. Like Walt says, I've tried the water, thinking they might need water. There's ditches out there. There's tons of water. They don't need water. They're just chewing up the drip tape because they think it's fun and they're teething mainly in the springtime for the pups. And what they'll do is they'll grab hold of that drip tape and they'll go zinging down the row, not only tearing out the drip tape, but our crops that I've planted there, pardon me, I don't mean to whack at everything. But also that rips the plastic mulch in half and exposes that row to sunlight, and then I've got a bunch of weed issues that I have to deal with. These coyotes on our island, which is Sutter Island, are getting extremely brave and just blatantly just don't care about you or anybody else being there, to the point to where they're coming up to my back door. They've already managed to kill my wife's dog. That's her best friend. So I do have an issue with any sort of restrictions as far as when we can take these coyotes. I don't go out there every day, just waste time looking for coyotes. Got 300-acre farm to take care of. I don't have time to sit there and just wait for them to show up. Most of the time, they're there at nighttime. I'm sleeping. I work 16, 14-hour days every day except Sunday to go to church. I can't contain, I don't want any more restrictions that would limit my ability to do that. Most of the time when I see a coyote, I'm on a tractor. I don't have a rifle sitting next to me to be able to do that. I just, okay, I'll see you, get you next time sort of thing. I've tried a lot of these things that are on this list about how to mitigate coyotes. A lot of them are ineffective. They don't work or they're not economically feasible for our operation. And it's just, just getting rid of them. I forgot the term. Shooting them essentially.
Yeah, thank you.
Is about the only thing that's really effective, and it's not like we're doing it every day.
Yeah.
And our population out there is massive. I mean, it's huge.
All right.
So I really appreciate you guys allowing us to, or me in particular, representing myself, my farm, my family. We've been there since 1848.
Yeah.
I'm 6th generation. It's not heard of anymore these days, and our margin for error is so small. I don't want to continue to have more coyote problems.
Yeah.
Feeding fuel to the fire.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you
time.
being
Thank you
here.
very much.
Appreciate you taking the time during the work day.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Kirk Wilbur with the California Cattlemen's Association, here representing more than 1,700 cattle producers in the state of California. CCA and our members are opposed to any regulatory change that would impact producers' ability to engage in preventive management of coyotes. Section 4152A is fantastic when it comes to a circumstance where you've had an injury or a death to your livestock by coyotes. But really, these folks don't want to lose the animal. They don't want to have the economic impact of losing that animal. They want to prevent that damage to their livestock. So a lot of these folks, when necessary, for instance, during calving season, will engage in preventative management of coyotes. And that is something that is permitted by 472. We certainly want to keep the very broad allowance for management under 472, recognize there's no specific regulatory change on the table today. What I would urge you all is, if you consider a regulatory amendment today or in the future, to very narrowly tailor that regulatory amendment in a way that doesn't impact the farmers and ranchers in this room. I know in January there was a lot of discussion of Torrance, of Anaheim. I have no position on the trapping regimes of those cities. But if that's the problem, narrowly tailor the regulations to address that problem. Don't bring into that impacts that will negatively impact farmers and ranchers in the state of California. The last thing I want to touch on is the terrestrial predator policy. It was discussed today during that presentation, and it was discussed pretty extensively at the January WRC meeting. A couple of things that I want to pull out from that. I don't view the terrestrial predator policy as inconsistent with the preventive management of coyotes that is done by my members. There's discussion in that policy of protecting and conserving predator populations. I don't think anyone here is alleging that there is a population risk to coyotes in the state of California. But I also want to focus on, and I'm going to quote here, the language, management strategies that avoid and reduce conflicts that result in adverse impacts to private property, agriculture, and public and private economic impacts. Your policy speaks to avoiding and reducing those impacts to agriculture and to private property. And we need something more than 4152. We need 472 so that folks can prevent that damage consistent with the terrestrial predator policy. Thank you.
Thanks, Kurt.
Commissioner Stephen Pinarelli with the California Farm Bureau. We represent over 24,000 farm and ranch families in the state. You've, on this topic, I think, received over 1,300 letters just on this. And those are 1,300 people who, took the time to send an email, but those are 1,300 people that would be impacted by a change that would, lose and would make it harder to farm and ranch in California, in a state that it is already incredibly difficult to do that in. So I just ask that you consider that as you, move forward in this. Kirk mentioned, agriculture was never the target of this conversation. And I would, again, hope and urge that when we're going down this road that we remember that, right? And that something is, again, narrowly crafted to the way that he mentioned. We don't have the luxury to read code or to read regulations, how we'd like to read them, right? We're left to read them what they actually say. And so, the 4152, it does, describe a particular situation when depredation is occurring. And so to that point, right, 472 gives us more leeway to avoid some of those conflicts. And so we just ask that, those be taken into account and left to the person that's going to make that decision the best, right? The farmer who knows that land the best, the farmer who's going to be able to make that decision on a case-by-case basis. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Carmen, and I've been in touch through Facebook with the South Bay Coyote Management, and I'm the one that wrote this. I'm going to skip part of what I wrote. My question is, why would your commission continue to hinder people from protecting themselves and their pets from urban coyotes? It's not working the way it is now. We, the residents of California, are fed up with this insanity of not protecting people and pets. What is the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different outcome. It is obvious to anyone that the commission's way of dealing with this problem isn't working for the citizens of California, or you wouldn't be getting constant complaints, countless ones. I observe on social media that there is not one day goes by that I don't see something where a coyote has entered somebody's backyard and attacked the dog, gone into the doggy door and entered the doggy door. There was an incident a few years ago up in Simi Valley where a coyote entered the dog door, grabbed the man's dog by the back of his neck, and the guy happened to be upstairs, the homeowner. He came down, saw what was going on, and the man grabbed a kitchen knife and stabbed that coyote to death for coming in. This is ridiculous, just totally ridiculous. People can't even allow their kids or dogs in their own backyards at all times, day or night. They can't go on walks without fear that these coyotes are attacking their pets or them. Question for all of you. How would you like to see the remains of a cat or dog on your front lawn and you are forced to clean it up? They say once you see that, you can't unsee it. There is no such thing as coexistence in the urban setting. It's like asking me to live in a cage with a coyote and saying we can coexist. Ridiculous. Urban coyotes are predators that are not vaccinated. Who are the predators? Who are their predators? The ecosystem is not balanced in the urban environment. In Carson, California, I have not seen the typical animals that you see in a neighborhood. Squirrels, raccoons, possums, things that you just take for granted. It's because the system is out of whack. They have been eaten up by the coyotes. And I know because I stood one time in my car and saw a coyote walk by at 4 a.m. looking for prey. That was within, let's see, it was within a 2-week period I saw coyotes. You know, I mean, I'm in the middle of a city. I mean, it's ridiculous. And
I'm gonna need you to finish it.
there's
You got a lot
no
of people.
justification for changing the current coyote hunting or deprecation rules. They are not in the same situation as the wolves. The coyote population is not endangered. I thank you for your time, and I beg you not to change this policy and think about the urban environment.
Appreciate that. Thank
Yeah.
you. Go ahead.
We
next,
need a
next.
statewide, I want to say, we desperately need a statewide coyote management program for all areas of the state. Thank you for your time.
Go ahead.
I'll keep it brief, but Garrett Driver, farmer here in California, 6th generation, fighting generation, for the next, what I consider myself kind of first, because right now the bank owns everything. If I do everything right in 30 years, I might own it, right? But with that said, I think 2 things to kind of try to highlight. I did a little bit of research, just trying to get some of the facts around coyotes, the populations, kind of some of the livestock, call it kills or involvements. It does look like most of it's at the USDA level. I couldn't find a whole lot, at least not publicly on the CDFW side. But the one thing I do think that's important is coyotes are considered to be like 2/3 of the percentage of reported livestock kills. The kills, as far as like the nuisance and the cost or loss, is one thing, but then also the loss of revenue, I think, is also just as important. Farmers aren't one to complain. There's a very large increase in bankruptcies right now on agricultural land. A couple producers ahead of me talked about the impacts it has on the infrastructure for irrigation. Again, it's not just the cost of the loss of that irrigation technology, but the replacement value as well as the crop loss that goes into effect. So for me, I think the big thing to ask and just consider is the impact or the consequences if folks aren't given the tools they need to continue to be viable. They're not going to be able to continue to sustain their businesses and then raise their families. Specifically to myself, the last 2 years of my income from our farm, I've spent more money dollar for dollar to the government across all the taxes and the regulatory fees I've had to pay than I've brought home to provide for my family. So when you look at the kills or the impact of whether it's coyotes or other predatory animals that may have on our kind of living or livelihoods, it's real. And I just kind of want to throw out the fact that if we're talking about loss or impact to individuals, that you're really considering putting the priority of, say, coyote as a predator over myself being able to afford to buy groceries for the next month. And to me, that is an imbalance and that's not coexistent. So I just encourage everyone to consider the impacts there and to really understand the magnitude of what's being said, because the margins are small, as another grower said, and the impacts are definitely real. So
thank you very much. Appreciate
your
time.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Camilla Fox. I'm the founder and executive director of Project Coyote, and I'm here today representing our 5,600 members and supporters in the state. And I want to first thank you for bringing this back for discussion. I know this has been a long haul, at least 2 years. Also really appreciated the presentation from Ari. I feel like reading the letters, there's obviously a lot of misunderstanding about the statutes, regulations, and policies. So really appreciated that. And I want to just express our real support for moving forward on a clear and deliberative process that ensures that coyotes are no longer treated as a non-game species. In addition to our comments today, we submitted a very substantial letter that backs up with science, the ethical arguments. So I hope you'll take the time to read that. And I'd just like to recount a little bit of history of our experience with dealing with predator management with the commission and the Predator Policy Working Group. After the the commission prohibited wildlife killing contests in 2014, essentially awarding prizes and inducements for killing non-game and fur-bearing animals. I appealed to then President Commissioner Michael Sutton, and basically pointed out that the state statutes, regulations, policies were not reflective of the best science, were inconsistent. They've been adopted over the course of many, many years. And I know that Commissioner Sutton recognized that. And that's when he and the commission appointed the Predator Policy Working Group. And after 18 months of deliberation and a lot of wrangling over words like humane and intrinsic value, that policy was adopted in 2018. And here we are today. I will say that policy was developed specifically to guide rulemaking going forward and to provide a benchmark for current regulations and policies. So I would say that current regulations allowing coyotes to be killed in unlimited numbers, 365 days a year, including during the critical pup rearing season, clearly disregard the predator policy that has been emphasized today. That policy mentions very explicitly the intrinsic ecological and cultural value of native predators. And this, I will say, this unlimited killing also conflicts with section 4152, which, as Ari pointed out today, restricts taking coyotes to those found to be injuring growing crops or property. Moreover, current regulations do not reflect the values of the majority of Californians. A 2024 national survey conducted by Project Coyote and Colorado State University found that over 80% of respondents support restrictions on the unlimited killing of wild carnivores, including coyotes, and instead want management to be rooted in science, ethics, and respect for the animals that share our landscapes. Project Coyote recently released a model coyote coexistence plan, which integrates the latest science-vetted conflict prevention measures and best practices for guiding municipalities on proper and effective coyote coexistence. This plan went through an intensive staff and peer-reviewed process with some of the nation's leading coyote experts, urban planners, and animal ethicists. This plan provides an effective way for municipalities to properly address conflicts with coyotes in their communities, and its basic approach is in keeping with the investment that California has already made to advance effective strategies for non-lethal coexistence with wildlife. The Commission has an ethical and public trust obligation to ensure that wildlife management policies align with scientific best practices, public values, and ethics. We strongly urge you to advance changes in how California's coyotes are managed for the sake of wildlife, people, and healthy ecosystems. And I just want to mention one last thing, and that is back in the 90s, I worked with Zonky Mastrup on the Department of Fish and Wildlife when you all were developing the Wildlife Watch program, and he consulted with us about the coyote element of that. That was upwards of 20 years ago, and we have worked with the department since to do Living with Coyotes presentations, workshops within the state, and I hope we can continue that. It was very disturbing to hear of the cuts for the human-wildlife conflict staff. I think that's absolutely essential. So I hope we can continue working with you all in this process, and appreciate again the deliberative and intentionality today. So
Thank you. And I just want to say as we go through, I've got, I think 43 people. I know I'm going to lose some professional staff here at 5 o'clock. So if it's been repeated before, please try to go ahead and show it in our statement. Go ahead.
All right, I will try and be
No,
quick.
go ahead.
My name is Faith Munson. I'm here representing the Mountain Lion Foundation today. And thank you for this opportunity to comment. And I also wanted to compliment the department and the commission. You have all been real leaders on what it means to both manage people and native carnivores and how we can meet the needs of both. And I believe moving to regulate coyote take further than what it is today is a positive move in that direction, and the example that this department and commission has already set for their species. I think there's opportunity to help both communities with this, but also better aligning conservation goals with current policy, and also science regarding coyote conflicts and ecology. So that is it. for
Thank you
today.
very much.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Hi,
Go ahead.
I'm Lou Galgani, also from the Mountain Lion Foundation. I am an outdoor enthusiast. I've hiked in bear country. I've had coyotes living at my friend's house at 25th and H. And I do feel that not every coyote needs to be killed because they walk through a field. I appreciate the fact that producers are concerned for raising their calves. There are measures to protect calves, lambs, and having a policy that involves all players, not just the people that have the financial loss aspect, but also those of us who appreciate wildlife. We consider them to be a critical part of living in California. And I won't belabor it. Basically, I'm echoing what my friend said. I think that we should move towards more regulation, not oppressive regulation, but one that considers everyone and gives coyotes a fighting chance in this environment.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Philip Steer, and I'm a resident of San Francisco, so I'm probably a minority here. I'm not from a rural area, but I think I represent the majority of Californians. And I'm here today to urge you to remove coyotes from California's non-game list and begin a rulemaking process that gives them the protection they deserve. In San Francisco, unlike what we've heard earlier today, we live with coyotes, and I want to emphasize that again. We actually live and coexist with coyotes, and we really don't have many problems. It's estimated there are about 100 coyotes in San Francisco in our city limits, and yet we coexist. And we do it not through fear or force. We do it through education. We do it through signage. We do it through partnerships with groups like Project Coyote and the Animal Care and Control. We teach residents how to reduce conflict, and when a rare issue comes up, it's addressed specifically and effectively. We do not kill indiscriminately because we've learned we don't have to. And the most important thing is we learned that it doesn't work. Killing coyotes over and over and over increases their population, as you've heard. And yet across much of California, coyotes can be killed anywhere, at any time, for any reason, and without legitimate reason and purpose. And that's not what the public wants. Coyotes, like all animals, are innocent in the most profound sense. They are simply trying to live, they're raising their young, they're learning the world, and they're avoiding us when they can, and they're causing much less harm than they are blamed for. But they are utterly defenseless against our guns, our traps, our poisons, and we hold terrifying power over them. So the real question is, what kind of people do we want to be in California with that power? Animals like coyotes test our character, not because they demand anything from us, but because they don't. Because they stand completely at our mercy. And that's what the most important thing about ethics are. And it's easy to follow tradition. It's easy to to say that this killing has always been happening. But sometimes tradition is just a habit of cruelty and violence that we've stopped questioning. So let this be the moment we choose something better for the coyotes, for the public, and for ourselves. So I'm urging you to please protect California's coyotes for all of us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Go ahead, next.
Hi there. Hello. My name is Dr. Emily Talkington. I'm from the Santa Cruz Mountains. I'm a wildlife veterinarian as well as domestic animal species veterinarian, as well as large animal veterinarian. I see them all. I practice veterinary medicine and work in the conservation field for the past 19 years in the United States and internationally in Africa, Asia, the Caribbean, and South America. And have seen very similar human-animal conflict problems in all areas of the world, actually. In my diverse work environment, I found there are numerous successful ways to manage wildlife and livestock that prohibits loss of life for all species. all performed using creative and legitimate scientific reason, using epidemiologic data and research that I've done, as well as with these animals in hand as well. Just to give you an example, for, you know, how others work with this. For example, in my work in Africa, in order to keep elephants from damaging agricultural fields, beekeepers are trained and hives are placed on property lines to dissuade the elephants from entering the property. Elephants are extremely afraid of bees. And so we found a way in order to work with everybody and use the ecosystem there. And we're able to come up with a solution about, you know, we think outside the box and we become very creative with ways in order to make it okay for everybody. Oh, good for the people, good for the livestock, good for the cattle, and good for all. Based on my experience working with them, I highly encourage you to remove coyotes from the broad take provisions and to establish regulations for their taking. Just as said before, the terrestrial predator policy states that coyotes are a necessary component of our communities and ecosystems due to their biological, intrinsic, historical, and cultural value. I'll just get to the bottom. We must diligently continue to work towards the use of humane, non-lethal methods that I've seen used around the world in many different rooms that look similar. Some are outside on benches and things, but there's a very creative way that we can go about it where everybody can have their needs met. And I know that there's going to be some meetings forthcoming talking about how to do it, but there's a lot of creative ways that we can help everybody.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Welcome.
Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Nicholas Sackett, representing social compassion in legislation. Mostly I want to echo the sentiments of my colleagues who have spoken up for regulation. One thing I did want to point out as an animal rights organization, there was a speaker earlier that talked about, you know, coyotes preying on pets. As someone who works for an animal rights organization and works to save pets, you know, every day, you know, we hate to see that happen, but we do recognize that there is a responsibility on pet owners to protect those pets. Just like, you know, livestock producers should have a responsibility to protect their livestock. And I don't believe that any regulation that would come down the pipeline would prevent producers from protecting those livestock. You know, and really this is about getting the conversation going. In the presentation that you made earlier, there was something about, you know, within the policy of the commission and the department is to reduce death. I think it was lethality, which I wasn't sure that I had seen that word before, but and without these regulations, it's open season. And I think, you know, if we open up the conversation to regulation, then we can actually get at that policy goal, which is to reduce death. So I'll cut it at that.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Appreciate that. Go ahead.
Dwayne Martin, cattle producer, Central Northern California, Southern Oregon. About 10 years ago, I sat in on the California wolf planning for management planning meetings. Nobody cared what we had to say in the ranching community. They jammed it down our throat. They've reintroduced the wolves, and now we are living the nightmare trying to run cattle with wolves. The lady earlier said she can't live in an urban community with coyotes. We can't live in a rural community with wolves. But we're here to talk about coyotes. All our lives, we've learned that if we don't thin the coyote population, they will kill our calves. So we manage it that way. We don't need regulation. The system is working fine. I run on private ranches where we thin the population. We don't have problems. I run on East Bay Regional Parks grounds where we are restricted. We cannot thin the population. 6 years ago, we had them killing calves that were being born. They got brought in a trapper. We thinned the population. This year, they killed another calf. We can't trap them. We can't kill them. We can't do anything. They want us to shoot them with paintball guns. That isn't going to work. Every calf that is killed in this state as a finished product will feed 12 people their beef needs for the year. How many tens of thousands of calves are killed in this state every year by coyotes with us controlling the population? We do not need more regulation. We do not need to have to prove that we've had a coyote kill and get a deprivation permit. That is not necessary. I've run on ranches where we've had proven wolf kills in Idaho. By the time you prove it and try to figure out which one it is, it's impossible. They've claimed they would pay us for our losses. It's 6 years later. I'm still waiting for a check. It's not reimbursing it. It's letting us manage it. We can do the job. We're doing a great job if we're allowed to do it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here.
Yeah, hey, Paul Truitt again with Mendocino Blacktail, and I just have a prepared statement from our organization. And by the way, I want to say, I think you guys have got the science right. I think the things are working, as they should be right now. There's always a time for, trying to, reassess things. So, on behalf of our organization, we've been established about 20 years now, actively spanning the entire state. We're about reaffirming our commitment to science, common sense, and regulatory integrity, which I think we're on the track right now. I think the department's doing a fine job of that. Since our organization's inception, we've remained dedicated to the mission of listening to our members, our citizens of California who recreate on the public lands and private lands, committed to producing products that serve our members and citizens of California. And after reviewing most of the documents, and I could have missed some, but I don't believe that we believe that there's limited scientific data to support the proposed action of further restricting the take of non-game mammals, so including coyotes. So the proposed changes do not seem to be based on the current scientific assessments regarding population level effects of indiscriminate take, but appear to be a thinly veiled effort to restrict hunting in California. So a longstanding privilege enjoyed by countless citizens, hunting not only provides a reliable source of funding to support and monitoring and management of game and non-game species, but also strengthens local economies and small businesses. So in the spirit of transparency, all Californians deserve to understand the origins and rationale behind the proposed regulatory changes, which you haven't done. But it seems like we're creeping that way. So again, I just get back to science and regulatory integrity, and I want to thank the department for the bear plan. I think it's a good move. And you guys have done a lot of work on that, and so I really want to.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Appreciate you coming over.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Greg Mason. I'm a private citizen. However, I do depredation on 13 cattle ranches between here and Stockton. I hunt probably 2 to 3 times a week during most of the winter. When I'm not hunting them, I'm not just watching them. I'm watching during breeding season. I'm watching during denning season, pup season, the whole thing. I enjoy watching them. I have a great respect for the coyote. I certainly don't want to eliminate all of them, and most of the ranchers that I work for don't either, but there definitely needs to be a population control. There needs to be a thinning of them. There needs to be some way of maintaining them. When they get in high numbers, they form packs, and when they form packs, they're a lot more good at doing what they do when bringing down calves. Usually if I see groups of 3s or 4s and I eliminate 1 or 2 of them, now we just have singles walking around. They're not nearly as likely to cause problem, except for sheep and goat ranchers. 1 coyote can do a lot of damage there. I think that one of the problems you're going to have in this whole thing is usually harvesting of animals, or some have objected to the term, but harvesting of animals is based on a percentage of what's available. You go and you do an elk herd count, go and do a deer herd count. You decide what percentage of them you're going to allow hunters to take. Does anybody in this room know how many coyotes there are in the state of California? There's no way you will ever know, because they do different than other animals. They have territories, but their territories are huge. Territories overlap. You never know when you're counting them. Is this a coyote I counted last week, or is this a different coyote? Is this the coyote that killed the calf this morning on that ranch, or is he the one that killed the calf on that ranch yesterday? Trying to go get a permit and try to prove which coyote was on which ranch at which time is impossible. They all look alike. They move around a lot. So that only leaves, and I think I think the commission kind of recognizes that there should be, the rancher should have the privilege of being able to eliminate coyotes. The problem then becomes the indiscriminate. And I'm just not sure if anybody knows what percentage of coyotes are indiscriminate. You can't eat them. The hides are worth nothing. You've already eliminated tournament hunting or any kind of hunting for prizes. There's really not much of a reason left for anybody to shoot coyotes except for depredation. So I'm not sure. I think you find yourself in a dilemma of solving a problem that you haven't identified.
Great. Thank
Okay.
you very much.
Thanks for
Appreciate
your
your
time.
time. Appreciate you being here. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Rick Roberti. I'm from Plumas County, which is in northeastern California. My family's been doing dairy farming and cattle ranching for 150 years in this valley. We live with the coyotes. They're not a problem to us, but when they are, we need a way to be able to manage them. Our problem now, and I would do my family, I would do my neighbors justice, say we have a terrible problem with the gray wolf right now. And that has hyped up the coyote issue because it's like one more thing that we have to deal with. We need your help. And I'm going to beg you to look into the coyote issue because I can't take one more phone call from somebody crying on the phone, a grown man, because he just lost another animal. We've had 20 some attacks in a month. Nobody is writing a check for anybody, and it's not the money. And I know when you say it's not the money, it's the money. It's this presence of a creature out there every night, in the night, lurking around your house, lurking around your buildings, and they're going to kill. They kill in the daytime, they kill in the nighttime, and there's nothing that anybody can do about it. And that's all I'm going to say. But I want to bring that to your attention that we're in trouble. And so far, nobody can help us. The means they have and some success that don't work. The wolves and the coyotes are both smarter than man. Coyotes and wolves are going to be around forever. But we need to manage both. And so I'm begging you for some help because I don't want to see one of my neighbors have a problem. And they're staying up all night. They're trying to do their best and they can't do it. So I know we're not talking about wolves, but we're talking about predators.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Bruce Ross, I'm on the staff of Senator Megan Dally, who represents the first district, Northeastern California. All of the sheriffs and county supervisors who spoke earlier today are from her district. And I think there's a reason for that. As you go north of Sacramento, you get a lot fewer people and a lot more predators. I think we all tend to see more of them. First off, thank you very much for bringing this back and having this discussion. Time consuming, but I really genuinely appreciate it. The one, I wasn't going to make the meeting any longer than it needs to be, but the one thing that I haven't heard really mentioned, although Mr. Roberti touched on it, is I think the compounding effect, especially on live producers that you're seeing where the mountain lion depredation policies have been restricted. The bear depredation policies have been restricted. These aren't necessarily your decisions, but they are decisions that have happened and that they're having to deal with and that have economic effects, that have time effects. The gray wolf numbers have, this doesn't anybody, it just happened, here they are. But those numbers are multiplying, they're spreading throughout the state. On top of that, there is coyote predation. That it becomes a really profound compounding economic impact and social impact. And I think as you consider whether to move anything forward on this issue, that has to be part of the discussion. With that, I'll leave that. I appreciate, but would echo again what the sheriffs and county supervisors said earlier. So
Thank you for being here and thank you for taking the time and waiting.
Hey, thanks. Yeah, thanks for bringing it back to the committee. Although it's ironic that bringing it back to the committee openly admits that we don't even know if there's a problem. Like there's this question, is there a problem statement? What is the problem statement? My view and that of Howell is that there is not a problem with the current situation. Coyotes are abundant geographically, density wise, they're doing great. We've heard from ranchers and farmers who witness and observe coyotes almost every day and don't shoot them. So, but they do selectively at times of year that are specific or with specific animals. And so I think, there's a wordsmithing that's being done very strategically to draw focus on this. The use of the word indiscriminate, there's no poison being used in California. The only indiscriminate take of coyotes in California would be poison. If a person chooses to take a coyote, that is not indiscriminate. It's diametrically opposed to that. So I think that word should be stricken from the entire dialogue, because no coyotes are being killed indiscriminately. All coyotes are being killed with intent and purpose. You may not know, or I may not know, what the intent and purpose is of that person that's doing it, or I might even disagree with them. But then we're getting in the realm of, this is really about human control, because we don't have a wildlife problem. We don't have a species that's in concern or being threatened. This is an issue of people want to control their people's behavior, usually from a great distance of removed from their context. And so I hope that you will table this. I'm asking, Commissioners Zavaleta and Anderson, nip this in the bud now, table this. What would be frivolous take would be the frivolous take of California state taxpayer time and money to deal with this issue if it goes forward. The department is not situated to enforce. I don't believe, you guys can speak for yourselves, but I don't believe the department has the resources to deal with changes in regulations. The commission staff regularly tells us how strapped for bandwidth they are. Yeah. Well, we're in a state of California where we're upside down on money, and it's the commission's job. It's appointees of the state and employees of the state's job to make trade-offs. And so if we have to trade off between, gosh, there's folks whose hearts and souls weep when an animal 400 miles away get killed, maybe that's the trade-off,
Thanks, Mike.
So please table this.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. Bill?
Thank you.
I still got 40 some odd people, so I got,
I'll try to be brief. We do have our letter in that was signed by 21 different conservation NGOs. 4 points. First of all, there's absolutely no science that's calling for any changes to coyote hunting regulations or coyote tape regulations at all. They're considered by the International Union of Conservation of Nature a species of least concern. The other thing is the population has gone from 250,000 up to 750,000 in just about 10 years. So, there's absolutely no problem scientifically with the way coyotes are currently being managed. The commission staff said, well, we're not proposing any changes to depredation regulations, but they are, because right now the department doesn't have to issue coyote depredation permits, because you can take them at any time, in any number with a hunting license, or for public safety, or for protecting your pets, livestock, or crops. But if these regulations were to go into place, the department would have to start issuing depredation permits. They currently don't have the staff to do that. As Mike said, we talked about earlier today, we're already upside down in this state, so it would be a tremendous cost to the department to do so. Thirdly, I've talked to commission staff several times in the last year about the fact that they're totally overworked. They want to prioritize what issues are of importance when it comes to wildlife conservation and hunting and so forth regulations. And now they're looking at one of the heaviest lifts. I've been doing this 35 years. I've never seen a lift as heavy as this one. I've lived through the Bobcat stuff, hours and hours of commission time. And meanwhile, other issues that are of genuine conservation importance would have to be pushed aside. Lastly, there's no urgency here. So we ask you to table this. Bring it back in a few years if necessary, but now is simply not the time to move forward with this. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the honor and pleasure to be able to be here to speak today. My name is Cindy Machado. I'm representing Marin Humane, and I'm a resident of Sonoma County. I just retired last year from Marin Humane after 40 years as their Director of Animal Services in charge of the Animal Law Enforcement Division. And gosh, we must be one of the few counties that has the magic formula for coyote management. About 25 years ago, we started working with the rural side of Marin County with ranchers and Farm Bureau and Ag Commissioner, and developed a one-of-its-kind model program for predator control. It worked. We have the data that showed that use of guardian animals, lights, proper fencing, lambing sheds, etc., dropped predation enormously. Then we moved into the urban coyote era, and I probably have maybe 1,000 phone calls from mothers and parents that, you know, I'm gonna be on the chopping block when their kid gets killed, and then another 10,000 calls from the pet owners that are upset with cats and dogs being threatened. But we found the magic formula to make it work. And I really am a strong believer that protecting coyotes will reduce the number of conflicts. We've been able to identify individual coyotes, their everyday lifestyle of where they go, where they end up. We've been successful in getting coyotes that took refuge on a playground in a school managed properly. It's all been about education and information and having animal control officers that go out to the scene that take that role seriously. There's a network within the Animal Control Agency. We haven't heard about that today, but I will tell you that managing coyotes along with all the other wildlife species is an everyday job for services, animal control, humane officers. We understand concerns people have about coyotes. The concerns ranchers have about the coyotes. And I think, you know, there's really creative management tools available. Ms. Fox from Project Coyote mentioned one of the trainings that went on, and hundreds of animal control officers went through that training. Many of them resulted in localized management programs for coyotes. So I think we have some really great tools already for your consideration. And I just wanted to throw out before I was, well, my early stage of my 40-year career, I was a cattle rancher for about 20 years. And I don't know what's happened to coyotes, but we never had a single calf death or predation issue from coyotes on our ranch. So I don't know what that was all about. But anyway, I would love to be a resource for you. I did submit a letter, and Marin Humane is eager to help in whatever capacity for future information.
Thank you very much, and thanks for coming over.
All right, I'll make it quick. Seth Watts. I just want to echo what one of the previous sheriffs said and Mike Costello, that if it's not broke, don't fix it. I think that the coyote population is doing just fine with the way that we're handling it now. And I do want to read this. It says, consider and encourage increased take of other predators such as bears and coyotes if they have demonstrated as having an effect on ungulate populations. That's straight out of the 2016 Gray Wolf Management Plan. That's word for word from the department. So
thank you.
Food for thought.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, David Bass.
You have anything new?
I do.
Okay, good.
Backcountry Hunters and Anglers opposes any regulatory change. So that's on the record. I'm going to take my hat off and speak in my personal capacity. Okay? Spent the last quarter century of my life working for the Department of Fish and Wildlife, enforcing the very code and Title 14 regulations that we're here talking about today. Everybody here at the table knows me. I consider you all to be friends, co-workers. We worked together on these issues for all of that time that I was there. Known you all for a very long time. I held every position in the law enforcement division that existed, from field warden all the way up to the last 9 years as the chief of law enforcement when I retired. I dealt with every type of coyote issue that existed during the course of that 2-decade career, from poaching to depredation to coyote attacks and public safety. And I just, for the life of me, through my lived experience of that career, cannot see how any change to the current structure that we have would improve.
That's great. Thank you very much, and appreciate your service. All right, nobody else in the room? All right, we're gonna go. Yeah, I'm gonna have Chad. Chad wanted to go ahead and say something.
Yeah.
And there's a couple of people that do have to leave at 5 o'clock. So Chad, why don't you go ahead and.
Yeah, I wasn't necessarily gonna make a statement, but I think based on how many comments we have, how many commenters we've had so far, and the fact that I need to leave at 5, I thought maybe I'd just add some things. So as you're hearing, the management of coyotes is complicated, very complicated. Whether it's for dealing with reductions to livestock, or you're trying to reduce issues with domestic animals, cats, dogs, what have you. You're managing coyotes to reduce public risk in your urban areas, right? That sort of thing, or just general depredation issues. Currently, all that management that we've been talking about is done as already presented under 4152 and 472. Those are kind of the two main things where we're working through it in this issue, in this space. The department has been very forthcoming since we've started this discussion. I don't know, back a couple of years ago, if you will. We've had a couple here on and off. That any of these changes that you may consider, you might discuss, will have a very large impact and affect stakeholders across the state, including the department. So the first thing I want to say is that I believe your decision to move this back from the commission where it was to WRC to have this discussion today with a broad audience, as you can see, from 500 people that have joined today, which is probably not even everyone that's actually interested in this. I think it was a good idea. So I thank you for that. My understanding of this issue and primarily the reasons for take of coyote are that are not related to hunting. So we're talking about take a coyote that's not related to hunting license, what have you. They're really centered around the high levels of depredation and public safety, or risk of public safety, I'd say. And as I mentioned in January, so I just want to remind folks that maybe haven't tracked this or been a part of it, coyotes are listed as the number 4 species being reported to our wildlife incidents reporting system. So they've totaled over 5,300 calls over the last 7 years, with the trend line going up since we started that system in 2017. Of those reports that we've received, the 5,300 calls, 36% were related to depredation and 34% were related to potential human conflict. So just want to put out some facts and some information for you that we have. The majority of these reports in our WIR, our Wildlife Incident Reporting System, occur in the urban and city settings. That's probably an anomaly because in the rural cities, they have ways to manage and deal with coyotes versus folks that are in the urban cities, right? They can't just go out and get a pellet gun out or what have you in their backyard, or there's also, sorts of law, local ordinances, etc. So something to think about. Similarly though, coming from urban, USDA reported data from 2021 stating that coyotes reportedly kill more than 300,000 head of cattle, sheep, and goats annually in the US. So this is on both sides. This is rural counties, this is livelihood, this is city, this is urban, this is livelihood. It crosses the spectrum of folks involved. So again, I appreciate you bringing this back to have a broader audience and kind of bring this topic to more folks that might be interested. My hope is that the discussion you're leading today will provide you this additional information that you need. And as always, the department stands ready to answer questions or provide information that we may have that can help inform this conversation. And I'll say one last thing that's sort of in that spirit before you go back to the folks on the line. And it's something I think is missing, again, to just illustrate how this issue crosses spectrums and affects all of us. So Ari, one thing you didn't mention in the presentation was take. Fish and Game Code statute defines take. Take is hunt, pursue, capture or kill, or attempt to hunt, pursue, and I'll focus on pursue, catch, capture, or kill. So when you run through a lot of the folks that are online today, including the department, we have a whole human wildlife conflict toolkit. We promote coexistence. We work with landowners, we work with individuals, we work with cities to work through some of the tools that folks have talked about today to sort of coexist. How do you remove attractants? How do you scare off coyotes? How do you deal with them in certain situations? It's a portfolio. It's not a one size fits all. You kind of pick what might work in one situation, might not work in another. But what I want to recognize is that even within those tools, and even within the folks that are online, who are in the coexistence space, we have a conflict. So for example, Humane Society, they put out lots of materials. We work with them. They work with us. Even wildlife conflict, we do these things. They have documents online in their toolkits that include actions that actually would result under take. So there's an issue there that even when we think they're non-lethal measures or they're not killing, and when the formal term we think of take, like actually killing an animal, they're actually considered take. So anything we do in this realm of taking coyotes out or moving different ways for people to be able to resolve their conflict or deal with those issues, you've got to think about the ripple effect and where that plays. And I don't want to pick on folks, but I just want to make sure that we're understanding this. These are things like in these documents that talk about throwing objects, walking towards a coyote, pursuing a coyote so that it leaves the property, the grounds. Those are all things that would be considered take, and you would need some sort of a permit or an authorization. Currently, those are allowed under 472. So the very regulation we're looking at about removing coyotes is actually being supported by the non-lethal measures that we promote. So there's just a lot to understand here and for us to sort of work through as we're considering this and talking about it. I'll give one other example, which is like, and I think this is very relevant to ranchers. So one other example is, when should I haze a coyote? If a coyote approaches you in a park or a neighborhood, or if you see a coyote who is comfortable walking your street, that is the same scenario that they're recommending that you would haze it. That is the same scenario a rancher has. A rancher sees a coyote walking its property. They've been conditioned because last year, last summer, last week, it's the very same thing. And while it might be more egregious that a rancher might take the coyote under law, shooting a high pressure water hose at it, throwing a stick at it, throwing tennis balls at it, which are all recommendations that we have. And then a lot of these urban cities have worked with us and with NGOs to sort of work through non-lethal, what we call non-lethal measures, would actually not be allowable unless there's something else that's figured out, because they're currently only allowable because of 472. So I'll leave it at that. Lots of conversation. Appreciate everybody being here. Thank you for that. Appreciate everyone on the phone. I apologize. I won't be able to, probably won't get through all of the commenters today, but thanks for listening.
Thank you very much, Chad. We appreciate that input. So again, I'm going to reiterate as we start the online. If it's already been said, I'd really appreciate you thinking about what you have to add. We're going to lose professional staff in about 40 minutes. So I'm going to start with Christina. You're first up.
Okay, thank you. And thanks to the commissioners for hearing me once again. And thank you, Chad. It sounds like we may need to redefine the word take in the legislation. So that was very interesting. I appreciate that. Also, I want to thank you guys for the presentation at the beginning of item 4. That was really helpful in supporting us in what we're supposed to be talking about. I would support the commission and the committee in regulating the take of coyotes and creating restrictive policies on killing coyotes and actually all the other animals listed for that matter. I kind of feel like I live in Modoc County, and indiscriminate coyote killing is a Northern California recreational pastime. I kind of feel like the sheriffs have kind of like lumped on the bandwagon here. They're just campaigning on the issue for votes from their, well, more conservative communities. They're political figures though, and that is what they do. So, hey, more power. The idea that there's a coyote problem in Northern California is not really backed by any evidence. Studies show that coyotes rarely attack livestock, and when conflicts do occur, they are often due to poor animal husbandry practices, namely unattended livestock on public lands, rather than an overabundance of coyotes. In fact, this indiscriminate killing of coyotes, especially through the contests, which still go on up here, believe it or not, only worsens the situation. When the coyotes are killed, it doesn't reduce their numbers long term. It triggers this biological response in them, and they breed more frequently, they have larger litters, and new coyotes move in to fill the void. And this is just their basic ecology. The real issue here, I feel, is not coyotes, but it's just a small group of ranchers clinging to outdated and unethical practices, like the killing contests, that really have no place in modern wildlife management. My belief is that these contests are cruel, ecologically destructive, do nothing to protect the livestock. If we're serious about balance in the animal population, we really should be encouraging the return of apex predators like the wolves. Wolves naturally keep coyote populations in check and help maintain healthier ecosystems overall. So again, I urge you to stand firm and recommend to the commission these restrictions that you're proposing. The killing contests and indiscriminate lethal control are just not science-based solutions. They're just relics of kind of a war on wildlife that we should be moving beyond. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Christina. And again, I just want to reiterate, killing contests are not legal. We're not talking about that. So again, if you're going to address something that's we're not discussing, we'd ask you to go ahead and not address the issue. All right, Rick.
Yes, thank you, but they still do go on in certain counties.
Rick, go ahead.
Yeah, Rick Travis, Legislative Director, CRPA. We had over 1,200 letters. Something I would like us to consider as we move forward. There are two, in my opinion, distinct populations. I've worked with candidates for 50 years, and that is we have a habituated population that is generational, that the parents teach to pups, and that has created an urban coyote, almost subspecies, which reacts completely different to the toolbox that Chad talked about that we see with wild coyotes. And I think we need to start looking at those populations as being distinctly different. Those have been habituated in an urban environment versus those that are in the wild environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Marilyn, Jasper? Christina?
Oh.
Sorry, Krista, go ahead. Now go, Marilyn. Go, Marilyn.
I'm sorry, I unmuted, but it somehow went back. Marilyn Jasper, Public Interest. Am I off again? We can hear you. Okay, sorry. We are sympathetic to producers and understand the impacts they suffer, but non-lethal solutions must be found, as Cindy Machado mentioned, so I won't go over any of those. Killing coyotes exacerbates the very problem the producers are experiencing because of what Christina Athens just articulated so well. It'll always backfire. The populations may decline for a short time, but we all know that natural eco balance is going to rebound, and there's going to be increasing. Okay, the one huge concern, the newborn calf, obviously, or newborn any mammal, will be vulnerable. But in my rural areas with coyotes, one producer takes preemptive steps by putting her about to give birth cows in separate protected fenced areas. And if a high percentage of births during, say, calving, for example, only happens once a year on a ranch, surely more proactive planning by the producers could be implemented. The rest of what I was going to say has already been spoken. Last, one more little thing. As an aside, my chewed up drip lines from my irrigation are from rodents, and coyotes in the area may be going after the rodents that did the chewing, not the plastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn. Krista Maloney.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Krista Maloney. I'm from San Francisco, and I support the removal of coyotes from the non-game category and the establishment of rules for their management. Creating some limits on the killing of coyotes would support the state's wildlife management goals of making decisions based on science and ethics and aiming for the peaceful coexistence between coyotes and people. Establishing a closed coyote season, for example, during critical breeding and pupping seasons, would prevent coyote pups from a slow, agonizing death and avoid the proliferation of coyotes, which happens when the animals are killed indiscriminately. These sensible, narrowly tailored changes would not interfere with the lethal control of coyotes in proven cases of livestock life, property damage, or public safety. We already have many hunting regulations for other species in place to help guide us through this process with coyotes. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Floor.
Hi there. Thank you so much, Commissioners and Department staff, for your leadership in recommending the removal of coyotes' non-game classification. In Defense of Animals represents 250,000 supporters, mostly Californians, and we strongly support this crucial step and the Department's focus on coexistence. I won't say a lot of what I was going to say out of respect for everyone's time, but I want to reiterate our support for non-lethal methods, the fact that there cannot be too many predators. Predator numbers are directly tied to their food source. Coyotes have coexisted in balance with prey species for 2 million years here. They lived here first, and they play an essential role in California's ecosystems. Each one is unique and irreplaceable. Treating coyotes as non-game allows unlimited indiscriminate killing, which is cruel and ineffective. So under current regulations, they are chased, shot, wounded, left to bleed out. It's an agonizing death. And without their mothers, orphan pups starve to death slowly. It's brutal violence. It violates California's commitment to science-based humane wildlife management. So we again urge the Commission to adopt this recommendation and to establish regulations that protect coyotes as respected, valued individuals. And remember that coyotes are smart, but we are smarter.
Thank you very much. And again, we don't want to repeat things that have already been said. Go ahead, Janet, you're next. Janet? Janet?
Hello. I'm here.
There you go.
Yes, I just wanted to basically say I'm in favor of further restrictions on the taking and the killing of coyotes, and I support everyone who's been speaking now and will be speaking who are in support of that measure.
Thank you very much. Don Martin?
I got you. Donald C. Martin, President, California Wild Sheep Foundation. We support no change to regulations. There's no scientific basis for it. In terms of compensatory response to outside pressure, there is no scientific paper out there that exists that is not a grossly biased scientific paper that is reverse engineered, where they start with the conclusion and make sure that they meet the requirements to get to that conclusion. I'm just embarrassed by what's going on with coyotes in the state of California. As a guide outfitter, I can only tell you that I guide on 8,000 private acres for elk, and in the last 2 years, they have not killed a single deer because of predation. And it is largely due to spring predation from coyotes. That is anecdotal evidence that nobody wants to accept, but I'm the person in the field looking at the resource every single day, and I can promise you they have an impact on the resource. And as it stands right now, myself and the members of California Wild Sheep, we recommend no change to regulations.
Thank you very much. Pamela W.
Hi, I'm a resident of San Diego County, and theoretically, I'm a beneficiary of the public trust doctrine that dictates wildlife be held in trust for all. Predator hunters and ranchers are a small percentage of the population and constitute a special interest. I haven't been able to figure out why the desires and expectations of this special interest group prevails over my desires and expectations and those of the multitudes of people who share my views. I believe that the resolution of the many conflicts that have been repeated here today requires humans to change their behavior and not the species. And there's been a lot of talk about science-based policies. What about the science that reveals the sentience, the ability to suffer, the consciousness of this species and other animal species? Why isn't that considered in the policies? Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Schubert.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, I just want to echo what Mike Costello at Howl for Wildlife and a lot of the ranchers have said. I think that there's no problem here that needs to be solved, and I appreciate the Commission's time on this issue and sending it back to the Wildlife Resource Committee. Thanks.
Thank you. Dorian?
Hello, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Dorian Baker. I am in San Jose, living in the same neighborhood for 30 years. Neighborhood is probably 70 years old, as are the surrounding areas. I'm not close to any foothills or open spaces. In over 30 years, we have not seen one coyote anywhere near us until about 2 or 3 years ago. Now we're seeing the coyotes up and down the sidewalk in our yards day and night. They're emboldened. They don't seem to be afraid of humans. I definitely support keeping the regulation the way it is. And in fact, in my opinion, we need to have a more intensive coyote management program that reduces the entire population in the state. We don't feel safe anymore walking in our neighborhood. We have young children, elderly people. I always carry pepper spray now. Look over my shoulder. We've had coyotes taking cats regularly. We had a neighbor just a few weeks ago who was followed by 4 coyotes. It's a scary situation here. And as you know, we're close to San Francisco. There's not peaceful coexistence going on there either. Less than a year ago, a 5-year-old little girl was bitten in the botanical gardens, and as a result, 3 coyotes were trapped and killed. Several dogs were killed. That's been going on for a few years. People in the city are afraid. We definitely support keeping the regulation the way it is. And as far as coexistence, these coyotes aren't here to commune with us. They are here to find food.
Thank you. Dorian,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
that. Kimberly, you have 2 minutes. Kimberly? Kimberly, you need to unmute. Okay, Kimberly, if I can't, I'll move on.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
There.
There I
Is
am.
that
Sorry
Kimberly?
about that. Okay, real fast. First and foremost, I do strongly support removing coyotes as a non-game animal regulation change. The killing year-round has to stop. I do support farmers and ranchers who want to protect their livestock, and they should have the right. Doesn't matter what predator it is. I believe removing coyote to a oh gosh, where am I? Okay, we can meet in the middle, a happy middle with farming and ranching community. But just because a coyote is out in the field doesn't give anybody the right to just shoot and kill it at any time of the year, especially during pupping season. Like I said earlier, I am all for a hunt to table, but just killing an animal for the sake of killing it is a big no. So I am absolutely requesting and asking the coyote to be removed as a non-animal. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Weiss?
Good afternoon. My name is Amaruk Weiss. I'm with the Center for Biological Diversity. My comments today are on behalf of our more than 200,000 California supporters who live across the state in both rural and urban environments. From the testimony we've heard today and the written comments you've received, it may appear at first blush that there exists insurmountable disagreement, but we instead view the written comments and the testimony as a really good starting discussion space, because we can see that there's already several key points of agreement. So, for example, comments and testimony from wildlife conservation and protection groups have stressed the ecological importance of coyotes. Well, so too have many of the letters that you received from the agricultural industry representatives, including from multiple county farm bureaus, RCRC, Sheep Growers Association, and the Siskiyou County Cattlemen's Association. Another example I'll give are the comments and testimony from wildlife conservation and protection groups citing to the overwhelming scientific evidence, which finds that efforts to reduce coyote populations through unregulated and unlimited killing instead stimulates increases in their populations and doesn't reduce predations. Well, those same observations we just heard today in some of the testimonies of some county supervisors and sheriffs, and in written comments that you've received from several representatives of county and ag associations. I'm just going to quote from one of those written comments, which stated, "There is no evidence that coyote populations are anything but thriving and expanding into more and more suburban and urban areas. Our producer members tell us that there have been no let up in the degree of predation on their flocks and herds."
Jim, hold on. Yeah, Jim, could you mute? Jim, could you mute? Jim, you need to mute. Jim Waters. There you go. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Our producer members tell us there has been no let up in the degree of predation on their flocks and herds. This position is supported by reports from the local USDA Wildlife Services staff. So likely we're going to find more points of agreement as we engage in continued discussions, but simply based on those 2 points of agreement, it makes no sense to have unregulated take of coyotes. There was a concern that's been expressed by some opponents to enacting coyote take regulations that it can't be a one-size-fits-all approach. And we think it's possible for all of us to work together to develop regulations which make sense. We could have disagreements on what a coyote hunting season could look like. We could have disagreements on when people can kill coyotes for predations. But those disagreements can and should be worked out through this public process. In closing, I just want to note one thing. One comment letter that you received from a Northern California County Board of Supervisors was delivered to you electronically by a county clerk. And I really enjoyed reading the comment letters, so I appreciate you made them available to us. But that clerk had a really inspiring quote beneath her signature, which also is pertinent to this discussion. And that quote, which was attributed to a computer scientist, says, "Probably the most dangerous phrase that anyone could use in the world today is that dreadful one, but we have always done it this way." Thank you for this opportunity to provide insight.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Julie, Christy, there you go.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, commissioners. I really appreciate that you guys are not speeding through this, especially at your level. I concur with Mike. We really do need to table this. And I have some valid reasons that I really think we should. Not only am I a livestock producer that has all the depredation of the elk, I also have it as well, the coyotes having one of the largest show flocks. And I sell to Trinity, Del Norte, Mendocino, Humboldt County. I mean, that's my livelihood now. And I put the effort in as a farmer. I spend thousands of dollars a year and my time and energy breaking my back every day, making sure that my sheep and lambs are inside protected. Okay. But it's still, at the end of the day, we still have issues. So I'm going to go to like economic loss in the state of California, just in general, to coyote deprivation. Like there's a lot of research the commission and public can do, and I'm just going to list those out. One is economic loss. I mean, it's over 15 million in 2004. And if we look at our neighbors that also have, coyotes listed as non-game, it's Idaho, it's Washington, it's Oregon, it's Nevada, it's Arizona, it's Texas. We're the second largest population of coyotes in the United States. And all our neighboring states have, besides Texas, have a lesser population with us. And their regulations are unilateral. They're all the same. So please, commission and public, please look at the other states. Okay, we're trying to act like we're this unique little piece that isn't the same, but we are. And thank you for the gentleman earlier that brought up the urban coyotes. You guys, this is a huge concern. I mean, a huge concern. Not only is it for parvo and all the diseases that they spread, but the predation on particularly on children. And that is scary. And the fact that they are getting habitualized to people, that needs studying. Okay, they are uniquely different, but please look at the other states. Please look at the economic loss. I mean, please, that research needs done.
Thank you. Josh?
Yes, thank you. As an avid hunter, I often hunt with family and friends where we are very discriminate in the game and non-game animals that we might take. And I just want to reiterate that just because we're hunters and ranchers does not mean that we're going to harvest every coyote we see. Earlier in the meeting, several speakers mentioned the importance of getting youth outdoors and providing them opportunities to experience wildlife. And what better way to introduce youth to hunting, conservation, and ranching than to take them out and possibly take a coyote, but more importantly, have a conversation about whether or not they should in that situation. Discussing its purpose in the ecosystem and learning about the cycle of life. By limiting the harvest of coyotes, either by moving them from exempt status or implementing season dates or bag limits, is going to limit opportunities for youth to experience the outdoors and to learn about conservation, including the taking of predators. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill? Bill Cox?
Yeah, I want to just reiterate what Mike Costello had said. For me, commission's got, we have limited resources. I think coyotes are not something that's an issue, and to spend time and money and the limited resources that are so important. I mean, there's elk, there's so much other things that we've already talked about. So I would throw behind to say, table this thing. Let's use the resources we have to deal with the issues that are much more pressing. With that, again, appreciate the commission, all you guys do, and thanks for the opportunity.
Thanks, Phil. John?
Thank you so much. Thanks for the commissioners. Thanks for all the work you guys do. First, I want to echo, I can't remember a time when resources weren't limited to some degree in California. Resource scarcity is just a function of life, and you have to triage to a certain degree. However, we wouldn't be having this meeting if a lot of people didn't think we could do a better job. And frankly, if we didn't think we could get better, what would be the point, right? This is California, and California tends to set the tone for the nation. We tend to lead. We tend to be the progressive state that makes a difference. And we can do things better. Just here, I'm learning that the definition of take probably needs to be redefined, defined more specifically. We need to do a better job there. I'm hearing from ranchers that, depredation reimbursement programs. In other words, they lose a livestock animal and they don't get reimbursed for 6 years. Why is it that soil bank back in Nebraska was always just a steady, easy thing? No one even worried about soil bank paying off when you needed it. Why is it in the military? Anytime we dropped a plane in someone's field, Federal Tort Claims Act, simple as pie, 1-page form. And usually we could cut them a check the same week, basically. If we dropped a plane or a piece of hardware in someone's field, someone's ranch, caused a problem, no problem at all with the Federal Tort Claims Act. Banks certainly have no problem getting bailouts every time they overinvest in something. What I'm saying is basically this. We can do a better job.
Anything new to say on this issue?
Well,
do you have anything new to say, John, on this?
I think I have been. Next, I want to say really quickly, we heard a lot of anecdotes.
Okay.
We've heard from special interest anecdotes on, loss of lives, loss of this, loss of that. Someone's cat was taken. The point is, the easiest thing to do when you hear an anecdote is to react emotionally. And that's like playing chess, like a chess player who only thinks one move ahead. You're going to lose. You can't think emotionally here. You have to look at the science. You have to look at the data. You have to say, how can we do a better job? And, abstract away from people who are saying, oh, don't listen to the scientists, they're biased. Who's more likely to be biased? A Harvard scientist or someone whose livelihood depends upon hunting or livestock or ranching? Simple question, rhetorical if you want. Have a great day.
2 minutes, John. Thank you. Stephanie?
Yes, hello. Hi, my name is Stephanie. I live in Nevada with my family. I have a young child and another one on the way. I strongly support this proposal to list coyotes as a non-game animal. I find it disturbing that coyotes can be killed at any hour in any season with no real cause or accountability. I've personally heard people say they shoot coyotes simply because they can or for fun. And that kind of behavior is just not unnecessary. It's unethical and unsportsmanlike. And also I want to point out, usually problem coyotes are caused by human activity, such as feeding coyotes. That's kind of what happened in San Francisco. People were feeding them. That's why they went up to that girl. So humans are the problem there. And lastly, my family, we hike every day in the open space near our home. We love seeing wildlife, including coyotes. It brings us great joy. I don't know if you can put a price tag on that. But they've never posed a threat to us, our child, or even our cats. I've got probably way too many cats, but I'm a responsible pet owner and I bring them in when necessary. Never had one eaten by a coyote. So I support this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Geraldine?
Okay, hi, I'm Jerry Clemens. I gave my last name. I'm from San Luis Obispo County. I grew up in South Dakota. We had a lot of coyotes. Back there, my experience with people that I knew, I even hate to admit this, I was with some people, I was 18 years old, and we went for a ride. South Dakota, there's not much else to do. So you drive around, small little town, right? Next thing I know, these people, I didn't realize they had guns and driving around, and they would shoot whatever coyote that they saw. And I'm just really freaking out about this. Anyway, somebody said that there isn't such a thing as indiscriminate killing. There's all kinds of indiscriminate killing. I live in San Luis Obispo County now. I'm aware of people that have poached our bears. We happen to have bears here. We also happen to have mountain lions, coyotes as well. And it's just the mentality of certain people that look at our wildlife. And I know we're talking specifically about coyotes, but coyotes have been getting a bad rap for decades. And it's just the idea that man still continues to put himself higher than other creatures.
Thank you, Jerry.
And I just
okay. Thank you, Jerry.
Very
Thank
much.
you. Rick Hopkins. Hopkins.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Rick.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, thanks for you putting on this program today. I testify as a predator ecologist with over 47 years of experience specializing in population dynamics, spatial ecology, and public policy for medium and large carnivores. I also served as a scientist on the Predator Policy Working Group that you folks all put together, and I'm also a member of the Science Advisory Board for Project Coyote. Grew up in San Jose, but I currently now live as a resident of Myers in South Lake Tahoe, where my house is in Jeffrey Pine Lodgepole Pine Forest. I regularly observe coyotes and bears traversing my property. My back boundary is the 800 acre Washoe Meadow State Park, and we have a lot of predators that inhabit my area. Aldo Leopold was recognized as the father of modern wildlife ecology in North America when he published his book, Game Management, in 1933. He further explored humans' relationships with the land when he promoted his concept of a land ethic in 1949, where he laid out that the land, including wildlife, had inherent and intrinsic value beyond its value as an exploited resource. Leopold's land ethic is woven deeply into the fabric of modern wildlife science and is pretty much what formed the basis of the Commission's own terrestrial wildlife policy. And for 60 years now, eminent scientists have been able to demonstrate that prophylactic predator control is not only costly, but it has no measurable benefit. Starker Leopold, Aldo's son, was a blue ribbon panel in 1963 that looked at the Park Service and predator control efforts. Kane's commission in 1972, which Starker also served on, his commission also found that predator was not effective.
Rick, you're in 2 minutes. Can you wrap up for me?
Sure. For these reasons and a lot of other reasons in terms of science related to predators, I think it's time that we remove the coyote off of section 472.
Thank you very much, Rick. iPad? If you're in the queue and you're on an iPad, you're the only one that's on an iPad.
Okay,
There you
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I moved here 3 years ago from Colorado. I bought a big ranch out there. I was across from a dairy farm, and there was when I moved there were multiple groups of coyotes, and I was surrounded by hunters that just love to kill coyotes. And I want to give you my experience of what happened. I lived there 10 years. So in the 10 years that I lived there, every raccoon disappeared, every fox disappeared, every skunk disappeared. And then before you knew it, all the coyotes are gone as well. And then it went from 5-foot beautiful lush pastures to basically dirt and dust bowl from all of the prairie dogs and the rabbits. With all the coyotes gone, the rabbits and prairie dogs took over. They ate all the grasses. There was just worthless land that didn't produce anything but thistles and curly dock. It ruined the land. And so, yeah, sure, they got rid of all the coyotes, but it caused other problems. I moved to Nevada County 3 years ago, and when I moved here, there was a huge population of coyotes. I'm watching history repeat itself. I have not heard a coyote in over a year now. All the skunks are gone, all the foxes are gone, everything's disappearing. And by the way, all the deer, I see dead deer on 49 McCourtney every single day. There's at least one dead deer. 4 baby deers have been killed at my gate from drivers in 1 month, little baby fawns. So I don't think the coyotes and the bears and all these animals that you're accusing of killing deer are the problem. It's people coming from the Bay Area and driving their little fast cars everywhere, killing all these animals. So what ended up happening,
for me?
I'll wrap this up really quick. What ended up happening on the property is all I had left basically were flies and mosquitoes. The bees disappeared, butterflies disappeared, and that is what's going to happen if you keep killing all these coyotes and all these animals.
Okay.
Thank you.
Much. Greg. Thank you, Greg.
Yes, that's outrageous, huh? It's outrageous, buddy.
Greg, go ahead. Greg, you need to unmute. Greg, are you there? All right, I'm going to go to Jenny Berg. Jenny, go ahead and go. We'll come back to Greg.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Jenny Berg, and I'm the California State Director for Humane World for Animals. We were previously known as the Humane Society of the United States. On behalf of our California supporters, I'd like to express our strong support for the establishment of regulations on coyote hunting. Given that there is no regulation on the table, I would like to highlight why regulation of hunting is necessary. In accordance with the terrestrial predator policy, the Commission is required to manage coyotes based on the best available science and using non-lethal and lethal strategies that are humane and effective to achieve the ultimate goal of long-term conservation of predators and coexistence of humans and wildlife. Unabated coyote killing is neither humane nor effective, and I would like to focus on the effective part of that statement. I've heard a lot today that the population is doing just fine, except, of course, that they produce rampant conflict. I'd like to flip that on its head a bit and highlight how coyote populations are hunted without limit at the moment, and yet you are still seeing populations continue to increase. What we are seeing is supported by the scientific literature. In other words, the more hunting there is, the more destabilized the population is, and the more coyotes you have. Coyote packs can be as large as 7 individuals, and within those packs, only 2 individuals breed. When you destabilize these packs, all remaining pack members can breed, leading to more coyotes in total. This is actually a well-researched phenomenon. And the point I'm making is that the regulation of hunting may actually be the solution you're looking for, because clearly the current approach is not working to reduce the population nor eliminate conflict.
Yeah, Jenny, you're too.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Kevin?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, I live in Shasta County, and I'd just like to echo what the sheriff had said earlier, and Mike Costello from Howell, and no changes is what I stand for.
Thanks, Kevin.
All right,
Greg,
thank you.
are you there? Greg, are you there? There you
Yes,
go.
sir.
Go.
Yes, sir. Sorry, I was driving and it wasn't like a safe situation. On behalf of the 10 Chapters Safari Club International, we just would ask for no changes moving forward, and also both the urban and rural issues, but also the resources of the department. And there's a lot of things going on. And as a former employee there, I know how short the resources are. So appreciate the time and apologize for not being available at the moment.
Thanks, Greg. Daisy? Daisy?
Yes,
There you
hi,
go.
can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
I oppose the killing of any animal. I oppose hunting, but I do want to make a point that killing coyotes, I'm sorry, I want to make the point that the issues that people are bringing up, the problem that I'm so sorry. It's not going to be fixed by hunting and killing coyotes. I think we need to look at human activity, and people need to be responsible. I also feel that ranchers and landowners need to have incentives and stipends to protect their land from predators and keep their perimeter structures intact. And coyotes pose no threat, from my experience, to children or animals. I live in LA and I work at USC. They mind their own business. They actually are part of the ecosystem here. And yeah, I just want to reiterate that we need to look at human activity. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew?
Hello, good evening, commissioners. My name is Andrew Nickens. I'm the legislative director for Assemblywoman Heather Hadwick. The Assemblywoman represents 11 foothill and mountain counties from the Oregon border through the Cascades and Sierras to Lake Tahoe. You've heard from our sheriffs, other elected officials, county supervisors, agricultural producers, and constituents. On her behalf, I'm speaking to express the strong concern of a bipartisan group of 25 assembly members from every different part of the state, including the chair of the Agricultural Committee, Assemblymember Sawyer, representing the Central Valley. We submitted the letter on May 9th. It appears, I don't see it in the meeting materials, but just so that the commission is aware and members of the public who are listening, this group of 25 assembly members appreciates the Fish and Games Commission to refer this decision back to the Wildlife Resources Committee, like recognizing the need for broader input. Over the past several years, we've heard from our communities across the state about an increase in rural and urban areas and coyote-related incidents and conflict, including the loss of livestock, pet attacks, aggressive behavior near homes, schools, and parks, and like to strongly request that the committee refrain from advancing any regulatory restrictions on coyotes until stakeholder input is collected and analyzed, and ensuring that any proposed rule changes include clear and practical examples of depredation, pest control, and public safety purposes, exemptions for those purposes, and prioritize transparency and public participation in any future wildlife management decisions regarding coyotes. We appreciate your consideration of our letter and my comment, and we really appreciate your service in overseeing and responsibly stewarding California's diverse wildlife resources. If any member would like a copy of this letter, please feel free to reach out to our office. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Andrew. Sadie?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, you're good.
Okay. My name is Sadie. I am a sixth generation family farmer here in Colusa County. I've had ancestors who've been farming and ranching in California since the 1850s. I carry a very deep respect for the land, its wildlife, and the legacy of responsible stewardship. While farmers and ranchers may be a small group, we contribute significantly to the state's economy in ag output and surrounding other local businesses that do not operate without our contribution. On our family farm, I've personally seen the damage coyotes can cause, especially to the irrigation lines and sprinkler caps. I know that was mentioned earlier. Those systems are not cheap to install or repair, and due to the ongoing damage, we're often forced to replace components far more frequently than ever anticipated. This not only adds significantly to our costs in operations, but threatens our ability to manage one of California's most critical and limited resources, water. In a state where drought and scarcity and water scarcity are constant challenges, protecting those irrigation infrastructures are essential to growing food efficiently and sustainably. I also want to mention that it's important to understand that the goal of a lot of people that have spoken already, of hunters, farmers, and ranchers, is not to take out a species. We need a management practice in place. A lot of us believe that, are strong supporters of wildlife and protecting natural ecosystems, but these animals are causing significant damage, and we need a way to deal with that. And we're open to conversations about how to actually do that. And I know that this one right now might not be the best way. Well, let's have a conversation about what could be better in the future, but we can't take this away without having something to replace it. So I want to reiterate that any current change in regulation would take away a really important tool that we currently have to protect our farms, animals, way of life, and livelihood. Thank you.
Thank you, Sadie. Karen?
Yes, hi. Thanks for allowing me to speak. I'm a resident of Northern California. I live in Placer County on an urban-rural interface. There are coyotes in my neighborhood periodically, not really causing any problems except to those folks who like to leave their cats out at night. I am here in support of further conversation to reconsider some of the regulations surrounding coyotes. This animal has been maligned and killed by hundreds of thousands, only to continue to expand its range. So it's clear that these lethal methods do not work. And in fact, it encourages unethical killing, as they are used for target practice and killed with little or no regard to social structure or time of year. I'm not against ethical hunting. I'm not against animals being taken for threat to life and property. That's not the case. I speak in terms of the folks that you're never going to hear from, and that's the people who go out and shoot these animals for fun. You're not ever going to hear from these people. So I think that's where we need to talk about what's reasonable in the hunting community, even for ethical hunters, for these animals, and also speak to the livestock producers and farmers as another branch of consideration. I thank you for your time, and I hope this goes faster for you.
Thank you, Karen. Kelly?
Hi, my name is Kelly Hendricks, and I'm the Ranching with Wildlife Coordinator for Project Coyote. I live on a cattle ranch where my husband has managed a cow-calf operation for 30 years. And over those years, we have raised thousands of calves alongside coyotes without using any lethal controls. In addition to my work with Project Coyote, I also am vice president of a small dog rescue. I foster orphaned wildlife for Sonoma County Wildlife Rescue, and I serve on the Sonoma County Fish and Game Commission. I do all this work on a volunteer basis because I'm committed to helping people, pets, and livestock coexist safely with wildlife. And from all this work I've done over the years, the one thing I've learned is that there is no beneficial or justifiable reason to have an open season on native wildlife. And finally, I served on the Predator Policy Working Group, and the use of snares contradicts Section C, which states, Management's decisions shall consider various forms of lethal and non-lethal controls that are humane. And as a person that's rescued dogs out of coyote snares and came across many coyotes killed in snares, they're certainly not humane. And also the unlimited killing of coyotes is in direct conflict with the mission statement, which is to appreciate coyotes for their intrinsic and ecological value. So it's time we do better for California and our wildlife. Thank you for letting me speak today.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Nicole?
Yes,
There you go.
hello. I was going to speak in support of the coyotes and in support of reclassifying them as game animals. While I would rather coyotes be completely protected and not killed at all, I think it's an excellent first step to consider them game animals rather than considering them not game animals and having no protection. Recently in Toronto, there was a mated pair of coyotes were shot and killed by a hired hunter because a whole bunch of very vocal people complained about coyotes and requested that they be killed. So the city hired a hunter, which is going to absolutely backfire, because when you kill a mated pair, as the woman from Humane World for Animals said, you will just bring in more mated pairs and you will end up with way more coyotes. The city of Toronto, the Toronto Wildlife Center, which is a wildlife rehabilitation center in Toronto, is really mad at the city and has spoken out against what they're doing. Because of the terrible way Toronto treats wildlife, I moved out of Toronto 2 years ago to a small suburb in Montreal area, and Montreal and many of its environs ban trapping, and I have not seen any issues with coyotes whatsoever. In places where they ban trapping, they look for, and ban hunting, they actually look for real solutions that do not kill, because when you have killing as part of the options, there's a really shoddy attempt at the non-lethal options. And I think that a lot of the people who've been pushing for killing have actually contradicted their own arguments. They'll say, well, we can kill these coyotes or bears or whoever because they're not in decline. Their population is not in decline. We will not put a dent in their population. But we need to control their population. Yeah, so that's what I was saying.
2 minutes.
Yeah, so thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
Lena?
Was that Sneha? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hi. Yes. Hi, my name is Sneha Venkatraman and I live in Los Angeles. I urge the committee to develop strict regulations to manage the hunting of coyotes. And if the commission is not able to facilitate the removal of coyotes from the non-game category, then we should absolutely make sure cruel and indiscriminate killing of this beautiful species is not allowed. We have one neighborhood coyote, and I, alongside my neighbors, have really come to appreciate its presence and mannerisms. These beautiful, playful, intelligent, and social animals are very similar to the many dogs we know and love. And as a physician, I've read the research, and unrestricted killing of coyotes doesn't lead to better outcomes for public health. It also doesn't lead to better outcomes for public safety or protecting livestock. Currently, cruel methods can be and are used by hunters, including getting them trapped and snared and sometimes suffering for days. Hunters are now incentivized now under current policy to handle coyotes however is easiest, with no regard for their suffering. And stricter regulations only prevent cruel deaths and unnecessary killings. And I think if everyone who spoke thought about it, we would all be in agreement. It's not in line with California as a leader in progressive and ethical policies. I've also spoken with many neighbors on this matter, and on behalf of all of us from our neighborhood in Los Angeles, we strongly support limits on the mass killing of coyotes. Thank you to the commission for considering this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Tillman?
Yes, good afternoon. I just wanted to echo previous statements. Admiral Hopper once said the most dangerous phrase in the language is because we've always done it that way. I'm a volunteer for a local wildlife clinic in my free time. I'm hearing a lot of we can't live with them rurally and we can't live with them in an urban setting. This is not a rhetorical question, but where exactly do we think they're supposed to go? Even if one doesn't care about them as an ecosystem engineer or sentient beings or the song dogs of our nation, as we've heard before, killing wantonly only further propagates the families. I've also reviewed the research. And as you know, this compensatory reproduction or fission fusion means that populations may actually grow after attempts to reduce them. Lastly, while some people may not like it, it is illegal to kill a wolf. More liberal killing of coyotes will lead to increased unintentional or intentional poaching of wolves. We as Californians are so much better than Montana, Idaho, and Wyoming fame of shoot, shovel, and shut up. We know this will happen because we've seen this happen in other states. I do appreciate coyotes on the landscape. I have actually successfully hazed them myself. I don't like to do that because I actually do enjoy watching them. But following behaviors, I just wanted to clarify, is not stalking. It's moms ushering away pups, which is average and expectable, especially if you're a parent. As I stated before, rural communities have hazing, flagery, range riding, working dogs, statues, and life-size coyote cutouts. I just saw one today, actually, and it was really convincing. For urban folks, securing trash, being responsible with your own pets, leash, not unsupervised, clean up fallen fruit and other attractants. It's really not that hard to coexist. And as for kids, I lived in Rhode Island at one time and there was actually a literal resident coyote waiting at a bus stop every day. It was a running joke, but no one was ever harmed, child or otherwise. We enjoyed his presence. I will yield the floor and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Michael Schubert.
Sorry, I already spoke.
Okay, Michael, thank you. Allison.
Hello, my name is Allie Fender. I'm a fourth generation cattle rancher in San Diego County. First, I want to thank all of you for being willing to listen to all of the people that are here to comment today. I know that we've been here for a very, very long time, but I just wanted to get started with, a woman spoke earlier that about 80% of the public would be opposed to seeing predators being killed in reference to black bears. However, I do feel like probably 100% of the public would be against seeing a dead calf's face eaten off by a birthing mama cow that later has to be euthanized because her rear end also was chewed up by a pack of coyotes. So just imagine that, because that's something that we have to deal with on a, not, I wouldn't say a regular basis, but it has happened from personal experience for our ranch here in San Diego County. And someone else also mentioned earlier that we need to bring in these mother cows to solve this issue. And to be honest, I don't know any rancher that does not do that. So that's kind of irrelevant when it comes to protecting and ensuring that our cows are safe. I mean, for coyotes, it's just like a quick stop at In-N-Out for us instead of like taking the time to cook their own burgers at home. So that's just kind of like a little analogy that can kind of stick with some people that might not understand what we deal with as cattle producers in the state of California. And then one last thing I wanted to touch on is just the financial loss that cattle producers face when we do lose calves. At the end of the day, we are running a business to feed communities high quality protein. And each calf loss, especially right now, is worth anywhere between $1,600 to $2,000 of losses. And personally, I know a couple local ranchers that have lost like 5 to 7 calves this year just due to coyote packs and mountain lions in our area. It seems to me that this all has been.
You're 2 minutes.
All right. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much. All right, Naomi. Naomi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, there you go.
I would like to echo what others have said about showing support for this particular movement for keeping, for reclassifying coyotes as non-game animals. I think the issues that we face now with coyotes are due to human interference in what is their natural habitat. And I think to address the issue by simply killing them and therefore doing more to disrupt their natural order rather than actually going after the things like climate change and poor infrastructure that allow these coyote attacks to happen, or coyotes preying on farm animals. It feels like the equivalent of just slapping a Band-Aid onto like a festering wound instead of actually taking the effort to like get in there and clean it out. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rebecca, let's see. No.
Yep.
Yeah, Rebecca, you're up next, Rebecca.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rebecca Dimitrick, Humane Wildlife Control, Inc. I'd like to encourage the removal of coyotes from Section 472 and prohibit indiscriminate take under the guise of depredation. And I also recommend, as Ari mentioned, review and revision of any ambiguous language and any inconsistencies with policy. And I'll just echo what Christina said earlier about how lethal measures are ineffective, not to repeat, well done. But let me offer this for the ranchers and farmers. Even if coyotes are removed from 472, they can still continue to control coyotes on their land, as many as they want, through hunting. So it shouldn't impact them at all. Bottom line, I'll end here. We know how to protect livestock. We know how to discourage coyotes from yards and neighborhoods, all non-lethally. We know how to protect pets. Removing coyotes from 472 will hopefully encourage livestock producers and pet owners and even municipalities to use these strategies that we have to better protect these animals, better protect property, and even the public. We have the knowledge. Hopefully we have the will. Thanks.
Marcia, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I know it's been a long day for you. There's some things I don't understand. So the coyotes are chewing through the water hoses. If I were a coyote, I would also like to chew that rubber, clean my teeth. We're supposed to be a smarter species, and there's got to be some way of having the water move from one place to another so that coyotes don't want to chew the hoses. Maybe put spikes on them or something like that. Anyway, that was the first thing. The second thing is I also admire coyotes because of the way they treat their children and their wives. I was walking my dog at night, well, 170 pounds, 3 dogs, and a coyote was standing at the Coyote Thruway. The Park Service told me it was a Coyote Thruway in our neighborhood in Tony La Jolla. And he just waited for us to pause. My dogs didn't notice him. And he let his wife and child walk across the street and into a canyon, and then followed them. And it's like, that is an example of humanity, the best of humanity. Anyway, I admire this species, and I'm not so sure I admire our species that much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Sue?
Hi, I'm not a rancher. I live in the suburbs on 3 acres, and I represent myself and many others in my urban neighborhood that has been taken over by the coyotes. Last year, there was a pack of 5 coyotes that would come to my property almost daily and try to dig under the chain link fence to get to my dogs. As of today, 2 still remain and still continue to harass my dogs. Their den is also on my property, which means the pups will be out soon, and once again, I'll be facing another pack. I don't feel safe even on my own property, knowing that there are so many coyotes right here. Last year, I did call Fish and Wildlife several times to report this pack, and they said that there was nothing that they could do due to the California laws. Well, guess what? I was out by my barn on my own property, and my 2 dogs were right there with me. 2 coyotes came out of the creek area and went after my dogs. 1 dog got away, but 1 was not so lucky and ended up with a severe bite and a big vet bill. Had I not been right there with the dogs, I'm sure at least one of them would be dead right now. I also have lost all 4 of my barn cats to the coyotes, and neighbors have lost their cats as well. I called Fish and Wildlife again to report this incident, and finally someone did come out, and he was able to get rid of 3 of the 5 coyotes. Why do our animals have to die or be attacked before someone will do something about this problem? He said there's been a huge reduction in staff due to the president's federal mandates on cutting government jobs and offering the early retirement. He said what that means
is that the officers that they have left are taking on more.
So you're at 2 minutes. Can you wrap up?
Yep. So they're taking on more responsibility, which leads less accessibility to us. Please do not change
Thank
the
you.
laws.
Thank you. Julie?
Hi. Okay, I'm in agreement with Camilla Fox, John S., Mountain Lion Group, San Francisco Man, Christina Anthes, Pamela W., Rebecca, and I want coyotes removed from section 472. I don't want them killed. They are indiscriminately killed when you're using snares, as the trappers do. I heard a lot of crap today on this call. But stakeholders are not just ranchers who make money by killing animals. You know, it's all of us in California, and we care about our wildlife, and we don't want them killed. They complain a wild animal kills their animal before they can kill it for money. I mean, it's so crazy. We don't outlaw cars because they kill people's pets. Humans need to protect their own damn pets from cars and dogs and other things that can harm them, and not kill coyotes because of it. We can go to Mars, but we can't get an irrigation system that rodents can't chew through. Oh my God. And you know, if you want to conserve water, if you're really so worried about conserving water, don't raise livestock. It's the biggest waste of water in the world. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ray? Go ahead,
Hi.
Ray.
Yeah, can you hear me? Hi, I live in La
Yeah, go ahead.
Mesa. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
I live in La Mesa. It's in the middle of San Diego County. Over the years, the coyote population has increased. We're currently right now, we have 2 dens in our backyard. I'm approximating there's about 8 coyotes over there. They're not afraid of us. They're not afraid of light, of noise. They go wherever they want to. We don't go outside at night. We're afraid of them. We had rabbits, we had squirrels, we had wildlife back here. It's all gone now. The coyotes took care of that. All we have is just the coyotes and the rats. I keep on hearing that hunting is going to increase the population. Well, we have 1,000 square miles here in San Diego. It's all urban. I guarantee you that nobody's hunting coyotes. Nobody's shooting them. Yet the population is thriving and growing. So I looked at this commission to put public safety as number 1 above everything else. So please, no make any changes to the current law. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ray. iPhone? You're the only iPhone left.
Hi, this is Shamarie Tong. I'm a 3rd-generation rancher in the foothills of the Sierras in Alberta County. And I just want to thank you guys for letting everybody in here. My first thought when I heard about this is what actually needs to be fixed. I'm glad to hear there's no changes being considered at this time. As a rancher, and what I heard from the ranchers was a lot of concern that if we had to go through getting depredation permits for coyote kills, it'd take us longer, we'd have more losses. Most of the ranchers I know of are taking care of the problem animals, and we want to see the wildlife on our ranches. We cultivate water and put mineral out for not only our livestock but the wildlife that's on the land as well, and try to take care of the wildlife as well as our livestock. So thank you very much. I'd like to encourage you guys to not change your stand on this and keep things the way they are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Michael Freeman. Michael?
Yes. Can you hear me? Hi, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Yeah,
Thank you so much. My name is Michael Freeman, and I live in Los Angeles. Please support the removal of coyotes from the non-game category and develop regulations to manage the hunting of this species. The unlimited, indiscriminate, and unrestricted killing of these animals is wrong, and it is out of step with my values and with that of most Californians. It is ironic to claim that coyotes are a danger to us and our property while we debate whether or not we can gun them down without restraint, and that only after we've taken most of their habitable land. These are beautiful, playful, intelligent, and social animals. There are several in our neighborhood, and they are similar to the dogs and cats we share our homes with in their ability to feel pain and to care about their relationships. They do not deserve to be gunned down without restraint or control. Their inhumane treatment is based on outdated myths and falsehoods and is an embarrassment to this state. It's time to align with science and ethics and modernize the management of coyotes. Please place limits on the mass killing of coyotes, who again are intellectually no different from the dogs and cats we share our homes with. Thank you to the Commission for your time and consideration of this topic and for letting me speak.
Chris's iPhone. Chris, your iPhone.
I should be unmuted now.
Yeah, there you go, Chris.
I'll be quick. Thank you for the time. I used to consider myself a 4th-generation livestock producer here in Placer County. Coyotes killing our chickens, ducks, sheep, and goats have made that impractical. Now we only raise cattle. We still lose 2 to 4 calves a year to coyotes. That's a huge financial hit to a 30-head operation or to any operation. I've watched the coyote population increase at the same time. I see fewer deer, no jackrabbits or cottontails. The quail have disappeared. Turkey numbers are half of what they were 5 years ago in my area. I strongly support what the sheriffs, the ranchers, and what the farmers have said in support of leave this law alone. I don't think there's a lot more that needs to be said about that. In perspective, some people believe...
Thank you, Chris.
Is that my 2 minutes? Thank you.
No, you can for a second. Thank you, Chris.
Can you hear me? Who is that? This is Ellen. I think I'm next in line. Am I not next in line?
I thought I was. I thought I was.
Okay, well.
Okay, go ahead, Valerie. Valerie, you can go first.
Yes.
And then Ellen.
I'm Valerie Traina of urban San Diego. I speak for thousands of Californians who enjoy watching and listening to coyotes in their environs. America's song dog has been vilified for millennia due to misinformation about coyotes' benefits to their respective ecosystems. Coyotes are sentient animals like us. Something is definitely broken when our society encourages the brutal killing of other species for any reason whatsoever. Where is your humanity? As I said before, I speak for thousands of Californians who want stricter regulations on killing coyotes, with 0 being the target number. Please work with Project Coyote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ellen, you're up.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. I'll make it really quick. I'm a policy volunteer with a Humane World for Animals. I want to echo what Jenny Berg said and many others. To make coyotes a non-game animal, to limit recreational hunting opportunities for coyotes, and to just think of more non-lethal ways that we can live with them. I understand everyone has issues, urban and farms and agriculture, and they should all be taken into account if there's any changes to be made. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Josh?
Good afternoon. One of the tenets of the North American model of wildlife management is that decisions regarding the take of wildlife be based on science. And President Zavaleda's comments at the close of the black bear discussion echoed this. And it's in that spirit that I wanted to provide some scientific principles regarding the coyote that justify our regulations as they exist today. First, the coyote is a mesopredator, and in its role, kind of in that middle rung of the ladder, their behavior is highly influenced by natural and man-made pressures. As was cited in the presentation, the Commission's policy makes human safety a priority and advocates for methods that are effective and feasible. Hunting meets both of those criteria. In fact, it was acknowledged by myself and the other 9 members appointed to the working group that coyotes respond to human pressure such as hunting by reverting more to nocturnalism, which then reduces their contact with people and pets and reduces the likelihood of public safety incidents. A lot of the preservationist-oriented individuals and organizations have referenced studies talking about hunting pressure increasing the size of litters and the percentage of the pups that survive to the breeding population. And if this is the case, first of all, we wouldn't have to worry about the coyote population being at risk. And secondarily, through our sustained hunting as it exists today, we would be able to mitigate any unintended increases in the population. But more important than that, sustained hunting of coyotes counteracts this natural behavior, social behavior of coyotes called fission and fusion, which simply means is that in the absence of pressures from natural predators or man-made pressures, coyotes have a tendency to form larger social structures, i.e. packs, as opposed to the traditional breeding pairs. Now, why is this a concern? Well, because larger groups of coyotes are more likely.
2 minutes, can you wrap up for me?
Sure, they're
You're
more
at 2
likely
minutes.
to take larger animals such as deer, cattle, and sheep, and then pass on that prey preference to their offspring. They have equally indirect impacts on deer through ovulation. And why is this a concern? To conclude,
Josh, I gotta move on. Thank you. iPhone, I have somebody called iPhone. I've called you out before. Is there anybody on an iPhone? We got very few people left, so.
I am.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, there you go. There you go. That's perfect. Go iPhone.
Thank you.
Yeah, no.
No,
Not Kathy.
not Kathy.
Kathy.
Not
Thank
Kathy.
you.
Go ahead,
Yeah, no,
iPhone.
I work in ag in all forms, livestock, tree, nut crops, vegetable. Deal with coyotes on a daily basis. I just want to echo what all the ranchers have said, and I can't see a reason to be changing what we're doing. The other thing I really wanted to echo is we've been talking about coyotes since 2:00. The commission mentions that we're short-staffed and short-funded. I feel we could have spent these last 3.5 hours moving towards a better something for a different animal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jim Waters. Go ahead, Jim.
My name is Jim Waters. I'm a member of the board of the Suisun Resource Conservation District. And I'd like to urge the commission to no change regarding the coyotes. Also, a quick comment regarding a previous speaker. She spoke about working in Africa with elephants and landowners. And I agree with her 100%. I've been a member of my duck club for almost 30 years, and we've never, ever had an elephant on our property.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you. Thank you for bringing a little levity.
I figured after all this time we needed a laugh.
Yeah, that's good. I like that, Jim. Thank you. George, iPhone.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, George.
All right. I bet you wish you lived in Hawaii right now. The reason I say that is because they don't have coyotes in Hawaii. You would have been home by now. The only thing I want to bring to your attention is this. Of course, my dogs are barking. I would ask you guys to do your own research and look at what's going on in Yellowstone National Park with wolves versus coyotes. The reason I say this is because wolves kill coyotes 24/7, and they significantly lower their numbers. And the point of this is you've heard numerous speakers, advocates say that hunters who kill coyotes boost their numbers as a result of taking coyotes out of the field. That's not true. That's not actual science. And if you look at Yellowstone, where wolves are killing coyotes in great numbers, it would make sense if that was actual science that the coyote population in Yellowstone would not change. So that's just something I want to bring up to your attention because I believe the people that are coming forward who want you to create regulation are just creating an argument that doesn't exist. And I would encourage you not to change anything. Keep the status quo, please. Thank you.
Thank you, George. I appreciate that. Suzanne,
I wasn't going to add anything until this last speaker, but actually, wolves.
Suzanne, have you already spoken?
No.
On,
well, about another issue earlier today.
Great, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so wolves, coyotes and wolves and humans are not the same. Wolves, while they have a pretty strong impact on coyotes in places like Yellowstone, they don't hunt them the way that humans do. So because they're constantly present on the landscape 24/7, they have a much heavier influence on coyote numbers in those same areas. Humans do not. And so I just wanted to point out that according to the scientific literature, if you're looking at where people are killing coyotes, the coyote numbers almost always increase because coyotes respond by having more pups, having more litters, and they can adapt quite well to humans. What they don't adapt to as easily is wolves. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Crystal?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, hi. We raise registered and show quality sheep on our ranch in northeastern California, and individuals in our flock may be worth $10,000 or more. We take meaningful steps to protect our investment from predators, mainly coyotes, including using livestock guardian dogs and penning the livestock near our house at night. Most of the time, these methods work very well, and we actually appreciate the coyotes for their role in eating the abundant jackrabbits and rodents on our ranch. We do not routinely or indiscriminately hunt coyotes, but occasionally a coyote simply doesn't play by the rules. They will begin pressuring our guardian dogs, luring them off while another coyote goes in for the kill, right in the middle of the day. We have literally had coyotes snatch chickens and cats from right under our front porch at 1 o'clock in the afternoon while our dogs were guarding our sheep on pasture for the day. This proposed change would require us to wait until after these rare, overly brazen coyotes have caused us thousands of dollars in loss before we can take the necessary measures to stop them. By CDFW's own estimate, there are up to 750,000 coyotes in California. These animals do not need additional protection. We are already in our part of the state dealing with wolves that have full and complete protection. Ranches in this state provide vital habitat and connectivity for wild spaces. The leaders in our state should be supporting our continued ability to do this, not putting another absolutely unnecessary nail in our coffin. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Crystal. I don't see any other hands. So is there another list? Okay, so we're gonna now, can you go to the separate list? Okay, great. Go ahead.
So back to Dave Parsons again, and then Jody's phone, followed by Randy.
Yes, thank you. David Parsons. I'm a science advisor for Project Coyote and been an active wildlife biologist.
Dave, you've already spoken on this issue, correct?
No, I spoke on the bears.
Oh, you did? Okay, all right.
Yeah, I just spoke briefly.
Go ahead, Dave.
On the bears. I'll be very brief. I'm a wildlife biologist. I've been one for 50 years. I worked 24 years with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I'm a science advisor to Project Coyote. I'll just refer you to the letter that we sent, which provides scientific peer-reviewed citations supporting our claims and our positions on changing the status of the coyotes, moving them out of the non-game category. And just to close, I'll just reiterate that the coyotes play a vital role in maintaining healthy ecosystems. And I hope the commission can work through this process and come up with a reasonable and acceptable solution. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dave. Brian?
Wait, we're still on the other list.
Okay,
These folks are just adding their hands now.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
right,
we're gonna finish up this other list first. So Jody's iPhone.
Yes. Hi. I'm writing literally from my horseback. I just want to say that first of all, this is very informative and interesting discourse. I've learned a lot. I am a supporter of Project Coyote. everything that I want to say has been said. I'll just touch very quickly on what I really especially agree with is you need to have a multi-layered predators. Wolves do keep the coyotes down. One thing that I'm not sure because I lost connect for a while is an added concern I have is the sport of killing. I'm concerned in our society, the gun violence that we've got going on, that we're allowing more indiscriminate shooting. Ranchers and producers have their own true issues that I would love to see adopt, like the ranchers in Marin County and have been so eloquently explained to us. I know that's not going to take care of all the problems, but that can be expanded, the non-lethal forms of predator control as much as possible. That's one group of concerns. But the killing for killing's sake, I just really scares me that there's that going on and feeding that kind of a bloodlust. And coyotes are endemic native dog to North America. It was held in the highest regard in Native American cultures, and I hold it in very high regard. It's a survivor, and it is true. Wolves, when they kill coyotes, they move in, they take over. It's like, it's like gang members. You can't have two of them in the same territory. Humans killing coyotes, as the woman who just spoke with me, they're not invading that in 24/7. So I just feel
Jody,
like
you're 2 minutes. I'm gonna need you to wrap up. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for the compassionate view towards our native animals.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Go ahead,
you.
Melissa.
All right, so our next
Thank you. Go ahead, Melissa.
next speaker is Randy, who's going to be followed by Wendy.
Go ahead, Randy.
Good evening, committee. This is Randy Feilish, California Wildlife Protection Alliance in Los Angeles. And also I serve as a humane policy volunteer for Humane World of Animals. As a stakeholder, thank you for bringing this important issue back onto the agenda. We deeply appreciate your time and attention. We urgently need your help here in cities like in Southern California, like Torrance and Anaheim. And because California coyotes are being taken and killed indiscriminately without clear justification. This is not wildlife management. It's not conservation. It's plain cruelty. The term humane was mentioned today by Ari. Let's be clear. There is nothing humane about snare traps. These devices are inherently inhumane. They inflict prolonged suffering and fail to distinguish between target animals and unintended victims, including pets, other wildlife, even children can be in a snare trap. We have endured catastrophic fires here in LA County where these animals' natural habitats have been decimated, burned up. These coyote families are just trying to survive. This is California. Studies show that most stakeholders do not support killing our native wildlife. We strongly urge you to remove coyotes from 472. Thank you from Calabasas, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much.
All right, Matthew, who will be followed by Mike Bauer.
Hi, Matthew Duncan here. First of all, I just want to make the point that I oppose the indiscriminate killing of our song dogs. And then secondly, I just want to quickly respond to comments by Modoc County Supervisor Coe, who spoke earlier this afternoon about my opposition to Anaheim's coyote trap and gas plan. But before I do that, I just also want to say I respect Supervisor Coe for acknowledging the benefits of coyotes related to free rodent control. Now, while he spent, according to what he said today, 6 decades as a rancher in Modoc County, I spent 6 decades studying and monitoring coyotes in Orange County. Modoc County and Orange County are obviously very different. but I respect his concerns, and I hope he will respect mine, as the city of Anaheim has trapped and gassed 84 coyotes with no evidence of any being aggressive. They were killed because they appeared, quote, too comfortable, or quote, they were quote, overpopulated. I ask that we not dismiss my concerns as being, quote, emotional and lacking, quote, scientifically motivated discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Go ahead.
Mike, you're up next.
Just me?
Yeah, go ahead, Mike. You're up.
Yeah. I've been dropped a bunch of times. I didn't know what's happening, but I just want to thanks for letting me talk. And I'd like to show my appreciation for those sheriffs that stood up for the rural counties to represent the citizens that they're protecting. And I'm disappointed that there's no sheriffs standing up for the urban counties that the coyotes are causing terrible problems in. And I could go on, but I know there's time constraints. I'm going to give you a couple. Just personal people I know 2 doors down, let their little terrier out to pee in the backyard. She's standing right there looking at him. A coyote grabs it, jumps there. You'd have a 6-foot fence around their yard, jumps over a 6-foot fence with the dog in its mouth. And these are the predators that people are trying to say are part of our ecosystem, an urban ecosystem. And you guys know, I'm sure, that I feel for you the difficult job you have trying to discern between what the majority of the people in this state want and what is best for the fish and wildlife and the citizens of this state. Because if it was for just the majority voted on it, there'd be no hunting, there'd be no nothing. But you guys are our front line to try to protect these animals and do what's best for them. And I know you say follow the science, I'm all for that, but I just urge you to listen to hunters, because hunters are out in the wild and they are out there in the dark. All these predators.
Mike, you're at 2 minutes. I got to have you wrap up.
All right. Well, you can't
You're
hunt
up.
game animals in the dark, and you got to listen to hunters, because I see mountain lions and coyotes coming out of town with pets in their mouth. These predators need to be controlled. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Melissa, anybody else on your list?
Matthew Towner.
Matthew?
First off, I want to thank the commission for obviously staying late. This is an issue that is going to be polarizing to many people. The one thing that I would say is I am for the current coyote plan that is in place, not changing it. The one thing I would say is we don't need any more plans to be put in place to hurt the California deer population. We already have a plan. Mountain lions, bobcats, black bears without hounds. At this point, we don't need anything else to stop the coyote population.
Thank you, Matthew. And I just want to say, everybody left. I mean, if you have something new, great. If you don't, I'm sure that my co-chair would like to say something as we finish up here today. So if you don't have something new, think about whether or not you want to say anything at all. Go ahead. Who's next?
Wendy.
Wendy?
Hi, my name is Wendy Tochihara, and I'm from Huntington Beach. And the state of Utah, they have it right. They recently increased their Predator Control Initiative program from $50 to $100 per coyote. This move signifies the growing urgency surrounding these animals' impact on both wildlife and livestock. It's essential that we address the issue about urban coyotes. They're totally different than the rural coyotes through an aggressive culling strategy. Ideally, without limitations on the number that can be taken, by implementing this unrestricted approach, we can significantly enhance protections for vulnerable wildlife populations while simultaneously ensuring the safety of our communities. The strategy aims to mitigate risks to livestock and wildlife, as well as reduce incidents involving pets and children. here in Huntington Beach, we had a coyote on the beach for 2 weeks. We nicknamed him Short Tail. We've seen him every single day walking the beach. Everybody's, oh, how cute. And then one day the coyote decides to go attack a little girl. So we need proactive, we need to be proactive about these coyotes, and there's nothing that kills them out here. There's no predators. We have to do something about it and start culling them to keep people safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Thank you very much.
Mark?
Mark?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Mark.
Hey, I just wanted to speak on the coyote hunting regulations you guys are trying to switch. I live in Southern California in the desert, and our coyotes are thriving. They're everywhere, every spring. They're getting the water, and everything else trying to get water is just fighting to get to the water. We're losing rabbits, quail, everything ground nesting, the roadrunners, the bobcat regulations. Everything's fighting for food, and we're going to put more regulations on coyotes, which is going to bring more money for you guys to spend to get rid of these coyotes. We need to spend our money to help these animals. And also, I just don't understand why everybody wants to ban coyote hunting, and it sounds like they're all from the city. Out here in the country, they are thriving. We're seeing bobcat numbers way up, coyote numbers are thriving, rattlesnakes, everything's doing so fine. To change this is just kind of out there. We could just focus on so many other things, the fish, the bears, and we're just letting people try to decide that we should take care of coyotes, and they're not even seeing coyotes. And somebody in Los Angeles is going to tell people out in the rural country what coyotes are doing. And then this one that's coming to the bus stop, that's an issue. If you don't think that's an issue, it's a very big issue. And as a hunter, we want to see more fawns, more deer, more elk. And the hunters put so much money into conservation while the people in the city just don't want to see anybody hunting. And that's all I had to say about that.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
That's it. Okay, I'm going to go to Brian.
Hi, this is
I
Brian.
just want to say, I just want to say,
what-
hey, God bless you guys.
Brian Matthews. Brian Matthews.
Yeah. God bless this commission. I mean, the amount of bandwidth of people coming out, that you even tolerate people coming in from Canada to try and influence California policy is really remarkable. So good job. I'm a California rancher, 5th generation. We lost 6 calves last year. We're a spring calver to coyotes. The idea that we should limit or somehow regulate the take of this animal is, I just think is, a tempest in a teapot. The idea that it looks like a solution looking for a problem. And so thank you. I think Mike Costello said it all. I'm part of the California Cattlemen's Association. I don't think any change should occur. But hey.
Great. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate
job.
that. All right, Jan, you're up.
I think it's Dan.
Well, it's
No.
Dan using Jan's.
It's Dan using
device,
Jan.
Oh, okay, Dan. All right. Go ahead, Dan. That's right. All right. Go ahead, Dan. Demers?
No, awesome.
Okay.
There we go.
There he goes. Go ahead, Dan.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, I'm 70 years old, and I grew up in Northern California in the Sacramento Valley, and I hear all the urban people clamoring to see wildlife. Well, the wildlife's gone. It was not uncommon for us to jump 200 or 300 pheasants in a day and rarely see a coyote. I first went to the Tehama Wildlife Area in 1973, and you could see 500 or 600 deer in a day. I still quail hunt there, and you're lucky to see a deer. And in 1981, I started trapping in the Sierra foothills right on the winter range, and there were a lot of deer. They're gone. I mean, and we have a predator problem. We definitely have a predator problem, and that's all I got to say. Don't change the regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dan. Lily, Kirby? There you go.
Yes, hi. My name
Go
is
ahead.
Lily. My name is Lily Kirby, and not to repeat what other people have said, but the majority of Californians value coyotes and they don't want them to be cruelly killed or maimed or hurt. I personally have had cats that live right next to coyotes. I've managed it. Things can be managed. They're an essential part of the ecosystem because they are predators. That's what causes problems, is the fact that they're predators, but we can find ways to live with them. I support them being removed from the non-game category, and that's all I'll say to keep it short. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Natasha Hunt?
Yeah, thank you guys for taking the time. I'm a cattle rancher in Western Fresno County. Just wanted to echo what Kirk said from the Cattlemen's Association, the importance of having the proactive tools to make sure coyotes know that we're on our landscape, that the cattle are on the landscape. We do a lot to try to maintain habitat for deer. And over the years, we've lost so many tools to manage predators. From back in the 50s, there was poison, there was trapping. We've lost a lot of those tools. And then we've had things come in, protecting lions and bears, or everywhere. We have bears in this country now. So we just want to really ask the commission for us to say thank you to the commission for keeping kind of an open regulation on coyotes and allowing hunters and ranchers and people that are out on the landscape use our good judgment. We appreciate all animals and we want to keep a balance, but we got to manage what we got to manage. So we appreciate the commission keeping coyotes on the non-game list and keeping regulations as they are. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're down to the last. Is it Ginger? Ginger's our last speaker.
I have been waiting as
Good morning.
well.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Ginger.
Yes, I just want to touch on a topic that hasn't been touched on. Things the way they are now, but nobody has touched on the WIR system that doesn't work correctly to report this if it did go into effect. We're already having problems reporting bears and mountain lions. We live in Siskiyou County in a rural area. There's internet for some of the people, like through Happy Camp Sawyer's Bar Cecilville area, that have huge problems. I just wanted to touch on if there were going another backlog in that system, being able to manage conflicts. Thank you.
Thanks, Ginger. And then I think, Kathy, you said you're the last one.
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead, Kathy. That's it.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Kathy Banworth, and I'm a resident of Lassen County. I could mimic what several of you have said here today, but I won't. I want to talk about the common sense approach to not only the coyote, but other predators as well. Being from northeastern California, I think there's a common misconception with other Californians in thinking that we want to remove everything in the name of livestock, farming, ranching, or just the mere fun in taking an animal. This is not the case. Northern Californians appreciate the place where we live. That's why we live here, and fully understand that all wildlife have a place in this world. We like living with our wildlife and domestic animals as well. However, we asked that any predator be removed when it becomes such a harm to livestock, pets, or property. People have to work day to day. Remember that. Let's be honest. They don't have time to cruise the forest or the fields and remove everything that comes in the way. We asked to help mitigate the loss by taking the problems only. I've had multiple experiences with a group of coyotes this year. We have a few out in our field here, and they are definitely not afraid of me. And so when I chase them off, they proceed towards me and around me. So it's been very, very interesting this year. Raising livestock, I take it very personal, as most people do. It's not about the money for me. like it is for some people. It's about the loss of life for those babies that I choose to bring to this world. I want to impress that us in Northern California live in it. It's not fair for the majority of the people in this state, as we so heard earlier, to make the choice for us. It's different here in Northern California than Southern California. It really is easy for people, including yourselves, to make choices when you don't have a stake in it. Thank you.
Thanks, Kathy. Brian Rhodes.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'll try to keep it short. I support keeping our coyote hunting regulations as they are. I've been a coyote hunter actively for over 30 years. For those 30 years, numerous times have I been able to take a new hunter with me because there's no closed season to go hunting. Hey, let's go this Saturday. Being able to take somebody and introduce them to that. The next thing you know, they're getting a hunter safety, and then they're becoming a hunter. Hunting is the only management, or one of the very valuable management tools that the Fish and Game has for managing animals. Predator management in California is something that is a struggle, and I just want to support leaving things the way they are. Hunters love coyotes more than anything. I spent more time and money hunting coyotes and enjoying seeing coyotes than probably a lot of people. I've hunted most Western states, and I will continue to do so. And I really, really hope, if nothing else, just the opportunity for somebody literally next week I could take for their very first time hunting for coyotes. And then if they enjoy it, they get their hunter safety. And now we have another person that's contributing to the management of California's wildlife. So thank you and have a great day.
Are we done?
Yes, sir.
Done? Okay. So it looks as if we've worked through the list. Would you like to say something, Erica? Finish up,
I would
and then
love
I'll
to say something.
Yeah.
Sure. First of all, I just want to say thank you. Great endurance, everybody who's still with us. And I just have to remark on how incredible it is. There are like 160 people still in the meeting, and it's 6 p.m. So clearly we have an issue here that people are interested in. So a number of you raised this question of, and I raised the question of, what's the problem here? And I just want to take stock of how place specific these issues are. We saw that earlier today, like the elk are overrunning some parts of the state, and then elsewhere we've got declines in game species like pronghorn. So it's not the same everywhere. That's the first thing I want to say. What's the big picture here? From where some of you are sitting, there is not a problem. And I hear that. Others of you brought this issue to us repeatedly as an issue of concern, coming from at least a couple of directions. One, opposition to unlimited lethal take. I'm trying to clean up the language because many of you had good suggestions about that. So I'm going to try out unlimited lethal take for a second. We're not going to talk about it more today, though. Another, that the current approach to control isn't working well. That's been really, really interesting and important to me to hear from all corners, including urban and rural, that coyotes are still a significant problem across that spectrum in some places. Other places not. We heard some great examples of where multifaceted coyote management does seem to be working better. And I want to know more about those examples in both rural and urban settings. I'm going to probably try to follow up with some of you. I want to narrow the conversation going forward. So I'm listening. We've been listening for 5 hours to all of this information and input. And I think if we're going to continue this, we need to narrow the conversation in response to everyone's contributions. So I want to convey that I think we're going to retain lethal take, right? From my perspective, that's totally appropriate for a species that can cause damage. It is a predator. I don't think there was ever an intent to remove lethal take as a tool. So I want to just make sure that's clear. I think there's still questions about how we sustain lethal take, but it absolutely has to stay on the table from my perspective. I also just want to make sure we're clear. We're not intending to constrain non-lethal take. So we have to get that language right? Thanks to Chad, we are now clear that whenever it says take, that means a big range of things, not just lethal take. So we got to make sure we get that right. It would not be feasible for the department or for many of you who are working on farms and ranches to require evidence of depredation prior to taking a coyote, to require permits for depredation. So I think we can take those off the table. And I also just want to acknowledge here, although it's not a regulatory piece, that the expense of some non-lethal approaches is a real issue for people's livelihoods. So we have to be thinking not just about effectiveness, but also about economic feasibility. A number of you have talked about reclassification of game animals. So right now they're non-game. That's a statute. We can't, that's not something on the table here. That would have to be addressed by the legislature. So let's not worry about that. They are staying, from our perspective, non-game species. Maybe we need to be more place specific along this urban to rural spectrum. I guess the last thing I want to say is that what I've heard today is that there are not two sides to this. I think that's really important. I think it's really easy to get into zero-sum thinking about this kind of thing where, you know, it's a slider. I said this in our last full commission meeting, like you're either doing more for that coyotes and less for people whose livelihoods are harmed by them, or you're doing, I'm sorry, the other way around. Yes, and or going the other way. And I think from what I'm hearing, you know, maybe there's a third way. I want to understand more of the science around what's effective. I'd like to continue this discussion at a future meeting in a more constrained way. And so it might not necessarily be the next one. I want to keep it in the realm of discussion because I think there's a lot more to learn. And I just want to thank Commissioner Anderson, my co-chair today, for running a really patient meeting and giving everyone an opportunity to provide their perspectives.
Well, we tried
for that.
Thank you. We tried to create, you know, some parity, and I tried to time each one of the calls so that nobody felt that they got less time or more time. You know, I want to thank staff. There's some things that are a priority to me, and it was brought up by several individuals, and my co-chair brought it up, you know, what's the problem, right? And I think I asked that in February, and I started, you know, how did we get there? Because I hadn't been here for the first year of this discussion.
2 years.
Yeah, or the first 2 years of the discussion. So I was new coming to the process. And I appreciate everybody's input. You know, I want to say as a hunter and somebody that's out there, and that somebody that does farming and somebody that has over 1,000 acres in hay, and has a bird operation, you know, I deal with coyotes all the time. So I understand, you know, from the ranchers and the farmers, you know, their frustration of what they're saying. And I especially respect, especially, you know, as we were sitting here today, we got a mapping system for the wolves. And I was very surprised it sort of popped up when we were in the middle of this discussion. That, you know, the four folks in the northern part of the state that have expressed an extreme amount of frustration on this issue are also dealing with that issue. And, you know, I think you brought it up. It's all of these predators that are hitting these rural communities and having an impact on the economy, people's lives. And, you know, I want to make sure that, you know, whatever we do in the future, whenever we do that, that we do listen to all the various parties. And, you know, there was lots of people that brought up new information today. I learned some things, and I'm very appreciative of the patience for somebody to sit there for 5 hours in the queue and be the last speaker. You know, that person should have gotten an award. And we've got, you know, 5 people still in the room, and I want to salute them for having patience. I'm not ready to move anything. I think there's a lot more work in it, you know, that needs to be done. I need to learn more before I sort of come up with what I think a policy objective would be or a policy change. So if you're okay with it, I think we, you know, look to another meeting in the future and, you know, sort of determine and talking to people between now and what the issues are. So, all right. So with that, you know, we are done with our meeting. Is there anything else?
You have 2 more. We have public comment.
Oh, we have 2 more agenda items. Oh,
I think we're gonna get our report.
yeah.
So,
Done with this. Wait.
Bill,
But-
round just because you wanted it.
No, but because the people giving the department reports, they're
Yeah,
all.
we got one left.
So Scott is gone, Jay, Arnold's gone. Okay, public comment. Okay, sorry, I jumped the gun. All right, Ari, so department department updates, we'll have to do that.
We have no
day.
department.
Nobody's left here.
Well, Robert's here, but
we outlasted.
Oh,
no. Okay, Ari, we're gonna go to general public comment.
Okay.
I would
So
ask
this-
that Bob Kagi have a
item-
chance to speak. I would ask that Bob Kagi have a chance to speak.
Don, I'm sorry. We finished that item, so we are now moving on. It's general public comment. It's 6:11, and we've been here since 10 o'clock this morning. So we're gonna move on. Go ahead, Art.
The committee has stated that they want this
Art,
item in the future. There will be future time opportunities for comment on this item. So with that, we're moving to general public comment. This is for items which are not on the agenda today. So if we discussed it earlier, it's not up. Those items are over. These are for items not on the agenda today. The committee cannot discuss or take action on any matter raised during this item, except to consider whether to recommend that the matter be added to the agenda of a future meeting. So, I don't think I need to explain how to raise hands.
No, people
No.
have figured it out. And I
Yeah,
think that was
you've done a great job.
Everybody's got that.
You got us all
So
trained.
let's just go on
Do we
to,
have anyone in the room?
do we have anybody, raise your hand if you'd like to,
They're
Make a
raising
comment
hands,
on-
but is there anyone in the room?
Yeah,
yes,
there-
anyone
I'll
in the
go
room
ahead.
for general public comment.
Nobody in the room? Anybody
Yes,
online?
we've got
Julie?
Julie.
Go ahead, Julie.
Good evening. Thank you, Commission, so much. I've been waiting patiently again to bring up the Mad River Hatchery closure here in Humboldt County. I would just ask that maybe if staff can direct these concerns to any department that can be helpful, or perhaps direct me in a direction that I could perhaps get some connection with resources for the closure of this hatchery that's super historic. So again, it's the Mad River Hatchery in Blue Lake, Humboldt, California. Thank you.
Julie, we're very familiar with it. If you wouldn't mind, would you send us an email or call the office and give us your contact information? Because we'll put you in touch with the department staff that are working on that.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Don.
Yes, thank you for the time. I'd like to ask that the parties involved here today consider even application of rules across PLM and other elk management procedures, as it seems like it's the wild, wild west out there with some regional biologists who are playing fast and loose with the rules. Those PLM permits being allocated to ranches, and some ranches being allocated permits that have absolutely no intention of ever harvesting an elk. If PLM is truly about mitigating human elk conflict, then we need to be taking elk off the landscape as part of that management procedure. And if the rules are not applied evenly across the state, then those participants in the program are not receiving fair treatment across the board. Thank you very much. And please recognize Bob Kagi, please.
Go ahead, Bob. Go ahead, Bob.
Thank you kindly, Darius. I appreciate it. I'm the president of the Golden Gate Chapter Safari Club International. We are signatories on the letter that Bill Gaines sent to the commission on Monday. We, of course, believe in scientific game management, and we know that the commission is very supportive of that. But we do think that the smart thing in this case, and we certainly applaud the commission, is to return the matter for further consideration. We see no reason to change the current status of the coyote and would be in opposition to it. And thank you for the opportunity to voice this so late in the day.
Yeah. Thank you, Bob. We really appreciate that, and I'm glad you joined, but we've moved on. Is there anybody else that has another issue?
Mike, you should be able to unmute now.
Yeah. I just want to clarify, this has nothing to do with the new regulation you were proposing, but I would just like to suggest that you guys study not putting on your website to coexist with coyotes in urban areas. And about the ecosystem, the information there is bad. There should be no coyotes in urban areas. They're indiscriminate predators. And I'll write some letters, but I would really like if you guys would think about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike, for pointing that out. We appreciate it. Is there anybody else? All right, number 7, future agenda items. Is there anybody that has future agenda items? Erica? No?
So.
All right.
Yes.
Okay.
And is Dawn, is that a leftover ham?
No, he already spoke.
Okay.
Yeah.
The next meeting is scheduled for September 11th, 2025. We're still anticipating that it will be here in Sacramento.
No, it is here in Sacramento.
Yeah, no changes there. So for next time, oh, by the way, we had bear hunting before as a separate item, and we're recommending, staff will be recommending that be removed. It's just subsumed under big game hunting because it's big game anyway. So next meeting, we have potential recommendations for our periodic and annual regulations, upland game birds, big game hunting, and Department of Lands for periodic, and for annual, it would be waterfowl hunting, Central Valley, and Klamath. So all potential recommendations for all of those. We will have inland sport fishing. It'll be initial vetting for inland sport fishing. That one's on a slightly different timing because of fish. And we'll have a further discussion. Well, it's up to the commission, it's up to the committee whether you want to schedule take of coyotes for another discussion next meeting or a little further out.
No.
Thinking a little further out.
Yeah. No. There's more work that needs to be done, I think,
staff will
before
be
we pre-schedule.
in discussion with the committee about when an appropriate time is to bring it up.
I think that's great.
About it. And I think if there's a sense for some miracle reason that we want to do it soon, we can always.
Yeah, you don't have to
Bring
make
that
that decision today.
No,
The commission
absolutely not.
won't approve your September agenda until August.
That's right. Just wanted to know about.
So let's do the conversation about that time.
Yeah, it'll give us a chance to work behind the scenes, talk more with stakeholders, learn more. And then sometime in the future, when it's ripe again, we can move on. So that is all that we have for next meeting, unless there are any new topics for proposal.
Nope.
Just be aware that there are counties that are not subject to share. I was recruited by Scott Gardner to recruit private properties for share program. Victoria Barr told me those properties would not be eligible for share.
Don, we've already passed. Don, we've already passed. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Don. All right, we're adjourned. Thanks, everybody, for your patience. God bless you.